The afternoon slump is real, but I got the perfect remedy right here. Look at those ice cubes clinging. Let's take a deep sip and wake up the groove. Here we go. Midday sun is beating down heavy on the concrete floor. I'm sitting right inside the cool breeze of the open door. Got a sweating glass tumbler resting right in my hand, full of dark, rich espresso, the best drink in the land. I hear the ice cubes clinking, the beautiful crystalline chime, matching the steady upbeat rhythm of this afternoon rhyme. Take the first big sip, feel the chill rush down my throat. Suddenly my heavy, tired mind begins to beautifully float. It's an instant restart, wiping the fog from my eyes, bringing back the focus under the bright summer skies. I watch the condensation slowly rolling down the side, leaving all the lazy, sleepy worries with nowhere to hide. People out there are rushing, chasing after their day, but I'm taking a flavorful break, doing it my own way. Acapella percussion clicking so clean and so tight, turning the simple coffee moment into pure digital gold. Tonight, ice Americano, keeping the energy crisp and so high. Underneath the beautiful clearing of the afternoon sky, feel the cold rhythm, let it wake up your tired soul. We're just living good today, letting the good vibes roll. Yeah, yeah, with the ice clinking, feeling so free. This is the exact spark that I needed to see. Check the flow, wake up, wake up. Remember when the mornings felt too heavy to move? Now I got the caffeine fuel to jump right back in the groove. The jazz guitar chords are plucking so bright and so light, matching the sudden clarity that's making my day look bright. Double time rap delivery, but my posture stays completely cool, navigating the afternoon rush like a pro out of school. My channel, my music, my private little coffee house zone, where I can turn a simple drink into a masterpiece of my own. I see the swirling dark liquid blending with the melting ice, a simple honest pleasure that doesn't need a high price. It teaches me to appreciate the crisp texture of now, bringing a confident smile straight to my furrowed brow. So take another sip, let the positive momentum expand, spreading the refreshing vibrations all across the open land. Ice Americano, I keeping the energy crisp and so high. Underneath the beautiful clearing of the afternoon sky, feel the cold rhythm, let it wake up your tired soul. We're just living good today, letting the good vibes roll. La 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 la. One cold sip is all it takes to brighten up your day. The haze is completely gone, the energy is running high. Nothing but blue skies ahead, no need to sigh. Ice Americano sessions, Foggy Night production, keeping it fresh, cold and bright. Stay awake, stay positive, yeah. Enjoy the crunch of the ice. The jacket on the empty chair, I've been there longer than expected. A coffee sat nearby, half finished. A notebook lay open to the same page for nearly an hour, but the person was nowhere in sight. The cafe was busy enough that somebody could have taken the seat if they wanted, but nobody did. The jacket had somehow reserved the table without saying a word. The jacket on the empty chair became part of the room, like the bookshelf, like the window, like the plant in the corner. But people glanced at it, then looked away, accepting its existence. Without question, a student arrived, searching for a place to sit. Considered the chair, then chose another table. An older man read a newspaper nearby, every few minutes looking up as if expecting the owner to return. But outside, the afternoon was bright. The flower shop across the street had buckets of fresh flowers near the entrance. A cyclist stopped to answer a phone call. A dog stretched in a patch of sunlight. The city felt comfortable, the kind of day that asks very little from anyone. The jacket on the empty chair stayed exactly where it was while the room changed around it. Coffee cups came and went, conversation started, then faded. The playlist repeated, nobody complained. A little kid asked, is somebody sitting there? His mother smiled and said, probably, which felt like a perfect answer. The sunlight moved slowly across the floor, eventually reaching the jacket sleeve, then the backrest, then the table itself, marking time more gently than any clock could. The owner finally returned, carrying another coffee and a pastry, like they had nowhere important to be. They sat down, opened the notebook, and continued writing as if the whole world had simply been waiting for them to get back. The mystery ended quietly, without applause, without explanation. Just a person returning to a chair and a jacket, returning to being just a jacket. The cafe carried on. The afternoon carried on. City carried on, but somehow the room felt complete again. The jacket on the empty chair was never really the story. The story was how ordinary things can hold a place for somebody until they're ready to come back. Somebody forgot the sunglasses on the table near the window, right beside an empty cup and a folded receipt. The coffee was gone, the chair was empty, the conversation had already ended, but the sunglasses stayed waiting patiently, like they knew someone would come back soon. The cafe was busy enough to notice them, not busy enough to ignore them. A barista spotted them first, picked them up, looked around, and placed them carefully near the register where lost things go to think about life. The sunglasses were ordinary black frames, nothing expensive, nothing remarkable, yet somehow they became the center of 100 tiny guesses. A student thought they belonged to a tourist, an older man guessed a cyclist. The woman near the door was convinced they belonged to somebody who would return any minute. Nobody knew, and that seemed to make everyone more interested. Outside, the afternoon looked bright, the kind of bright that almost required sunglasses. The flower shop across the street was unloading new plants. A dog slept in the exact same spot it had occupied for most of the day. A bus arrived, the bus left, the city continued without solving the mystery. Somebody forgot their sunglasses, and somehow the whole cafe adopted them for an afternoon. The playlist changed, the sunlight shifted, the shadows moved slowly across the floor. The sunglasses sat quietly, watching everything. A little kid pointed at them and asked, who forgot those? His mother shrugged, which felt like the correct answer. A businessman looked at them briefly, then checked his own pocket just to be safe. A couple near the window invented an entire story about the owner, half of it probably inaccurate, all of it entertaining. The afternoon rolled forward, one coffee at a time, one conversation at a time, one ordinary moment after another. The sunglasses remained exactly where they were until finally the door opened. A woman stepped inside, looked toward the counter and immediately smiled. There you are, she said, like she was talking to an old friend. The mystery ended in less than 10 seconds. The sunglasses left the cafe, returned to normal, but somehow the room felt quieter without them. Funny how that works, a forgotten object can become part of a place without anybody noticing until it's gone. Somebody forgot their sunglasses, and for one bright afternoon, a whole room wondered about a stranger, then quietly moved on with the rest of the day. bakery opened 5 minutes early, which probably shouldn't matter, but somehow everybody noticed. The sign flipped around, the lights came on, the smell drifted outside, and suddenly the whole block felt awake. A woman walking her dog changed direction immediately. A cyclist slowed down long enough to look through the window. An older man who always arrived early smiled like he'd won something. The bakery opened 5 minutes early, and for a moment the morning improved for everybody nearby. The trays weren't even full yet. The coffee machine had barely warmed up. The owner was still arranging bread behind the counter, but nobody seemed to mind. The first customer arrived before the door finished opening. The second arrived 30 seconds later. The third pretended they weren't waiting, even though they clearly were. The smell of fresh bread did most of the advertising. The sunlight reached across the sidewalk, touching flower pots, parked bicycles, and sleepy apartment windows. The neighborhood looked softer than it usually did, like it hadn't fully decided to become busy yet inside. The tables filled slowly, people carrying newspapers, people carrying laptops, people carrying absolutely no plans. The best kind of customer. If you ask me, a little kid pointed at a pastry nearly the size of their head. The parent hesitated for approximately 1 second before giving up. The pastry won fairly easily. The bakery opened 5 minutes early, and somehow the whole morning started feeling generous. A woman near the window read 3 pages without turning one. An old song played through tiny speakers. Nobody complained. A delivery driver stopped for coffee and stayed for breakfast. The owner laughed with regular customers like they'd all known each other for years. Maybe they had outside. The city became louder, buses arrived, traffic increased, phones started ringing, schedules started mattering. But inside, the morning stayed simple. Coffee, bread, sunlight, conversation. Everything you really needed was already there. The bakery opened 5 minutes early, and by lunchtime nobody would remember exactly when it happened, but they'd remember the feeling that the day had started a little better than expected. The feeling that maybe good things can arrive before you're ready for them, just like warm bread on a bright morning in a bakery that opened 5 minutes early. Hey, look at that. It's raining while the sun is fully out. A sun shower. Let's step under this roof for a minute. No need to run. Just enjoy the rhythm of the drops. Check it. Yeah. Sudden drops of rain falling from a bright blue sky, like a million little crystals dropping from on high. I step underneath the awning of the neighborhood store, watching the wet pavement right in front of the door. The sun is still shining, painting everything in gold, while the cool summer rain makes the atmosphere unfold. I shake the water droplets from the brim of my hat, leaning back against the wall, happy where I'm at. Got no umbrella, but I got no complaints today. Sometimes a sudden pause is exactly the right way to clear out the clutter that was building in my brain. Finding a sweet melody hidden in the rain. Look at the steam rising from the hot concrete floor, turning everyday sights into something I adore. A cappella grooves keeping the momentum so tight, wiping out the last little chill of the foggy night. So I stand in the shelter, letting the time just pass, watching the beautiful reflection on the window glass. In the sun shower shelter, waiting for the sky to clear, listening to the rhythm that is music to my ear. The breeze is so refreshing, the light is so bright. We're dancing in the rain, stepping out of the night, yeah, under the shelter, feeling so at ease, right check the rhythm, look. I used to get so stressed when things didn't go as planned, running around in circles trying to command every single detail of the busy, hectic day. But the rain just taught me how to let it slide away. A cappella conversations will flow, reminding me that it's beautiful to sometimes go slow. I see a little sparrow shaking water from its wings, grateful for the simple joy that the nature brings. Double time delivery, but my posture stays light, enjoying the contrast from yesterday's dark night. The sun showers lift and the sky is wide open now, leaving a fresh sparkle on every single bough. My channel, my sanctuary, keeping the vision so clear, sharing the positive vibrations with everybody here. So step out of the shelter, step onto the damn track. Sunlight's fully back, no worries on our back. Back in the sun shower shelter, waiting for the sky to clear, listening to the rhythm that is music to my ear. The breeze is so refreshing, the light is so bright, we're dancing in the rain, stepping out of the night. Oh, la 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 la. The rain has washed away the old, leaving something new. The air is fresh, the horizon is wide, nothing but beautiful sunshine inside. Sessions, Foggy Night production, keeping it bright and clean. The rain is gone, the sun is yours. Yeah, keep moving forward. The table near the door was always empty, not completely, not every minute, just often enough for people to notice. The cafe had plenty of seats, near the window, near the bookshelf, near the plants, those filled first every single day. But the table near the door waited a little longer, like it understood its place in the room. The door opened, the bell rang, someone arrived and someone left. The table watched everything without moving, without asking, without complaining. A student sat there once for nearly an hour trying to study, but every time the door opened they looked up, eventually giving up and watching people instead. Honestly, it looked more enjoyable. The table near the door caught pieces of conversations, half of a story, a quick hello, an apology, a laugh, a goodbye, little fragments floating through the air before disappearing again. The kind of moments nobody remembers, yet somehow create the feeling of a place. Outside, the afternoon was bright. A cyclist passed, a dog stopped to inspect a flower pot. With impressive determination, a delivery driver balanced too many boxes and somehow succeeded. The city continued its usual performance. The table saw all of it through the glass. A woman carrying flowers, a man carrying groceries, someone carrying bad news, someone carrying good news. Nobody could tell the difference just by looking. The sunlight moved across the floor, then reached the table for a little while before continuing onward. The coffee machine hissed, the playlist repeated, the barista laughed at a joke customers couldn't hear. Everything felt ordinary, which is another way of saying everything felt nice. The table near the door stayed mostly empty, yet somehow it felt important, like every room needs a quiet place. A place that doesn't compete for attention, a place that simply waits for whoever needs it. Late in the afternoon, a man sat down, ordered tea, looked outside and smiled for no obvious reason. The table suited him, the sunlight suited him, the moment suited him, and suddenly the table wasn't empty anymore. It was exactly where it needed to be. The cafe grew quieter, the shadows stretched longer, the city slowed down just a little. The table near the door had spent the whole day watching people come and go, and in the end it finally got its own story. Not a dramatic one, not an important one, just a simple afternoon. A cup of tea, a comfortable chair, and a reason to stay a while. Somebody was playing guitar upstairs. Not perfectly, not loudly, just enough for the sound to find its way through the ceiling. Every few minutes a chord drifted down, then another, then silence, then a melody trying to become something. The afternoon was quiet, the kind of quiet apartment buildings make when everybody is home but nobody is talking. A washing machine somewhere down the hall, a television behind a wall, a door opening, a door closing, small sounds living their own lives, and above all of them, somebody was playing guitar upstairs. I couldn't tell if they were learning or remembering. Sometimes the notes sounded careful, like they were reading from a page. Other times they sounded familiar, like fingers moving without needing directions. The sunlight stretched across the living room floor. The coffee stayed warm for a while, then didn't. The day kept moving without much urgency, and every now and then another chord appeared from upstairs, a little cleaner than before. The funny thing is, I never saw them, not once, not in the hallway, not in the elevator, not carrying a guitar case. Nothing, just the music showing up every afternoon like a regular customer at the same cafe outside. The city continued, a bus stopped, a bus left, somebody laughed on the sidewalk, a dog barked at something invisible. The clouds moved slowly above the buildings, everything looked ordinary, but the guitar changed it a little. The song wasn't finished, you could hear that. Sometimes it stopped in the middle, sometimes it restarted from the beginning, sometimes one section repeated over and over, like they were trying to get it right, and somehow that made it better. Perfect songs are everywhere, practice isn't. Somebody was playing guitar upstairs. And the mistakes were my favorite part. The pause before a chord, the hesitation, the restart, the little moments that reminded you there was a person on the other side of the ceiling trying. A few hours passed, the sunlight moved from the floor to the wall, then disappeared completely. The room grew softer, the city grew quieter, and still the guitar returned. Every few minutes, a little stronger than before, a little more confident than before, like the song was finally beginning to trust itself. And suddenly it stopped, no final chord, no ending, just silence, the kind of silence that feels noticeable. After music leaves, I waited without meaning to, thinking maybe one more verse would come, one more melody, one more attempt. But it never did. The evening arrived, the lights came on, the hallway filled with ordinary sounds again, and the guitar was gone. Somebody was playing guitar upstairs for most of the afternoon. I still don't know who it was, but every time I hear a guitar now, part of me remembers that apartment, that sunlight, that quiet day, and somebody above the ceiling trying to turn a handful of chords into a song.
Step inside the greenhouse, it's like a tropical paradise in the middle of the yard. Warm air, green leaves, and a fresh cup of green tea. Take a sip. let's find some peace. Holding the warm ceramic cup tight in both my hands, watching the steam rise up like mystical island lands. All around me, the green leaves are soaking up the sun, shielded from the outside wind till the day is fully done. The glass roof keeps the warmth beautifully locked inside, creating the perfect sanctuary where the worries can't hide. I look at the little sprouts growing in the terracotta pots, tying up the loose ends of my cluttered busy thoughts. The green tea tastes like earth, simple and so clean, matching the vibrant energy of this beautiful scene. Yesterday the heavy fog kept the windows looking gray, but today the bright sunlight is here to fully stay. A cappella harmony singing sweet soul lines in the back, keeping my heavy heart on a positive steady track. No rush to go anywhere, no places I need to visit today, just breathing with the plants, letting the hours slide away. In the greenhouse with my green tea, watching life unfold, sweeter than diamonds, richer than gold. Let the warmth wash over your soul under the light. Everything is gonna be alright. Yes, alright. Oh, the green leaves are dancing so bright. Yeah, you can't rush a single leaf, you gotta let it grow. Just like the natural rhythm of this slow-cooked lo-fi show. The mouth drums are ticking like a natural heartbeat sound, the most grounded, authentic piece that I've ever found. Double time flow, but my voice stays relaxed and low, matching the steady, unhurried pace of the nature show. I see the condensation dripping down the glass pane like a natural watering system after the heavy rain. We don't need a complicated plan to feel so whole, just a little bit of green and music for the soul. My channel, my greenhouse, my private little dome where I can cultivate my dreams and feel fully at home. So take another sip, let the herbal warmth expand. Grateful for the simple blessings of this open land. We take the small steps, we appreciate the dirt, building a beautiful shield against the daily hurt. In the greenhouse with my green tea, watching life unfold, sweeter than diamonds, richer than gold. Let the warmth wash over your soul under the light. Everything is gonna be alright. It's alright, yeah, it's alright. Everything beautiful takes time, that's why just breathe in the green, leave the gray behind. The sweetest peace you will ever find. Greenhouses and green tea sessions, Foggy Night production, keeping it organic, clean, warm and bright. Take care of your inner garden, yeah, let it fade out slow. Slow.
The cafe across the street closed early today. The chairs were already stacked when I walked past. The lights were off, the sign was dark, and somehow the whole block felt different. Nothing was wrong, nobody seemed worried. There wasn't a crowd outside, no dramatic story, just a small handwritten note saying, closed early today, sorry for the inconvenience. And that should have been the end of it, but it wasn't, because I'd walked past that cafe so many times that seeing it closed felt strange, like noticing a familiar tree was missing, or realizing a clock had stopped ticking without you noticing. The cafe across the street was never my favorite. The coffee was fine, the tables were small, the playlist repeated more often than it should have, but it was always there. Every morning, every afternoon, every rainy day, every sunny day. Somebody sat by the window, somebody worked on a laptop, somebody met a friend, somebody waited for somebody. The place had become part of the scenery, the way ordinary things do without asking. permission. I stopped walking for a second, just looking at it. The empty tables, the locked door, the flower pots still sitting outside like nobody had told them the day was over. A cyclist rode past without slowing down. A bus arrived, people got off, people got on. The city continued exactly as expected, but something felt missing. A woman walking a dog glanced at the cafe too, then kept moving. An older man looked toward the windows like he was checking if he remembered correctly. Maybe it wasn't just me, maybe everybody noticed a little. The bakery nearby was still open, the bookstore still had customers. The flower shop owner was carrying plants outside. Everything else looked normal, which somehow made the closed cafe stand out even more. The afternoon drifted forward, the sunlight changed, the sidewalks filled, then emptied again, and still the cafe stayed dark. The cafe across the street closed early today, and honestly, it shouldn't have mattered, but it did, because places become part of people's routines, part of their memories, part of the background of hundreds of ordinary days. The kind nobody photographs, the kind nobody writes down, the kind that quietly become your life by evening. The lights were still off, the chairs still stacked, the notes still hanging in the window. Tomorrow, it'll probably be open again. The coffee brewing, people talking, music playing like nothing happened. And that's probably why I noticed it today, because most days we don't notice the things that are always there, until suddenly they're not. Yo. Welcome to the kitchen. Nothing fancy on the menu today, just some home-cooked comfort made from scratch. Grab a spoon, stir it slow. Let's cook up some good vibes. Check it out. Stirring the pot with my favorite old wooden spoon, as a beautiful jazz melody fills up the entire room. The morning fog outside has officially rolled away, making center stage for a bright, delicious kind of day. I add a pinch of salt, a little bit of fresh garden herb, enjoying the simple process that no one can disturb. The kitchen is warm, smelling like garlic and sweet thyme, as I align my movements to the rhythm of this rhyme. You don't need a Michelin star to feel like a king, just the honest, simple joy that a home-cooked meal can bring. I watch the steam rising up, twisting in the bright light, wiping out the last little chill of the long foggy night. Acapella grooves looking so crisp and so clean in the back, keeping my culinary momentum on the right steady track. No reservations needed, no long lines to stand in today, just taking my sweet time, letting the worry slide away, savoring the quiet abundance of this country house space, with a genuine happy smile spreading all across my face. With the wooden spoon stirring, making life taste so sweet, matching our happy hearts to this lo-fi beat. The kitchen is full of warmth, the future is bright. We're cooking up a beautiful day out of the night. Yeah, chilling in the kitchen, feeling so whole. This is the ultimate comfort for the weary soul. Check the flavor. Look, I used to eat my meals in a hurry on the run, staring at my phone, forgetting to enjoy the sun. But today, I'm slow cooking, letting the flavors marry tight, just like the organic rhythm of this rhyme tonight. The acoustic guitar is plucking chords so warm and so bright, matching the cheerful energy of the kitchen light. Double time rap delivery, but the delivery stays cool, playing by my own sweet, relaxed ass. We can rule my channel, my kitchen, my private little sanctuary zone, where I can turn everyday ingredients into a masterpiece of my own. It teaches me a lesson about patience, timing, and care, about appreciating the simple nourishments we share. So take a taste, take a deep breath, let the tension release, finding inside this wooden bowl a perfect state of peace. With the wooden spoon stirring, making life taste so sweet, matching our happy hearts to this lo-fi beat. The kitchen is full of warmth, the future is bright. We're cooking up a beautiful day out of the night. taste the absolute sweetness of a home-cooked day. Let all the digital noise and worries roll away. Yeah, keep it cooking, keep it light. Wooden spoon kitchen sessions, Foggy Night. Foggy Night production, keeping it warm, rustic and bright. Eat well, live well, smile often, yeah. Turn off the stove. The receipt was longer than the conversation, which felt funny. After I thought about it, we stood in line for maybe 2 minutes, talked for less than one, and somehow the receipt kept printing long after the words were gone. The cafe was busy, the kind of busy that feels comfortable, not crowded, just alive. Coffee cups moving, chairs sliding, people arriving, people leaving. The usual afternoon rhythm. The person ahead of me ordered something complicated. The person behind me already knew exactly what they wanted. I was somewhere in the middle, still deciding, while pretending not to. The cashier smiled, asked how my day was. I answered, good so far. They nodded, said that's nice. And somehow that was the entire conversation. The receipt was longer than the conversation. Item after item, tax after tax, printed neatly across a strip of paper, long enough to become ridiculous. I folded it once, then twice, then put it in my pocket, where I'd probably forget it until laundry day. Outside, the afternoon looked bright, the flower shop was open. A dog was asleep near a bicycle rack. A delivery truck blocked half the street, and nobody seemed surprised. The city kept doing what cities do, moving constantly while pretending not to. I found a table near the window, watched people pass, and thought about how many conversations happen every day. Tiny ones that disappear immediately. The cashier, the baker, the person holding the door, the stranger who points in the right direction. Most of them last less than a minute, yet somehow they become part of the day anyway. A woman sat nearby reading a book. An older man carefully stirred tea for much longer than seemed necessary. The sunlight moved across the floor, the playlist changed, the room became quieter, then busy again. The receipt stayed folded in my pocket, waiting to be forgotten. The conversation already was, but strangely the feeling remained. Not the words, not the details, just the reminder that most days are built from small things. A quick greeting, a shared smile, a door held open, a short conversation that ends before you realize it mattered. The receipt was longer than the conversation, but the conversation stayed with me longer. Funny how that works. Sometimes the smallest moments leave the biggest traces, and sometimes a good afternoon starts with nothing more than coffee and a stranger saying, hope you enjoy your day, before disappearing back into theirs.
Yeah, this is the moment we've been waiting for. The last trace of the foggy night is completely gone. Look at that blue sky horizon. It goes on forever. Yeah, no more doubts, no more hesitation. We're stepping forward with full confidence. Foggy night, the final chapter. Let's fly. Come on. Yeah, yeah. up our track has rolled away forever, there's no turning back. I look at the line where the blue sky meets the land, feeling the powerful surge of confidence so grand. Every single step we took through the dark blurry maze was just preparing our eyes for this victorious blaze. The morning air is crisp, the sunlight is pure gold, lighting up the greatest story that was ever successfully told. Got my head held high, feel the wind at my back, matching my heartbeat to the rhythm of this triumphant track. Gotta leave the old ghosts in the shadows behind, unlocking the ultimate clarity of a focused mind. We didn't just survive the storm, we learned how to fly, and now we're soaring high above under the open sky. Look at the blue sky horizon, stretching out so wide. Nothing but a burning fire of joy deep inside. We walked through the mist, we won the long, heavy fight, and now we're standing tall in the glorious daylight. Blue sky horizon, taking us so far. We're shining bright together, exactly where we are. Listen closely, look. Every single foggy night had a beautiful end. Now look at the golden path stretching around the river bend. The acapella choir stacking up so tight and so clean in the back, keeping our positive momentum moving forward on the right track. No more blind spots, no more hesitation today. We're running forward at full speed, breaking the walls away. My channel, my family, my music, my vision is complete, proving to the world that there's no such thing as defeat. We took the great canvas of life and we turned it into art, sharing the honest pure vibration straight from the heart. I see the future ahead, it's a brilliant open page, ready for the grand performance on the main stage. Double time flow, but the delivery stays confident and smooth, proving to ourselves that we got nothing left to prove. We built this sanctuary from the ground, block by block, and now our future is as solid as a mountain rock. So smile bright, take a deep breath, step into the light. Oh, we've officially conquered the memory of the foggy night. Look at the blue sky horizon, stretching out so wide. Nothing but a burning fire of joy deep inside. Walk through the mist, we won the long, heavy fight, and now we're standing tall in the glorious daylight. The haze is completely gone. We fully own the day. From now on, yeah. See the horizon shine. Yeah. Blue sky, horizon, foggy night, productions. We made it all the way through. The canvas is blue, the future is yours. The music never stops. Keep moving, keep shining, keep smiling. Thank you for this beautiful journey. Yeah, out into the endless blue. Yeah. The last croissant was somehow mine, which felt unlikely. The moment I walked in, the bakery was busy. Every table occupied, every chair claimed, every pastry tray looking significantly emptier than it should on a Saturday morning. The smell arrived first, warm bread, fresh coffee, a little bit of butter, a little bit of sunshine, somehow mixed together into one perfect argument for staying longer. The display case had already lost most of its best ideas. The cinnamon rolls were gone, the fruit tarts were gone, the chocolate thing everybody secretly wanted was definitely gone. Only one croissant remained, sitting alone like it had missed its ride home. The last croissant was somehow mine. A woman entered behind me, looked directly at it, then at me, then back at it. I considered offering, but she laughed and ordered something else, a close call. The barista congratulated me like I'd won something, which honestly wasn't entirely wrong.
I found a table near the window and watched the city continue without me. A cyclist passed, holding coffee with far more confidence than I would have. A dog sat patiently outside a flower shop, waiting for someone who was taking their time. A little kid pointed at absolutely everything. The croissant disappeared much faster than expected. The morning continued exactly as planned, except nobody had a plan, which seemed to help. A student opened a laptop, then spent 20 minutes looking out the window instead. An older man folded a newspaper into increasingly smaller pieces for reasons known only to him. The sunlight shifted across the floor. People arrived, people left. The bakery stayed busy. The last croissant was somehow mine, and strangely, that tiny victory stayed with me long after breakfast. Not because of the pastry, but because of the timing, the simple luck of arriving when I did. Most days feel scheduled, measured, planned, optimized. But every now and then something small goes your way. A green light, an empty seat, a perfect song, the last croissant, waiting exactly where you happen to be by noon. The bakery looked different, the crowd had changed, the trays were full again. The moment was already gone, but the feeling remained. Warm, simple, unimportant, and somehow worth remembering.
Time to give the veggies their midday drink. Look at the water spraying. Wait, look right there. A tiny little rainbow in the mist. Man, that is beautiful. Let's catch the colors. Here we go. Got the green garden hose resting firmly in my hand, sprinkling cool water drops all over the dry land. The lettuce leaves are perking up, soaking in the spray as I wash the dusty morning blues completely away. The sun is shining bright, hitting the water droplets right, turning the whole vegetable patch into a canvas of light. And right there in the middle of the sparkling silver mist is a tiny little rainbow that I simply couldn't have missed. Wow, red, orange, yellow, green, shining so clear. A miniature miracle happening right here. It brings back the pure, honest joy of a little child, making my busy adult thoughts go soft and mild. No fancy artwork needed, no expensive digital show, just the natural magic that the simple elements can know. Acapella grooves, keeping the rhythm so tight in the back, keeping my watering momentum on a happy steady track. Rainbow sprinklers shining in the garden bright, washing away the shadows of the foggy night. Feel the bouncy rhythm, let it lift your spirits high. We're building many rainbows under the blue sky. Yeah, with the water spraying, feeling so free. This is exactly the magic I wanted to see. Check the colors, look, they always tell you to chase the rainbow across the hill, but I found one right here, standing completely still in the corner of my yard where the simple things grow. A private little masterpiece in a slow-cooked lo-fi show. The jazz guitar chords are plucking so bright and so light, matching the sparkling energy of the afternoon light. Double time delivery, but my posture stays completely cool, enjoying the weekend lifestyle, breaking every hectic rule. My channel, my toe back, my private little paradise dome, where I can water my dreams and feel fully at home. I see the water droplets gleaming on the green lettuce head, reminding me of all the beautiful blessings instead of the dread. We don't need a complicated machine to make us smile, just letting the natural elements play for a while. So spray a little water, let the rainbow expand, spreading the joyful vibrations across the open land. Rainbow sprinklers shining in the garden bright, washing away the shadows of the foggy night. Feel the bouncy rhythm, let it lift your spirits high. We're building many rainbows under the blue sky. The most beautiful blessing that you shouldn't have missed. the air is fresh. The horizon is wide open and clear. Nothing but love and sunshine here. The rainbow sprinkler sessions, Foggy Night garden chapters. Keeping it rainbow sprinkler sessions. Keep watering your dreams, man. Look at the colors dance. Look at the colors dance. The summer sun is no joke today. But look what we got right out of the fridge. Big red and ice cold. Take a huge bite, feel the brain freeze. Let's drop the beat. Sitting on the wooden deck, wiping the sweat from my face, finding the ultimate summer relief in this quiet space. Got a massive wedge of watermelon resting on the plate. Sweet red and ice cold, man, it tastes so incredibly great. Take the first big bite, hear that crisp, beautiful crunch. The most refreshing midday snack of the whole entire bunch. Sweet juice running down sticky fingers, but I don't care. There's a beautiful summertime vibration in the backyard air. The morning mist is a long distant memory today, wiped out completely by the bright golden sun ray. I spit a little seed over the grass, watch it fly. Living out these simple, honest moments under the open sky. No fancy ice cream needed, no artificial flavor or test. Just a rustic abundance of nature doing what it does best. Acapella percussion clicking so clean and so tight in the back, keeping my backyard momentum on a perfect steady track. What? Watermelon slice, making the summer heat taste so nice. Underneath the beautiful clearing of the open sky, feel the sweet rhythm, let it lift your spirits high. We're just chilling in the backyard, no need to ask why. Yeah, with the sweet crunch, feeling so free. This is exactly the paradise I wanted to see. Check the flavor. Look. I used to spend my summers trapped in an office zone, staring at the air conditioner, talking on the stressful phone. But today I'm out here in the yard, feet touching the green grass, watching the lazy cloud shadows slowly and beautifully pass. The ukulele chords are strumming so bright and so light, matching the cheerful energy of the afternoon light. Double time rap delivery, but my voice stay relaxed and low, matching the steady and hurried pace of the nature show. My channel, my sanctuary, keeping the vision completely real, sharing the positive energy with every single summer meal. It teaches me to appreciate the crisp texture of the now, bringing a giant confident smile straight to my brow. So take another bite, let the sweet hydration expand, spreading the refreshing vibrations all across the land. Watermelon slice, making the summer heat taste so nice. Underneath the beautiful clearing of the open sky, feel the sweet rhythm, let it lift your spirits high. We're just chilling in the backyard, life is beautiful when you keep it simple and clean. The sweetest summer station that you've ever seen. Slice. Woo! The long way home was better, even though it took twice as long. The shortcut was there, the usual route, the practical route, the route I always take without thinking. But the evening looked good, and somehow that changed everything. The bakery was closing, the flower shop was bringing plants inside. The cafe tables were slowly emptying, one chair at a time. The day was ending without making a big deal about it. The long way home was better because nobody was waiting. because nowhere was urgent. Because for once the schedule lost the argument. A bicycle rolled past, the dog carried a stick far too large for practical use. A couple stood outside a convenience store trying to decide on ice cream flavors. With surprise and seriousness, the city looked softer than it had that morning. The sunlight had turned gold and the windows reflected pieces of the sky. And every street felt familiar in the best possible way. The long way home, past the river, past the bookstore, past the bench where somebody always seemed to be reading, past the bus stop where people checked arrival times then ignored them and kept talking. The evening carried a different kind of energy, not excitement, not urgency, something quieter. The feeling that most of the important things had already happened and whatever remained could wait until tomorrow. A train moved slowly across the bridge, lights appearing one window at a time. A guitarist somewhere played half a melody, then stopped, the sound drifting through the air like it wasn't in a hurry either. The long way home was better, not because anything happened, nothing remarkable happened. No big realization, no dramatic ending, just small things observed carefully. A bakery closing, a dog walking proudly, a stranger laughing, a window glowing above the street. The kind of details most people forget before morning, but somehow those details become the memory. The sky grew darker, the sidewalks empty, the city began folding itself into evening. Store by store, light by light, the long way home eventually became home. The keys turned, the door open, the day ended exactly where it started, but somehow it felt fuller than before. The long way home was better. And honestly, I'd probably choose it again tomorrow.
There's nothing like the feel of real vinyl. Slipping the record out of its vintage sleeve, dropping the needle slow. Hear that crackle? That's the sound of time. Let's let the music spin. Listen.
Holding the black wax circle gently by the outer rim, as the warm afternoon light in the study begins to dim. The morning fog is faded, leaving a cozy silver glow, while the turntable starts spinning steady and slow. I blow a little dust off the grooved plastic face, placing the diamond needle right in its proper place. The vintage crackle starts, a beautiful nostalgic sound, the most authentic comfort and texture I've ever found. The rose, the rose, the rose, the rose, the rose piano so soft and so sweet. As the walking acoustic bass line guides my tapping feet. It feels like a time machine, taking me back to the start, pumping pure analog warmth straight into my heart. No digital streaming buttons, no algorithms to command, just the tactile beauty of music resting in my hand. I lean back in the leather chair, close my eyes for a bit, appreciating how perfectly the melody and the mood fit. Every single skip and pop tells a beautiful old story of a time before the rush in all its simple glory. Let the vinyl treasure spin, letting the music flow, savoring the sweet rhythm, steady and slow, leaving all the digital static far behind tonight. We're safe inside the analog warmth out of the night, yeah. With the record turning, feeling so whole. This is the vintage medicine for the creative soul.
Check the groove, listen close.
I organize my memories like the records on the shelf, taking some quality time just to listen to myself. The mouth drums are clicking like a vintage tape machine sound, creating a deep historical haven that I finally found. Double time flow, but my voice stays completely relaxed and low, matching the spinning momentum of the turntable show. My channel, my library, my private little analog zone, where I can slow down the clock and make the music my own. I see the needle tracking through the valleys of the wax, relax, leaving the heavy burdens of the busy world completely unpacked. We don't need 1,000 playlists to find what is true. Just one honest, beautiful record playing for me and you. It teaches me to cherish the scratches and the flaws, about finding the ultimate beauty inside the musical pause. So let the platter spin, let the warm vibrations expand, spreading the comforting energy across the quiet land. Let the vinyl treasure spin, letting the music flow, savoring the sweet rhythm, steady and slow, leaving all the digital static far behind tonight. We're safe inside the analog warmth out of the night. Touch the real texture, feel what you feel. Oh, the room is cozy, the vision is open and wide. Nothing but analog, peace on the inside. Final treasure sessions, Foggy Night study chapters, keeping it warm, dusty, and true. Flip the record when it's done, man. Enjoy the crackle. The coffee got cold first. I noticed halfway through a story about an apartment neither of us lives in anymore. The kind of apartment with thin walls and a radiator that sounded like it was arguing with itself every winter. You remembered the neighbor who played music too loud. I remembered the hallway light that never turned off. And somehow 30 minutes disappeared before either of us realized the coffee got cold first, long before the conversation did. The cafe was busy, but not in a stressful way. The windows were open, the sunlight reached halfway across the room. The barista kept wiping the same counter every few minutes, like it helped time pass. Outside, a cyclist stopped to answer a phone call. A little kid dragged a balloon across the sidewalk. A dog sat patiently outside the bakery, waiting for someone who clearly took too long. The city kept moving at its usual speed, but our table didn't. The conversation wandered from old apartments to old jobs to old versions of ourselves, the people we thought we'd become by now, and the people we actually became, which turned out to be more interesting. The coffee got cold first, the phone disappeared, the steam disappeared, the warmth disappeared, yet somehow nobody cared. The stories kept arriving one after another, like buses that finally show up all at once. You talked about a summer you barely remember, except for one afternoon and one song. I talked about a bookstore that closed years ago, yet somehow I still remember exactly how it smelled. The funny thing about memory is how selective it is. We forget birthdays, phone numbers, passwords, yet somehow remember a chair near a window from 10 years ago. The sunlight moved across the table, then onto the floor, then onto somebody else's chair. The afternoon quietly changed shape without asking permission. A woman nearby was reading a novel, but every few pages she stopped to look outside, like the street was competing with the book, and honestly the street was winning. A bus arrived, the bus left, someone missed it, someone caught it. Somebody dropped a receipt and spent 3 minutes trying to catch it in the wind. The coffee got cold first, but maybe that's what coffee is supposed to do. Maybe that's the price of a good conversation, the evidence that nobody checked the time, nobody rushed the ending, nobody looked at the door thinking about leaving. The playlist changed twice, then a third time. The barista switched shifts, the afternoon crowd arrived, the morning crowd disappeared, and still we were sitting there talking about things that wouldn't matter tomorrow, but somehow mattered today. The The coffee got cold first, long before the stories ended, long before the sunlight faded, long before the city slowed down. And by the time we finally stood up, the cups were empty, the table was crowded with memories, and the day felt smaller than it had before. Not because it was ending, because we'd used it well. The coffee got cold first, and honestly, that felt like proof that the afternoon went exactly the way it should have.
Yeah. Man, just look at the yard clean and even. And the smell, wow. That fresh cut grass scent is something else. It smells like an absolute fresh start. Let's breathe it in, check it out. Wiping the dust off my hands, looking at the green floor. The backyard is looking sharper than it ever did before. Just finished trimming down the edges, making everything neat. Feel the thick, soft texture of the grass beneath my feet. The morning fog is fully lifted, leaving a brilliant blue sky as the intense scent of fresh chlorophyll rises up on high. It's a natural perfume filling up the country air, wiping out the last little traces of stress and heavy care. I lean against the wooden fence, take a slow deep breath, realizing there's a beautiful peace after the hard work's death. The acoustic guitar is plucking chords so warm and so sweet as the organic vocal rhythm guides my tapping feet. I see a butterfly landing on a freshly cut blade, appreciating the neat little sanctuary that we successfully made. No fancy carpets needed, no expensive digital screen, just the honest rustic beauty of this emerald scene. Fresh cut dawn, making a beautiful brand new dawn. The heavy fog of yesterday is officially gone. Step by step, walking in the green backyard light, celebrating together out of the blurry night. Yeah. Looking at the grass, feeling so whole. This is the ultimate healing for the busy soul. I used to let the worries grow wild inside my head, staying awake for hours, tossing and turning in the bed. But today I trimmed them down, cleared out the messy space, bringing a beautiful clarity back to this quiet place. Acapella beats clicking smooth and so tight in the back, keeping my physical momentum on the right steady track. Double time delivery, but my voice stays relaxed and low, matching the steady unhurried pace of the nature show. My channel, my yard, my private little kingdom zone, where I can harvest my peace and never feel alone. Every single green blade is a promise of life, a beautiful organic shield against the daily strife. We take the small steps, we appreciate the soil, finding a deep state of meditation in a simple toil. So let the wind blow, let the beautiful scent expand, spreading the positive energy all over the land. Yeah, yeah. Fresh cut dawn, making a beautiful brand new dawn. The heavy fog of yesterday is officially gone. Step by step, walking in the green backyard light, celebrating together out of the blurry night. Ooh, breathe it in slow, breathe it in slow. Let the mind clear, let the mind clear. There is no room for doubt, no room for fear. The yard is clean, the vision is wide open and bright, nothing but absolute peace in the light. Yeah. Fresh cut lawn sessions, foggy night, backyard chapters, keeping it green and real. Breathe deep, live slow, smile often. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that green.
The bakery smell better today, not different, not stronger, just better somehow, the kind of better you can't explain without sounding ridiculous. I noticed it halfway down the block, before I saw the sign, before I saw the window, before I even knew I was heading that way. The bakery smelled better today, and apparently I wasn't the only one. A cyclist slowed down near the entrance. A woman carrying groceries changed direction completely. A man with headphones actually took them off for a second, which felt significant. The morning was bright, the sidewalks were dry. The flower shop next door had already opened, and the bakery was winning the neighborhood without even trying. Inside of the display case looked exactly the same. The coffee tasted familiar. The tables were occupied by the usual mix. Students, retirees, people working, people avoiding work. The regular cast of a good morning. The bakery smelled better today, and somehow everybody seemed a little happier, a little slower, a little more willing to stay. The woman near the window ordered 2 pastries, then a third after pretending she wouldn't. A little kid pointed at everything, equally excited about bread, cake, and napkins. An older man read a newspaper without turning a page for nearly 15 minutes. The sunlight moved across the floor, touching chairs, coffee cups, and forgotten jackets. The playlist drifted through the room, nobody paid attention, yet somehow it felt perfect. Outside, the city was waking up, one conversation at a time, one bicycle at a time, one coffee at a time. The bakery smelled better today, maybe because the weather helped, maybe because I arrived in a good mood, maybe because the bread was actually better and nobody had told us. The truth didn't matter much, the feeling did. By late morning, the line stretched toward the door. People waited patiently, which almost never happens. A woman laughed at something she read. A man held the door for 3 strangers. The dog outside finally got a piece of croissant. After negotiating for most of the morning, everything felt ordinary in exactly the right way. The bakery smelled better today, and by tomorrow nobody will remember whether it actually did, but they'll remember the morning, the sunlight, the coffee, the people, and the strange feeling that for a little while the whole neighborhood seemed to be having a pretty good day. A pretty good day.
Midnight. The house is completely quiet. Just a scratch of the pen and the low hum of the bass. Putting my thoughts down, organizing the mind. The fog outside is thick, but inside it's pure insight. Let's write a page. Black ink flowing smoothly onto the crisp white sheet, turning the chaotic day into a rhythm that is sweet. Sitting at my old wooden desk under the lamp's low beam, living inside the quiet world somewhere between a fact and a dream. The midnight mist is wrapping around the yard outside, but inside this library there's nothing we need to hide. I watch the words align, creating a beautiful private map, clearing out the mental traps that used to catch me in a snap. No deadlines can touch me in this late night zone. Grateful for the absolute peace of being completely alone. The acapella backing pad sound like a Venice jazz choir, warming up my creative spirit like a low burning fire. I write about the journey, the mountains we had to climb, turning the heavy lessons into a comforting rhyme. You don't need a loud stage to make your voice feel real, just the honest quiet truth of how you actually feel. With the ink and the insight, lighting up the deep night, turning our heavy thoughts into a vision that is bright. Feel the slow rhythm
Let it anchor your mind, leaving all the digital static far behind. You're riding in the dark, feeling so whole. This is the true therapy for the creative soul.
Check. Check the script. Check the script. Look.
I used to let my thoughts tangle up inside my head, staying awake for hours, tossed and turned in the bed. But now I pour it on the paper, let the ink bleed through, finding a fresh perspective that is beautiful and new. The road that rose, the piano chords enter gently with the nostalgia gleam, matching the steady hypnotic pace of this late night theme. Double time delivery, but my voice stays completely low and relaxed, leaving the burdens of the ego completely unpacked. My channel, my notebook, my private little sanctuary dome, where I can harvest my insights and feel fully at home. Every single sentence is a promise to stay true to the positive energy that I wanna share with you. We survived the blurry fog, we mastered the long night, and now we're preparing the pages for the morning light. So let the pen scratch, let the melody softly expand, spreading the comforting vibrations across the quiet land. With the ink and the insight, lighting up the deep night, turning our heavy thoughts into a vision that is bright. Feel the slow rhythm, let it anchor your mind, leaving all the digital static far behind. There is no room for doubt, no room for fear. The pages are full, the vision is wide, nothing but absolute peace on the inside. Thinking insight sessions, foggy night, late night chapters, keeping it deep and comforting. Close the notebook, screw the cap, time to rest the mind. Good night to the pages. Good night to the pages.
Laying down on the old wooden deck in the middle of the yard. The air is cool, but the blanket is warm. Look up. The fog from last night is completely gone. Nothing but a million stars looking down on us. It makes you feel small, but so safe. Listen to the night. The deep velvet sky is spreading out so incredibly grand, full of ancient silver constellations over this quiet land. Laying flat on my back on the smooth wooden deck planks today, watching the shooting stars slowly melting far away. The city lights are a distant memory, completely out of sight, leaving center stage for the honest rustic beauty of the night. I take a deep slow breath of the clean country air, realizing that all my heavy burdens have vanished into thin air. The acapella backing sounds like a celestial soul choir, warming up my quiet mind like an old cosmic fire. The mouth drums are ticking soft like a distant heartbeat sound, the most profound, beautiful peace that I've ever found. I see the Milky Way stretching across the deep blue dome, welcoming the weary traveler back to his true home. No television on, no digital screens to cloud up the view, just a pure, unfiltered connection between the universe and you. Under the wooden deck stars, watching the night drift by, underneath the deep silver blanket of the midnight sky. Hold on to the peace, let the rhythm take full control. In the middle of the yard, we are healing our soul. The stars are shining so sweet.
Yeah, check
check the cosmic vibe. They say the night is lonely when the world goes to sleep, but I think it's the perfect time for the promises we keep. The rose piano chords are blending with the cricket sound so sweet, creating a perfect little sanctuary where the earth and sky meet. Double time flow, but my delivery stays completely relaxed and low, matching the steady and hurried pace of the galaxy. Show my channel, my backyard, my private little stargazing zone, where I can look up at the universe and never feel alone. Every single twinkle is a reminder that we're doing fine, that our small steps are aligned with the grand, beautiful design. So I close my eyes for a second, let the melodies embrace the deep, comforting serenity filling up this entire space. We survived the foggy nights, we crossed the stormy track. Now we're resting under the stars with no worries looking back. The wooden deck stars, watching the night drift by, underneath the deep silver blanket of the midnight sky. Hold on to the peace, let the rhythm take full control. In the middle of the yard, we are healing our soul. One time for the silver star shining bright above. Two times for the quiet yard full of peace and love. Three times for the foggy nights that taught us how to see. Just let yourself be. Wooden deck star sessions. Foggy night production, keeping it deep, cozy and starry. Look up at the sky tonight, man. Good night to the cosmos.
Leaving the highway behind, stepping onto the old, quiet country road. Smell the green trees, feel the open wind. No traffic, no rush, just me, the steering wheel, and this beautiful track. Let's ride. Windows fully rolled down, letting the country breeze in, wiping away the city dust from where my journeys begin. The road stretches out, winding through the emerald hills, free from the chaotic rush and the endless digital bills. The morning fog is clear, leaving a beautiful green view, with the sunlight filtering through the leaves, looking so brand new. I put one hand out the window, riding the waves of the air, realizing that true freedom is found when you just don't care about the destination. Just following the curves of the ancient mountainside, savoring every single mile of this beautiful, peaceful ride. The acoustic guitar is strumming a melody so sweet and so grand, like a personal welcome song from this gorgeous open land. I passed by an old wooden barn, a field full of yellow flowers, losing complete track of the busy, stressful hours. My feet on the pedal, keeping a steady, relaxed ass pace, with a genuine sense of peace spreading all across my face. Cruising down the country road, watching the trees roll by, underneath the beautiful clearing of the open sky. Feel the steady rhythm, let it wash your worries away. We're just coasting into the sunset of a perfect day. Yeah, yeah. Driving through the green, feeling so free. This is exactly the escape that I wanted to see. Check it out. I used to spend my days staring at a flashing screen, but out here on the back roads, it's a whole different scene. Acapella beats clicking like the lines on the asphalt floor, opening up a brand new path that I just wanna explore. Double time delivery, but my voice stays completely low and relaxed, leaving all the heavy mental baggage completely unpacked. I see the distant peak standing tall against the horizon line, reminding me that everything is moving in its own sweet time. I channel my music, my private little traveling zone, where I can reconnect with nature and feel fully at home. No sirens, no honking horns, just the wind and the pine, and the beautiful realization that this life is truly mine. So let the wheels spin, let the music embrace the space, bringing the pure, honest energy to every single place. Cruising down the country road, watching the trees roll by, underneath the beautiful clearing of the open sky. Feel the steady rhythm, let it wash your worries away. We're just coasting into the sunset of a perfect day. Yeah. Yeah. Every turn we take is a step into a brighter space. Finding our true rhythm in this quiet, peaceful place. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Country road drive sessions, foggy night on four wheels, heading deep into the green. Keep driving, keep dreaming, don't look back in anger. Yeah, just cruise. The seat facing the street was already taken when I got there, which felt disappointing for about 10 seconds. And somebody stood up, gathered their things, finished the last sip of coffee and left like they'd been saving it for me. The seat facing the street was always the best one, not because it was comfortable. The chair actually squeaked every time you moved, not because the table was bigger, it definitely wasn't. The view did all the work, a flower shop across the road, a bakery half a block away, a bus stop where people checked schedules and ignored them at the same time. I ordered coffee, sat down, and immediately forgot about everything I was supposed to do outside. A cyclist stopped to tie a shoelace, a dog refused to continue walking, a delivery driver carried far too many boxes and somehow made it work. The seat facing the street turned ordinary afternoons into something worth watching. A little girl balanced carefully along the edge of a curb like she was crossing a canyon. An older couple shared one umbrella even though it wasn't raining. A man walked past holding flowers, looking slightly nervous, which somehow made the flowers feel more important. The sunlight shifted across the sidewalk, the traffic light changed again and again. People appeared then disappeared every few seconds. Tiny stories with no beginning and no ending, just enough information to make you curious. The coffee cooled, the playlist changed, the room filled and emptied. The afternoon kept moving at exactly the right speed. A student sat nearby trying to work, but every few minutes they looked outside too. The street was winning. The seat facing the street had a way of doing that, making the world more interesting than whatever was happening on a screen. A bus arrived, a bus left, someone missed it, someone caught it, someone waved back. The city quietly performed its daily routine without realizing anybody was watching. By late afternoon, the shadows grew longer. The flower shop started bringing plants inside. The bakery looked emptier. The sidewalks looked calmer. The day was beginning to fold itself away. I finished my coffee a little slower than usual. The seat facing the street was still the best one, not because of the chair, not because of the table, because it reminded me how much life happens when you stop and pay attention.
The newspaper nobody finished was still sitting there, folded neatly beside a coffee cup that had gone cold hours ago. Nobody seemed to know who left first, the coffee or the person. The table by the window had changed owners several times already. Morning customers, lunch customers, afternoon customers came and went, but the newspaper stayed exactly where it was, like it had reserved its own seat. The headline peeked out from beneath the fold. Something important, probably politics, weather, markets, the kind of news that feels urgent for a day, then disappears. A student sat down, read half an article while waiting for a friend, then left. An older man finished the crossword except for one square, and somehow that felt intentional. A woman carrying flowers read the sports section for 3 minutes, then laughed at something on her phone. The newspaper kept traveling without moving from the table outside. The city carried on. A cyclist stopped at the light. A dog barked at absolutely nothing. A delivery truck blocked half the street, and somehow nobody seemed surprised. The sunlight moved across the floor, touching the newspaper, then the coffee cup, then the empty chair, like it was checking everything was still there. The playlist changed twice, the barista changed shifts. The afternoon crowd arrived, the morning crowd disappeared. The newspaper remained patient, unfinished. A guy near the counter read one article about a place he'd never visit. A woman by the door read a movie review, then immediately bought tickets online. Somebody folded the paper a different way, somebody unfolded it again. The story continued without the original reader, and somehow that felt fitting. Most things do. We start conversations, other people finish them. We recommend songs, other people keep listening. We leave books, other people find them. The newspaper nobody finished started feeling less like an object and more like a guest, quietly spending the whole afternoon in the cafe. The coffee beside it had gone completely cold long ago, yet nobody removed it. Maybe because it felt connected to the story, a reminder that somebody sat here, looked out the window, read a few pages, then left without knowing their newspaper would spend the day meeting strangers. By early evening, the sunlight faded, the room grew quieter, chairs empty, the city softened. The staff finally noticed the newspaper still sitting there. One of them picked it up, looked around, waited a moment, then smiled, like they'd been expecting this all along. The newspaper nobody finished eventually left too, folded carefully, carried behind the counter. Its journey over, its stories unread, and somehow that felt like a pretty good ending.
Yeah, the fog is officially cleared out. Look up at the sky, it's a brilliant wide open blue. No more second guessing, no more looking back. We're stepping into tomorrow with our heads held high. Foggy night, let's make history. Come on. Hey. Na, 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 yeah. Yeah. Lacing on my sneakers tight, stepping out the front gate. No more standing around in the shadows, no more time to wait. That heavy white misty yesterday is finally gone from the town, leaving a beautiful blue canvas where the sun is shining down. I look at the long road stretching out so incredibly wide, with a burning fire of confidence growing deep inside. Every single setback and mistake that I had to face was just preparing my feet for this amazing, beautiful race. The fresh wind is at my back, pushing me along the track, giving me the perfect silent rhythm for this motivation and track. I see the horizon clearing up, a brilliant and open view, full of brand new opportunities waiting for me and you. Gotta step out of the comfort zone, leave the doubts behind, unlocking the full potential of a clear, focused mind. We walk through the darkness, we survived the cold night. Now we're beautiful softly standing in the victorious daylight. Step into tomorrow, see the beautiful blue sky shine. Everything is moving in the perfect harmony is line. We walked through the mist, we stood the long heavy fight, and now we're celebrating together in the bright daylight. Yeah, stepping into tomorrow, feeling so strong, singing our hearts out to this triumphant song. Listen, 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 listen. Every single cloud really had a silver lining. Look at the morning sun, man, it's so beautifully shining. The acapella choir singing so sweet and so grand in the back, keeping my momentum moving forward on the right track. No more blind spots clouding up my vision today. I'm running forward at full speed, breaking the gates away. My channel, my music, my community, my vision is so clear. There's no room for doubt anymore and no room for fear. We took the great canvas of the fog and we painted it with gold. The greatest turnaround story that was ever successfully told. I see the people smiling, waving as I march on by, spreading the positive energy up into the open sky. Double time flow, but the delivery stays confident and smooth, proving to the world that we got nothing left to prove. We built this sanctuary from scratch, block by block, and now our foundation is as solid as a mountain rock. So keep your chin up, look straight into the bright light. We're officially moving past the memory of the foggy night. Step into tomorrow, see the beautiful blue sky shine. Everything is moving in a perfect harmony is line. We walked through the mist, we stood the long heavy fight, and now we're celebrating together in the bright daylight. The daylight is breaking. We conquer the shadow. Now we fully own the day. Yeah, see the light shine. The daylight is breaking. Step into tomorrow, into tomorrow, into tomorrow, step into tomorrow. Foggy Night production. Listen to tomorrow. We made it through the storm. The sky is blue. The future is ours. Keep moving, keep shining. Keep smiling. Thank you for listening. Yeah. Out into the
Up here in the attic library, away from the rest of the world, just my old books, the warm yellow light, and a smooth beat. Let's open a page, check it out. Sitting on the beanbag with a cup of chamomile tea, got a dusty old poetry book resting on my knee. The fog outside is pressing heavy against the glass roof, but inside this little hideout I got the perfect proof that peace is something you build from the inside out. Away from the noise, the crowds, and the constant doubt, the wooden beams above me smell like memories and time as I align my thoughts to the rhythm of this rhyme. The yellow light of the lamp is casting shadows soft, turning my private corner into a holy loft. I turn a page slow, savoring the paper scent, feeling so incredibly grateful for the way the evening went. No notifications flashing, no screen to blind my eyes, just the timeless wisdom of the clever and the wise. A cappella backing, singing sweet jazz chords in the dark, igniting in my imagination a creative little spark. In my attic library, letting the hours drift by, underneath the cozy warmth of the indoor sky. Feel the swinging rhythm, let it clear your mind, leaving all the heavy digital noise far behind. Yeah, up in the hideout, feeling so serene, the most beautiful sanctuary I've ever seen. Check. I organize my life like the books on the old shelf, taking some quality time just to understand myself. The mouth drums are clicking so crisp and so clean, creating a nostalgic texture for this late night scene. The Rhodes piano chords enter gently with the sparkle bright, matching the peaceful energy of the attic night. Double time rap delivery, but the posture stays calm and low, matching the steady ticking pace of the clock's flow. I see the moon peeking through the foggy skylight window pane, like a friendly neighbor checking in on me again. We don't need a map when we're navigating our own soul, just letting the literature and music make us whole. My channel, my music, my creative little space, spreading the comforting vibrations to every single place. So I write another line, close the notebook with a smile, grateful for the peace I haven't felt in a while. In my attic library, letting the hours drift by, underneath the cozy warmth of the indoor sky. Feel the swinging rhythm, let it clear your mind, leaving all the heavy digital noise far behind. Just taste the absolute sweetness of a quiet mind. Let the heavy worries roll away from behind. Another perfect late night session in the attic. Foggy Night production, keeping it bright, cozy, and smart. Stay inspired, read a book tonight, peace. Peace.
Yeah. Gathered around a little bonfire in the yard. Got some sweet potatoes roasting in the embers. Smells amazing. The evening air is chilly, but this fire, man, is perfect. Come closer, let's warm up. Watch the orange sparks flying up into the dark sky, like a colony of fireflies dancing up on high. The fog from earlier is settling around the trees, but we're completely safe from the biting winter breeze. Sitting on a wooden bench wrapped in a blanket tight, savoring the absolute peace of this backyard night. I pull a hot potato straight out of the glowing coal, peeling back the burnt skin, feeding my hungry soul. Look at the steam rising up in the cool air. Nothing else matters when you're sitting right here. The acapella backing feels like a velvet glove, warming up the atmosphere with the sense of pure love. We share a sweet bite, talk about the old days, hypnotized gently by the dancing campfire blaze. No fancy heaters needed, no expensive neon lights, just the honest rustic beauty of these country house nights. Around the backyard bonfire, keeping the chill away, washing out the heavy stress of a busy day. Feel the cozy rhythm flowing through the night air. Nothing but warmth and comfort right here. Yeah, watching the fire burn so bright, everything is feeling so right. Yeah, look at the embers glow. Look, I organize my thoughts like the logs on the fire, letting the positive energy rise a little higher. Acapella beats clicking smooth and so clean, the most comforting station that you've ever seen. Double time flow, but the delivery stays low and relaxed, leaving all the heavy digital worries completely unpacked. My channel, my family, my private little zone, where we can gather around and never feel alone. Now look at the smoke drifting up through the pine, reminding me that life is moving just fine. It teaches me to cherish the simple things we hold, sweeter than diamonds, richer than gold. So take another breath, feel the warmth on your chest, realizing that these slow nights are truly the best. We watch the fire fade down to a soft red glow, grateful for the peace that only nature can show.
Around the backyard bonfire, keeping the chill away, washing out the heavy stress of a busy day. Feel the cozy rhythm flowing through the night air. Nothing but warmth and comfort right here. This is where the beautiful story starts. Safe from the fog, safe from the cold, the sweetest memory to hold. Backyard, bum, 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 bum. Backyard bonfire sessions. Backyard, Foggy Night production. Keeping it extra warm and cozy. Enjoy the sweet potatoes, man. Good night to the yard. Somebody watered the flowers early, before most of the street woke up, before the bakery opened, before the first bus arrived. The sidewalks were still quiet, the air felt cool, and the sunlight had only just started. Touching the tops of buildings, a woman stood outside with a watering can, moving slowly from one flower pot to the next, like she had all morning. And honestly, maybe she did. The flowers looked happier, if flowers can do that. The leaves caught little drops of water that reflected sunlight, like tiny pieces of glass. A cat stretched near a doorway, a delivery truck turned the corner. The city was waking up, one sound at a time. Somebody watered the flowers early, and somehow the whole street looked better because of it. The cafe owner arrived, unlocked the door, rolled up the shades, and placed a small sign outside. The smell of coffee soon followed. A cyclist passed, holding breakfast in one hand and steering badly with the other. An old man walked slowly toward the park, the same route he seemed to take every morning. The flower pots stayed right where they always were, but today they seemed impossible to ignore. Bright colors, fresh leaves, little reminders that somebody cared enough to wake up early and look after them. The bakery opened, people appeared, the sidewalks filled, conversations started. The ordinary rhythm of the day returned, but the flowers remained quietly doing their job, making the street feel more alive. The woman had already left long before anyone noticed. The watering can was gone, the door was closed, and yet her work stayed behind. In every window box, every flower pot, every patch of color along the street. Somebody watered the flowers early, and most people will never know who they'll walk past without noticing. They'll check their phones, catch their buses, order their coffee, and continue their day. But every now and then someone will stop for half a second and think, the street looks nice today, without realizing why. The sunlight climbed higher, the morning became afternoon, the city became busy. The flowers stayed exactly where they were, brightening corners that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. Somebody watered the flowers early, and honestly that was enough to make the whole neighborhood feel a little warmer for the rest of the day. Somebody left a bookmark halfway through the book. A simple piece of paper, nothing fancy, nothing valuable, but somebody had been here before me, and somehow that made the book feel different. The bookstore was quiet, not silent, just comfortable, the kind of quiet that belongs to old shelves. Wood wooden floors and people who enjoy taking their time. Sunlight drifted across the room, slowly climbing from one shelf to another, like it had nowhere else to be. The owner stood near the counter, talking with the regular about weather, coffee, and things that didn't matter enough to become news, but mattered enough to become conversation. I opened the book right where the bookmark rested. The page looked ordinary, the words looked ordinary, but I couldn't stop wondering who had stopped reading there. Maybe they got distracted, maybe they found something worth thinking about. Maybe somebody called, maybe the coffee arrived, maybe they simply decided the story could wait. The bookstore door opened, a bell rang softly. A woman stepped inside, looked around, smiled at the shelves, and immediately walked to the fiction section like she'd been there before. A student near the window hadn't turned a page for quite some time. Instead, they watched people walking past outside. A dog stopped near the flower shop across the street. A cyclist waited for a light to change. A little kid pointed at something invisible and laughed. The afternoon continued doing what afternoons do, moving quietly without asking permission. Somebody left a bookmark and somehow the whole room felt connected by tiny things people would never notice. The same sunlight, the same shelves, the same old chair near the back wall, the same smell of coffee drifting through the room, the same page waiting patiently for somebody else to continue. I kept reading for a little while, then stopped, not because the story ended, because the day felt too good to rush through. Outside, the sky was bright, the sidewalks were busy. The flower shop owner was carrying buckets of fresh flowers toward the entrance. A couple shared a drink at the cafe nearby. A delivery driver locked a bicycle and disappeared around a corner. Tiny moments appear and then fading away. The bookmark stayed exactly where it was, quietly holding its place in the middle of somebody else's day. When I finally stood up, I slipped the book back onto the shelf and left the bookmark back where I'd found it. Maybe somebody else would wonder too about the stranger before them. Maybe that's what bookmarks are for, not just saving pages, but leaving behind small reminders that somebody was here, looking at the same words, thinking different thoughts on a different afternoon, under the same sunlight. The guy in front of me bought flowers, standing in the checkout line. Nothing seemed unusual for a Thursday after 5. Yellow roses wrapped in paper, carefully held in his hand, like they mattered more than anything, like he already had a plan. The cashier smiled and wished him luck. He laughed and thanked her twice. Maybe he was meeting someone, maybe he was just being nice. The automatic door swung open, the sunlight hit the street, and for a second everybody looked a little softer than before. The guy in front of me bought flowers and somehow changed the day. Nothing really happened, but I remember it anyway. The guy in front of me bought flowers, simple as it sounds. Sometimes little moments turn the whole world around. I carried home my groceries past the bakery on the corner. Someone was tuning a guitar outside the coffee shop. A dog barked at a pigeon, a bicycle rolled by slow. Everything kept moving the way ordinary evenings go. But But somehow I kept thinking about those flowers in his hands. How easy it is to forget the beauty in simple plans. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and the memory stayed behind. A small reminder, happiness can show up without a sign.
The tire that comes from actually doing things. Not the drain kind, not the nothing kind. The kind where your body knows it was used right. Feet sore because you walk somewhere good. Whole day happened, start to finish. Didn't waste it, didn't overthink it. Just showed up for each part as it came. That's harder than it sounds. Some days, shower hit different after a day like this. Stood in there longer than necessary. Not avoiding anything, just enjoying hot water and a good day. That combination, not every day feels like it counted. This one did, I can tell. Something about the specific weight of coming home with nothing left to give. Good kind of tired, good kind of done. Good kind of empty after a good kind of run. Everything I had, I used it up right. Good kind of tired, good kind of night. Yeah. Made something simple for dinner, didn't matter. Food tastes better when you earned it somehow. Sat on the floor eating, no reason, just felt right. Floor's underrated. Went through the photos from today on my phone. Didn't take many, that's actually good. Means I was in it more than documenting. Present and accounted for. Full attendance. Texted a few people, short ones. Just hey, just thinking of you. Just this small maintenance on things that matter. Relationships need water, just like the plant. Not every day feels like it counted. This one did, I can tell. Something about the specific weight of coming home with nothing left to give. Good kind of tired, good kind of done. Good kind of empty after a good kind of run. Everything I had, I used it up right. Good kind of tired, good kind of night. Window open, evening air coming through. City settling into its nighttime version. Different energy after 8, more honest. People outside because they want to be. Sat with it a while before bed. Not scrolling, just sitting, rare achievement. Thought about nothing in particular. Thoughts just passing through, not sticking. This is what a good day leaves behind. Not highlights, not a story to tell. Just a quiet satisfaction in the body. The feeling of having been alive on purpose. To be remembered, just needed it. To be real, just needed to be in it. Use my legs, use my eyes. Talk to people, bought a plane. Ate good, walked long, came home for good kind of tired, good kind of done, good kind of empty after a good kind of run. Everything I had, I use it up right. Good kind of tired, good kind of night. Shower, floor dinner, photos I didn't break enough of. Short text, window open, plant watered. Good kind of tired, yeah, good kind of night. Sleep well. Left the house with no particular reason. Just needed air and the legs agreed. No headphones today, that's the experiment. Just the actual sounds of everything. First block bakery, smell stopped me cold. Stood outside for 10 seconds just breathing. Didn't go in, didn't eat to. Just borrowed the smell, no charge. Kid on a bike, way too big for him. Wobbling but committed, not giving up. Parent jogging behind, arms out ready. That's love, that's just what love looks like. City's got a different sound on weekends. Less rushing, more bumping into things. Less destination, more what's over there. That's the walk I
I needed today. We can walk, nowhere to be. We can walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. We can walk. Found a street market 3 blocks off my route. Rows of stuff laid out on folding tables. Someone selling plants, someone selling records, someone selling things I couldn't identify. Stopped at the plant table, talked to the guy. He explained everything I didn't ask about. Knew every plant by name, origin, preference. That enthusiasm, you can't manufacture that. Left with a small succulent, didn't plan to. $5 green thing, instant commitment. Now I have a plan, a responsibility. Named him already, that was fast. No regrets. City's got a different sound on weekends. Less rushing, more bumping into things. Less destination, more what's over there. That's the walk I needed today. We can walk, nowhere to be. We can walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. We can walk. Sat by the fountain in the small park, the one nobody talks about but everyone knows. Pigeons doing the thing with full confidence, living entirely without self-doubt. Iconic old couple sharing 1 ice cream, 2 spoons, not talking, just eating, completely comfortable. That's the goal, honestly, that level of ease. Decades in and still sharing dessert, respect. Walked home the long way, obviously. New plant in hand, sun doing its afternoon thing. Felt like I done something without doing much. Those are the best kind of days, the low effort ones. Didn't plan the plant, didn't plan the market, didn't plan the fountain, didn't plan the old couple, didn't plan to feel this good. Just walked out the door, and the day did the rest. That's the secret, that's the whole thing. We can walk, nowhere to be. We can walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. We can walk. Bakery smell, wobbling kid. $5 plant, old couple, 2 spoons, long way home, no regrets, not one. The last empty seat by the window was waiting when I walked inside. The afternoon was half exhausted. The lunch crowd had already died. A woman folded up a newspaper. A student packed away a pen. The cafe felt like it was breathing slowly in and out again. I set my coffee on the table, watched the steam begin to fade. Outside a man was walking nowhere, just enjoying the shade. A bicycle rolled past the bakery. Someone waved across the street. Nothing seemed particularly important, and somehow that felt complete. The last empty seat by the window turned into my favorite place. A front row view of ordinary life, moving at its gentle pace. The last empty seat by the window, nothing special, nothing grand, just enough room for a quiet day to unfold exactly as planned. The sun moved slowly across the glass, drawing shapes upon the floor. A couple shared a slice of cheesecake near the little wooden door. Someone laughed into their phone call. Someone missed the bus outside. Someone stood beneath the traffic light and watched the clouds drift by. Hours slipped without permission. Songs drifted through the air, the kind of songs you barely notice until they're no longer there. The coffee cup grew lighter, the room became more gold. The afternoon kept telling stories without a single word being told. The last empty seat by the window stayed with me after I left. Some days become a memory
without trying to be their best. The last empty seat by the window still visits me sometimes whenever life gets louder and I need a quieter mind.
Ran for the last train, just barely made it. Doors closed right behind me, caught my breath slow. Found a seat near the window, middle car. Tunnel lights streaming past like punctuation. Oh God, 2 seats down already snoring. Kid across the aisle, game sound leaking out. Woman near the door, eyes closed, arms crossed. Everyone going somewhere, nobody talking. This is the last train, everyone knows it. There's something honest about that, I think. No pretending you have somewhere better to be. Just going home, or close enough to it. Tunnel gets long and then opens up. City lights come back for a second, then gone again, then back again. That's kinda what the day felt like. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, but get on and it's another day. Either way you move. What that about riding all the way to the end, just to see what the last stop looks like? Nothing urgent waiting back at home, nobody checking if I'm there or not. But hunger's practical, hunger doesn't wait. Got off 2 stops early, follow my stomach. That's what grounds me when I drift too far. Not philosophy, just rhyming honestly. Convenience store, but the corner's still open. One instant cup, waited 3 minutes. First sip hit different after a long day. Hot broth does something words can't really do. Tunnel gets long and then opens up. City lights come back for a second, then gone again, then back again. That's kinda what today felt like. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, or get on and it's another day. Either way you move. Walked home slow, no reason to rush. Street was mostly quiet, few people out. Someone walking the dog, dog sniffed the pole. Life happening at its own pace. Good. Key in the door, shoes off, lights on low. Drop my bag in the same spot as always. Stood in the kitchen for a minute, just standing, not doing anything, just arriving. There's a version of me that has it together, plans ahead and sleeps on time and calls people back. I'm working on that version, I think, or at least I'm not working on it. Last train already left. I was on it though, that counts. Got where I needed. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, get on and it's another day. Either way I move. Last train, made it, got off, ate something warm, went home, good enough, sleep. First cup of the morning hits different every single time, never gets old. Hands around the mug before it's ready, steam coming up, already feeling better. Didn't sleep bad, but didn't sleep great. Somewhere in the middle, call it fine. First coffee doesn't judge that though, takes you as you are at 7 a.m.
Window light still doing that soft thing where everything looks warmer than it is. Could be cold outside, doesn't matter yet. Inside the mug is where the world starts. Before the phone, before the news, before I know what the day wants from me. There's just this, just the mug, just the steam, just the quiet. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. Took it to the window, stood there a while. Watched the street figure itself out below. Delivery guy already on his third run. Pigeons doing pigeon things consistent. Someone walking a dog, dog leading. Pretty sure the human's just along for the ride. That's a good arrangement, honestly. Let the dog pick the direction, sound strategy. Mug got lighter, morning got louder. City starting to remember what it's for. But I held on to the quiet a little longer. One more sip before the day gets opinions. Before the phone, before the news, before I know what the day wants from me. There's just this, just the mug, just the steam, just the quiet. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. Second cup is good, but it's not the same. First one carries something the others don't. Maybe it's the contrast from sleep to awake. Maybe it's just chemistry, either works. Made a smart plan while the ghetto ran again. Nothing ambitious, just a direction. Do this, then that, then see what happens. Low stakes planning, highest success rate. Days that start like this tend to go okay. Not perfect, just okay, which is actually good. Okay is underrated. Okay is solid ground. Build anything on okay. That's my experience. The first coffee says go, I usually listen. First coffee says slow down, try to listen. First coffee doesn't talk, obviously, but you know what I mean. First coffee just knows, and so do I. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. 7 a.m. steam rising, dog leading, human pigeons decided. Second cup later, first cup now, yeah. First cup now. First cup now. Yeah, found this cafe 3 weeks ago by accident. Took a wrong turn, nose let me in. Smell of coffee hit before the door did. Sat down and never fully left, honestly. Corner table by the window, that's my seat, not officially, but everyone knows. Barista started making my order when she saw me coming through the glass. That's belonging, that's what that is. No paperwork required, no formal membership. Just a regular Tuesday, same order. And suddenly somewhere feels like yours. Small things add up to something. Corner table, remembered order. Don't need much to feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Corner cafe, corner table. Same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. Yeah, yeah. This little piece is mine. Laptop open, actually getting things done. Something about being out that makes me focus. Home has too many things that need doing here. I'm just a person with the coffee. Guy next to me is drawing in a notebook. Hasn't looked up in 40 minutes. Respect, woman across is on a call whispering. We're all in our own world, same room. That's the thing about a good cafe. Everyone's alone, but nobody's lonely. Shared space, separate bubbles works better than it has any right to. Small things add up to something. Corner table, remembered order. Don't need much to feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Corner cafe, corner table.
Same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. This little piece is mine. Yeah. Second drink came without asking. Barista just appeared, set it down, walked off. Didn't make a thing of it, that's the move. Acts of kindness that don't ask for a reaction. Stay till the light outside change color. Afternoon gold hitting the window sideways. Laptop closed, just sat there for a minute, taking it in before it became evening. Packed up slow, said bye on the way out. She said see you tomorrow, wasn't wrong. That's a relationship, low stakes, consistent, built on coffee and a corner table and nothing else. Didn't plan to find this place, didn't know I needed it. Wrong turn became a right one. That happens more than people say. Corner cafe, corner table, same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. Corner table, remembered order. Afternoon gold, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, same time. Saturday morning, no alarm needed. Woke up on my own, which never happens. Like coming through the curtain diagonal, dust floating in it. Actually kinda pretty. Stretch for 30 seconds, caught the workout. Put the coffee on before I did anything else. Priorities straight, that's personal growth. Kettles boiling, they already winning. Pulled the window open, let the air in. Street sounds different on a Saturday. Less urgency in the footsteps down below. Everyone moving like they chose to be outside. Nothing on the calendar, check twice. That feeling when there's actually nothing. Whole day just sitting there open. Don't even know what to do first, good problem. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open, just right here, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. Made eggs. Took my time about it. No reason to rush, so I didn't. Stood at the stove in yesterday's shirt. Spatula in hand like I own the place. Playlist going something with the beat. Started moving a little, no one's watching. Kitchen dancing is a legitimate form of starting the day right, scientifically. Neighbor's dog barking, that's something again. Probably a leaf, that dog's committed. Respect the energy, honestly. Wake up and bark at everything. Bold choice, on the calendar, check twice. That feeling when there's actually nothing. Whole day just sitting there open. Don't even know what to do first, good problem. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open, just right here, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. Walked outside around 11. No destination, just direction. Turn left because right felt too familiar. Ended up somewhere I never been before. A little street with plants outside the building. Someone had hung laundry between windows. Cat on a ledge doing absolutely nothing. Living the dream. Full send, no notes. Bought a drink from a card I'd never tried. Sat on a bench and watched people pass. Everyone had somewhere loosely in mind. Nobody looked like they were in a hurry. This is the day, but no plan required. Just move when I feel like it. Stop when I want, eat when I'm hungry. Sit when I'm not. Saturday, doing what Saturday does. Just being here for it. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open, this right here, this is it. This is the one. Saturday, eggs, open window, left turn, bench, drink I never tried. Good one, good one, yeah, good one. Yeah, yeah. Dum 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 da da dum 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 dum. The street light flickered twice tonight at the corner near my place. The same old light I've walked beneath 100 times at least. A convenience store was closing. Someone stacked the final crate. The owner waved at passing strangers before locking up the gate. A cat appeared beside a fence, then vanished just as fast, like it had somewhere more important to be than where I passed. The air was cool and smelled like rain, though none had fallen yet. One of those ordinary evenings you somehow don't forget. The street light flickered twice tonight, like it was trying to say hello. The city wasn't doing much, but I didn't need it to. Street light flickered twice tonight, and somehow that was enough for a quiet walk through familiar streets without thinking too much. Thinking too much. A bus rolled by, almost empty, the driver staring straight ahead. A couple laughed beneath an awning, sharing fries instead. The apartment windows glowed above, tiny stories in the sky. People living different lives, only separated by height. The night kept moving patiently, without asking anything. And for a little while the world felt small in the nicest way to me. The street light flickered twice tonight, still shining when I turned around. Some evenings don't need fireworks, just familiar little sound.
Coffee stains on my notebook from a morning running late. The kind of mark you swear you'll clean and decide it looks okay. The window carried winter sunlight across the corner of the page. People hurried through the crosswalk like they were racing through the day. I wrote down half an idea, then crossed the whole thing out again. Sometimes inspiration wanders in, sometimes it just pretends. The barista knew my order before I reached the counter line. I spent enough afternoons here to lose track of the passing time. Coffee stains on my notebook, little circles left behind. Funny how the smallest accidents become part of the design. Coffee stains on my notebook, stories written in between all the things I plan to finish and the places I have been. Outside somebody walked a golden retriever past the bakery next door. The smell of fresh bread kept arriving every 20 minutes or more. A cyclist stopped beneath the traffic light, waiting for it to change. The clouds drifted over downtown without a destination. The afternoon kept unfolding, one quiet moment at a time, like a song that doesn't hurry toward the ending of its line. Coffee stains on my notebook, little circles left behind. Funny how the smallest accidents become part of the design. Eventually the sunlight left the room, but the stain stayed on the paper like proof I had been there too.
The vending machine was glowing blue at 1 beside the station. Nobody talking on the platform, just tired shoes and destinations.
A woman held a paper coffee. A student carried too much weight. Someone checked the last train schedule. Someone realized they were late.
The city sounded different now, without the traffic and the noise. Just distant air conditioners humming and echoes of forgotten voices.
I bought a drink I didn't need, mostly just to stay awake. Watch the lights reflect on puddles left behind from yesterday's rain.
The machine clicked and dropped the bottle. A small mechanical reply.
Funny how a little moment can keep a lonely night alive. Midnight vending machine,
Still awake when nobody's around.
midnight vending machine.
Only light for blocks around.
Everybody passing through.
Carrying stories they don't tell.
Midnight vending machine.
Knows the city pretty well. The city pretty well. A train arrived almost empty. 3 people stepped onto the floor. A businessman loosened his necktie like he'd done 1,000 times before.
A girl with headphones kept on smiling at something on her phone screen. A delivery rider stopped nearby for a drink in 15 minutes peace.
Nobody knew each other there.
Nobody needed to explain
Why they were standing in the darkness underneath.
neon after rain. For a little while we shared the silence, then disappeared into the night,
Like pages from different stories.
passing briefly through the light.
Da-da-da-da.
Midnight vending machine.
Still awake when nobody's around.
Midnight vending machine.
Only light
For blocks around. Everybody passing through.
carrying stories they don't tell.
Midnight vending machine.
Knows the city pretty well.
Dum, 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 dum.
The city pretty well.
Dum, 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 dum.
The last train left without a hurry. The streets
Grew quiet and
and the blue light kept on glowing.
waiting for whoever came next.
Yeah. Yeah. Eating alone, got used to it a while back. One seat at the table, that's enough space. Pick whatever I want, no negotiating. Should feel like freedom, mostly does. But sometimes when I'm staring at the menu, just wish I had someone to ask. Not for advice, just for the asking. What do you feel like? That one question. It's different when there's nobody there. Not the dramatic thing, shouldn't be heavy, but turns out small things have weight. The small ones especially, quietly. Not lonely every day, not even most days. Just certain moments catch me off guard a little. Alone is fine, but sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Saw something funny on the way home. Kinda wanted to show someone right then.
Sent it to a group chat. 3 people reacted, not the same. Close though appreciated. There's a difference between sharing and sending. One of them happens in the same room, same air, same moment. Turn into someone. That specific thing I miss sometimes. Laughing alone works, I do it often. Something's just different when it doubles. When the other person gets it at the same time. That overlap, that's the part I mean. Not lonely every day, not even most days. Just certain moments catch me off guard a little. Alone is fine, but sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Living alone teaches you specific things. How long you can go without talking out loud, which sounds the apartment makes at night. How to be your own company mostly, but also what presence does to a room. How different it feels when someone else is breathing nearby. Not even doing anything, just existing close. That changes the air somehow, I notice. Got good at the solo version of most things. Cooking for one, watching things alone. Making decisions without a second opinion. Capable, definitely capable. Don't have to force anything. Don't need to explain the feeling. Just being honest that someone nearby would be nice. Not every day, just some days, just sometimes. That's all I meant, alone is fine. But sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Yeah, it's fine, I'm fine. But yeah, just sometimes. Good night. Good night. 8 a.m. alarm, hit snooze without thinking. 5 minutes turning 30 every single time. Know it before it happens, do it anyway. That's not failure, that's just how mornings work. Coffee machine kicks on in the other room. Set it up last night, one thing I do right. Smell gets to me before the sound stops. That's when I actually start to move. Scroll the news for 30 seconds, close it. Too much before noon, learn it the hard way. Rather watch the clouds shift outside the window, or just sit with the coffee and not explain it. Nothing groundbreaking before 10. That's a rule I made for myself. Works about half the time. Half the time is good enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning, same cup, same window. That's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Lunch is the same as 3 days ago. Tried something new last month, didn't land right. Familiar taste isn't giving up. Familiar taste is knowing what you need. Afternoon hits and the energy drops. Third coffee, know I'm over the limit and reaches anyway. Habits like that, habits are just who you've decided to be slowly. Answered some emails, avoided 2 of them. Told myself I'd get to them tomorrow. Tomorrow me will handle it, he's capable. We have an understanding, me and tomorrow me. Nothing groundbreaking before 10. That's a rule I made for myself. Works about half the time. Half the time is good enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning, same cup, same window. That's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Evening comes without a big announcement. Light just shifts and suddenly it's dark. Made dinner, something simple. Stood while eating, not sad about it. Just a fish and called one person. Talked for 12 minutes. Hung up, feeling more like myself again. Funny how that works. One conversation fills something back up that I didn't notice empty. Check tomorrow's weather before bed. Laid out close, set the same alarm. Small preparations for a small life. Small life isn't an insult. I decided wanna change some things, but this is also me want to do more. But rest is also something wanna be better. Working on it slow, slow. It's still moving is enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning. Same cup, same window, that's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Same alarm, same coffee, same window, same me. Not bad, honestly, not bad. Good night. Good night. Raindrops on the window, one by one, just watching them race down, not picking sides. Don't know what I'm waiting on exactly. Sitting still just feels okay today. Coffee went cold again, third time this week. Got distracted, forgot, it doesn't really matter. Still sweet, too much sugar is always cold. Sweet coffee still counts as comfort. Room's the same as it was this morning. Nothing moved, nothing needed to. Sometimes the stillness is an emptiness. Sometimes it's just the world giving you space. Not looking for anything out there, not avoiding anything in here. Just sitting at the edge of both, watching the rain decide. Outside the window, gray. Inside, quiet. Somewhere between the two, that's where I am. Right there, just right there. Book's been open to the same page. Dog-ear corner, been a month like that. Same character, frozen mid-sentence, waiting on me, probably giving up. Funny how I feel more like the story, lost inside a plot I didn't outline. Character who keeps getting distracted by rain and cold coffee and nothing. Tried to read 3 times this afternoon, got 4 sentences in each time. That's 12 sentences total, not bad. Told myself that and meant it a little. Not looking for anything out there, not avoiding anything in here. Just sitting at the edge of both, watching the rain decide. Outside the window, gray. Inside, quiet. Somewhere between the two, that's where I am. Right there, just right there. Afternoon became evening without asking. Light changed slow, I almost missed it. Orange came through the gray for a minute, then gray took it back. Fair enough. Days like this don't ask for much, don't ask you to be productive or present. Just ask you to notice the rain. Just ask you to sit and let it pass. Wish the rain came harder. No real reason behind it. Just like the sound filling up the room. Tap, 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 keeps me company. Doesn't ask me anything. Doesn't need me to respond. Just there, doing its thing. I can do mine. Outside the window, gray. Inside, quiet. Somewhere between the two, that's where I am. Right there, just right there. Window, rain, cold coffee, same page, me. Good enough, yeah, good enough today. Yeah. Yeah. The library stayed open late. The lights were glowing through the glass. Outside, the evening traffic faded as another hour passed. A student sat beside the window, highlighting every page. Someone searched the history section. Someone wandered shelf to shelf again. The air smelled faintly of old paper and books that had been there for years. Stories waiting patiently for curious hands and eyes and ears. A chair moved softly in the distance. A notebook landed on a desk. Someone whispered to a friend nearby, trying not to interrupt the rest. Outside, a cyclist crossed the corner, headlights sliding through the dark. Inside the room, the turning pages made their own familiar mark. I picked a book I wasn't looking for and sat beneath the hanging light. The kind of quiet little accident that somehow makes the evening right. The library stayed open late and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. A man returned a stack of novels, borrowed months before the spring. A girl was sketching in the notebook without worrying about a thing. Someone studied for an exam. Someone planned a trip somewhere. Someone simply needed silence and happened to find it there. The clock above the information desk kept moving without sound. Minutes disappearing quietly without needing to be found. Outside, the restaurants were filling with conversations and light, but inside the library lingered in its own version of the night. The rain began without much warning, tapping softly on the glass. Nobody seemed too concerned about it. Nobody hurried past. For a while the whole world narrowed to books and wooden chairs, to distant footsteps in the hallway, and the feeling that somebody cares. The library stayed open late and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. The rain was still falling gently when I finally stood to leave. The streets reflected every streetlight like something from a dream. I looked back through the front doors before walking on my way, and felt thankful for a place that chose to stay open a little late. The library stayed open late, and maybe that's why I stayed too. Some nights don't need excitement, just a quiet place to wander through. The library library stayed open late. The lights were glowing through the glass. Outside the evening traffic faded as another hour passed. The student sat beside the window, highlighting every page. Someone searched the history section. Someone wandered shelf to shelf again. The air smelt faintly of old paper and books that had been there for years. Stories waiting patiently for curious hands and eyes and ears. A chair moved softly in the distance. A notebook landed on a desk. Someone whispered to a friend nearby, trying not to interrupt the rest. Outside, a cyclist crossed the corner, headlights sliding through the dark. Inside the room, the turning pages made their own familiar mark. I picked a book I wasn't looking for and sat beneath the hanging light. The kind of quiet little accident that somehow makes the evening right. Dum-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. The library stayed open late, and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. A man returned a stack of novels borrowed months before the spring. A girl was sketching in the notebook without worrying about a thing. Someone studied for an exam, someone planned a trip somewhere, someone simply needed silence and happened to find it there. The clock above the information desk kept moving without sound, minutes disappearing quietly without needing to be found. Outside, the restaurants were filling with conversations in light, but inside the library lingered in its own version of the night. The rain began without much warning, tapping softly on the glass. Nobody seemed too concerned about it, nobody hurried past. For a while the whole world narrowed to books and wooden chairs, to distant footsteps in the hallway, and the feeling that somebody cares. The library stayed open late, and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. The rain was still falling gently when I finally stood to leave. The streets reflected every street light, like something from a dream. I looked back through the front doors before walking on my way, and felt thankful for a place that chose to stay open a little late. The library stayed open late, and maybe that's why I stayed too. Some nights don't need excitement, just a quiet place to wander through.
Somebody forgot their umbrella again. The clouds have been warning all day. The wind was already carrying rain, but they walked outside anyway. The first few drops landed softly on the shoulders of their coat. They looked up and started laughing instead of searching for hope. The traffic hissed across the pavement, the shop signs flickered on. The afternoon became an evening before anybody noticed it had gone. Somebody forgot their umbrella again, and somehow everything was fine. Not every mistake needs fixing, not every cloud is a sign. Somebody forgot their umbrella again. The rain came down slow and light. Sometimes getting caught in weather makes a memory worth keeping at night. Oh, da, 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 da. People hurry toward the station, umbrellas blooming down the road. The bakery windows fog with warmth, the cafe slowly overflowed. A child jumped across a puddle, a dog shook water from its fur. The city sounded different under the rain's soft blur. The storm wasn't in a hurry, neither was the evening sky. And for a little while the whole world seemed happy, just passing by. Somebody forgot their umbrella again, still smiling in the rain. Some days aren't meant to stay perfect, they're meant to happen that way. Sunlight filtering through the wooden blinds, leaving all the heavy, chaotic thoughts behind. Floating on a cloud made of pure melodies, drifting away on a gentle autumn breeze. My eyes are heavy, but my mind is so clear. In this twilight zone, there is nothing to fear. The world is rushing by outside my door, but I don't care about that rat race anymore. Eyes half closed, dreaming awake, safe from the promises we used to break. Floating in the space between the night and day, letting all the worries drift away, away. Da-dum dum da-da-dum dum 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 da-da-dum dum 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 dum. I hear a distant siren, a murmur of the crowd, but in here the silence is beautiful and loud. It's a conscious slumber, a peaceful retreat where the past and the future finally. No deadlines to meet, no expectations to hold, just watching the colors of the morning unfold, wrapped in the warmth of a vocal harmony. This is the only place I want to be. Is it real or is it just a fantasy? The way it feels like a sanctuary to me. Just a few more minutes in this golden glow before I have to wake up and go. Eyes half closed, dreaming awake and safe from the promises we used to break. Floating in the space between the night and day, letting all the worries drift away. Dreaming awake,
Yo. Yo. Pull that old box out from the closet. Let's go. Yeah. Flipping through the pages of a dusty old book, found a vintage Polaroid and had to take a look. Faded colors, wide smiles from a different time, back when we were young, searching for a perfect rhyme. No cell phones, no filters, just raw reality, captured in a square, a piece of you and me. You were wearing that oversized vintage sweater. We had no money, but things couldn't be better. Oh, the days we used to hold, brighter than gold. A story in a picture frame, never growing old, frozen in time. A beautiful design. I'm so glad that your past was intertwined with mine. I can almost hear the music that was playing in the back, and no cassette tape clicking on the stereo rack. We talked about the future, what we wanted to be, sailing across the world, wild and free. Now look at us, caught up in the daily grind, leaving all those simple dreams far behind. But this little piece of paper brings it all right back, putting my train of thought back on the track. Time is a thief, it steals the youth away, but it can't touch the memories we made that day. So I'll put it on the desk where I can see it clear, a reminder of the joy we held so dear. Oh, the days we used to hold, brighter than gold. A story in a picture frame, never growing old, frozen in time. A beautiful design. I'm so glad that your past was intertwined, well, with mine. Vintage Polaroid, keeping the flame alive. Yeah. Underground vocal vibe. Underground, ground, 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 ground.
Raindrops drumming on the coffee cup, staring at the phone, wishing you pick up. Steam rising slow like a fading dream, trapped inside a melancholy color scheme. The cafe is empty, just the barista and me, and the ghost of who we used to be, sipping on bitterness, masking the sweet, watching the umbrellas crowd the street. But the melody keeps me warm inside in this rainy day. There's no need to hide, let the droplets fall, let the tears run dry. We'll find the sun again by and by. I remember the days when we shared in code, leaving silly little love letters that you wrote. Now the ink is running blurred by the damp, sitting all alone under this dim desk lamp. The static in my head sounds just like the rain, a familiar loop of comfort and pain. But every drop that falls is a step to being free, washing away the dust on me. Maybe it's a blessing in a dark disguise, to see the world clearly through heavy eyes. The storm will pass, the sky will clear, but until it does, I'll just stay right here. But the melody keeps me warm inside in this rainy day. There's no need to hide, let the droplets fall, let the tears run dry. We'll find the sun again by and by. Coffee hiccups and rain, just a little bit of pain. Yeah. Midnight breeze. Check it out. Walking down the 4th Avenue late at night. Street lights flickering, painting it black and white. Got no destination, just a breeze in my hair, whispering secrets to the open air. Clock strikes 2, but the city don't sleep. Promises we made are too heavy to keep, so I leave them on the curb, let the wind take the weight. No more counting hours, no more fighting with fate. Just let the rhythm take the pain away. We'll find a better place at the break of day. Flowing with the midnight breeze, so cold. Story of a lonely soul, untold. Neon signs reflecting in the puddle of rain. A therapeutic rhythm washing over the pain. My sneakers hit the pavement, keeping the time. Searching for the reason in the beautiful rhyme. People pass me by like shadows in a dream. Nothing in this life is ever quite what it seems, but the bassline in my throat keeps me grounded and real. Chasing after ghosts just to feel what I feel. Close your eyes, let the city fade out. Forget about the fear, forget about the doubt. The night is a blanket covering the scars. Dancing alone underneath the hidden stars. Let the rhythm take the pain away. We'll find a better place at the break of day. Flowing with the midnight breeze, so cold. Story of a lonely soul, untold. Midnight breeze, yeah. Just let it blow. Keep it low, keep it slow.
Neon haze on window glass, another quiet hour passed. Walking down the street where the shadows grow long. Headphones on, listening to a forgotten song. The concrete's warm from the afternoon sun. Thinking about the things that we should have done, but there's a warmth that I can still trace inside. A summer smile that the darkness can't hide. Echoes of laughter in this empty room, chasing away all the city gloom. Oh, that summer smile, keep it for a while when the world gets cold. Running mile after mile, hold on to the light. Through the longest night, everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, gonna be alright. Fading memories like waves on the sand. Wish I could reach out and hold your hand, but time moves fast and the seasons change. Even the places we knew feel strange. Still, your voice is a ghost in the breeze, whispering softly through the maple trees. I take a breath and I let it go, moving along with the steady flow. Da-da-da-da. Sometimes the silence is too loud to bear, looking for signs, but there's nobody there. Then I remember the warmth of your eyes underneath the golden skies. Oh, that summer smile, keep it for a while when the world gets cold, running mile after mile. Hold on to the light, to the longest night. Everything's gonna be alright. Just get the summer sweat. Just get the summer sweat. Just get the summer sweat. Just a summer smile in time and space. The bus stop looked colder than usual, standing there before the sunrise. Street lights painted little circles under pale and sleepy skies. People wrapped inside their jackets, holding coffee in their hands, waiting for another weekday to begin again. The road was almost empty, the city barely awake. Everything felt suspended for a few more minutes' sake. The bus stop looked colder than usual, but somehow I didn't mind. Some mornings asked for silence before they asked for time. The bus stop looked colder than usual. The air was sharp and clean, the kind of morning people forget before it's fully seen. Then the buses started coming, the city finding its pace. The quiet slowly disappeared from every waiting face. Someone offered up a smile, someone held the door. Small things that make a morning feel warmer than before. The bus stop looked colder than usual, but that's not what I recall. I remember little moments shared among us all. Do 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 do. Two iced coffees and no plan, waiting by the window seat, watching people cross the street, trying to escape the heat. Someone dropped a shopping bag, someone missed the turning light. Nobody seemed in much of a hurry, everything felt right. Two iced coffees and no plan, nothing waiting up ahead. No schedule on the table, no destination in our heads. Two iced coffees and no plan. Sometimes that's enough, a little bit of sunshine and people that you trust. Hours slipped across the cafe without asking where they'd gone. Songs played through the speakers, soft enough to lean upon. The ice cubes slowly melted, leaving circles on the glass. The afternoon kept stretching like it never meant to pass. Two iced coffees and no plan, that's all we really needed. Some days become your favorite for reasons never stated. Two iced coffees and no plan still makes me smile somehow. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. Nobody checked the time, not once the whole afternoon. Sunlight wandered through the windows across the quiet room. The coffee slowly cooled beside us. The playlist drifted on, and every conversation felt exactly where it belonged. Someone talked about a road trip. Someone talked about a dream. Nobody tried to hurry anything in between. Nobody checked the time. Nobody had a plan. The hours floated by like waves across the sand. Nobody checked the time. Nobody checked. Nobody seemed to care. Nobody seemed. Sometimes the best moments happen when you're already there. Outside the city kept moving. Buses rolling down the street. People carrying shopping bags, passing everyone they meet. But inside the little cafe, the day moved differently. Like the whole world had decided to slow down patiently. The sunlight started fading, the shadows growing long. Still nobody reached for their phone or wondered where time had gone. Nobody checked the time, and maybe that's the reason why I still remember that afternoon. Whenever days rush by, nobody checked the time. Nobody needed it more. We stayed a little longer than we had before. The clouds had been threatening rain almost all afternoon. The cafe owner moved the chairs, expecting it pretty soon. People checked their weather apps and hurried on their way. But we sat by the little table outside anyway. The coffee smelled like roasted sugar. The breeze felt cool and slow. Nothing seemed particularly important. Nowhere else to go. We sat outside anyway, even when the sky turned gray. Sometimes the weather doesn't matter when you like where you stay. We sat outside anyway, watching the city unwind, letting the afternoon take its own sweet time. The first drops hit the pavement, making tiny silver rings. Someone laughed beneath an umbrella at a dozen little things. Cars rolled past with headlights glowing earlier than before. The rain kept falling softly,
like a song we'd heard before. The table got a little wetter, the coffee got a little cold, but somehow everything felt warmer than the stories people told. We sat outside anyway, long after the rain began. Some afternoons are worth remembering simply because they happened. We sat outside anyway, and if I had the chance, I'd probably do it all again.
Nobody was in a hurry today. The buses rode a little slow. People lingered by the crosswalk long after they could have gone. A dog was sleeping in the sunlight outside the bakery on Main. Someone sat with yesterday's newspaper, reading every page again. The traffic sounded softer somehow. The city breathed a different way, like everyone had silently agreed to leave some room inside the day. I bought a coffee from the corner shop, the same one that I always choose. The barista asked how I'd been doing and actually waited for the truth. The morning stretched across the windows, painting patterns on the floor. And for a while I stopped thinking about what came before. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody needed to run. The clouds drifted over the rooftop, slowly covering the sun. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody looked at the clock. The hours wandered through the city like they forgot they had to stop. Nobody was in a hurry today, and somehow neither was I. For once the world felt comfortable, just letting moments pass by. A bicycle leaned beside a flower shop, its basket full of yellow blooms. A child was drawing chalk animals across the edge of the sidewalk stone. Somebody practiced saxophone from an apartment down the block, missing notes and finding others echoing through open lots. Two friends sat outside a cafe, sharing stories over tea. Neither one seemed interested in where they had to be. The bakery sold out of croissants before the afternoon was through. People laughed about the disappointment like it was good news. The day wasn't extraordinary, nothing headline worthy happened, yet every little piece of it felt exactly where it should have been. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody needed to run. The clouds drifted over the rooftop, slowly covering the sun. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody looked at the clock. The hours wandered through the city like they forgot they had to stop. Nobody was in a hurry today, and somehow neither was I. For once the world felt comfortable, just letting moments pass by. Maybe we've been moving too quickly, trying to stay ahead of time, collecting lists and expectations like somehow they'd improve our lives. Maybe happiness arrives quietly without announcing where it's been. Maybe it waits inside an afternoon that asks for nothing in return. Maybe it lives in conversations that don't need anywhere to go, or in the sunlight on a table where a forgotten coffee grows cold. Maybe it hides inside the ordinary, the places we stop looking first. And maybe slowing down is not a weakness, maybe it's something we deserve.
Nobody was in a hurry today. The evening settled into gold. The shadows stretched across the sidewalks and wrapped around the road. Nobody was in a hurry today. The streetlights flickered one by one. The city slowly changed its colors, welcoming the coming dusk. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody needed anything more. And when the last cafe was closing, people lingered by the door. Nobody was in a hurry today. And that's the thing I'll remember most. Not what happened, but how it felt to let an ordinary day unfold. Sunshine on the grocery bags, walking home the longer way. Nothing waiting at the apartment, nothing urgent for today. Fresh bread wrapped in paper, a carton tucked beneath my arm. The kind of afternoon that quietly forgets to sound alarm. Somebody painted flowers outside the corner convenience store. A little radio was playing songs I've probably heard before. The traffic hummed in the distance like a slow familiar song. Everything around me seemed to say, you've been rushing for too long. Sunshine on the grocery bags, golden light across the street. Tiny pieces of a lifetime hidden in the things we keep. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing more and nothing less. Funny how the smallest moments leave the deepest tenderness. A kid was chasing pigeons near the fountain by the square. A woman read a paperback with sunlight in her hair. Someone carried home a bicycle after getting a flat tire. Somebody practiced saxophone a few blocks over by the wire. The city wasn't trying to impress or entertain. It simply kept on breathing through the sunshine after rain. And somehow that was enough, more than enough for me. A simple afternoon becoming something I'll remember quietly. Sunshine on the grocery bags, golden light across the street. Tiny pieces of a lifetime hidden in the things we keep. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing more and nothing less. Funny how the smallest moments leave the deepest tenderness. Maybe happiness is smaller than we always thought it'd be. Maybe it lives inside the spaces between who we are and who we'll be. Maybe it sits beside a bakery or follows shadows on the ground. Maybe it waits in ordinary places where it rarely gets found. Maybe it's a paper bag swinging softly at your side while the afternoon reminds you there's no need to hurry life. Sunshine on the grocery bag, still a picture in my mind. One of those forgotten days you remember all the time. Sunshine on the grocery bags, long after the light is gone. Somehow all those little moments keep quietly carrying on. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing special, nothing grand, just an ordinary afternoon, holding everything I am.
Yeah.
2 iced coffees and no plan,
Sitting near the window seat,
watching people cross the street.
trying to escape the heat.
Someone dropped a shopping bag.
Someone missed a turning light.
Nobody seemed in much of a hurry.
Everything felt just right.
We talked about the weather,
Movies neither of us saw.
the kind of conversation
That doesn't need a point at all.
2 iced coffees and no plan, nothing waiting up ahead.
No schedule on the table.
No destination in our heads. 2 iced coffees and no plan.
Sometimes that's enough.
A little bit of sunshine.
And people that you trust.
Dum, dum, dum,
The-
dum, dum,
And people that you trust.
dum, dum, dum.
The-
Hours slipped across the cafe.
Without asking where they gone.
Songs played through the speakers.
Soft enough to lean upon.
The ice cube slowly disappeared.
Leaving circles on the glass.
The afternoon kept stretching.
Like it never meant to pass.
2 iced coffees and no plan. That's all we really needed. Some days become your favorite.
For reasons never stated.
Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum.
The guy in front of me bought flowers, standing in the checkout line. Yellow roses wrapped in paper, held carefully at his side. The cashier smiled and wished him luck. He laughed and thanked her twice, like whatever waited for him was worth every single mile.
Outside, the sunlight hit the sidewalk. People drifted through the day, but somehow everyone seemed softer after he walked away.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, nothing more than that, but somehow it stayed with me long after he left.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, and maybe that's the thing. Small moments have a way of changing everything.
I carried home my groceries past the bakery on the hill. Someone played guitar nearby, the whole street standing still.
A child was chasing pigeons near the corner traffic light. The afternoon kept unfolding, slow and easy, warm and bright.
I never knew who got those flowers or what they meant to say, but I hope whoever received them
Smiled the whole way home that day.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, simple as can be. A little reminder, kindness still happens quietly.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, and that's enough for me. Some memories stay forever without a reason to be.
Nobody had plans anyway. That's how good weekends usually start. One message in the group chat, 3 late replies, somebody sending a blurry food picture for no reason. Classic beginning, honestly. We met near the station around 2. Everybody dressed comfortably, like nobody was trying too hard today. Best kind of mood.
The weather couldn't decide what season it wanted to be. Warm sunlight, cold wind, clouds moving too fast. You bought iced coffee, then immediately complained your hands were freezing. Strong planning skills, we walked around without choosing anywhere specific. Convenience store first, then bookstore, then some tiny alley with plants everywhere. At one point, we sat near the river, doing absolutely nothing productive. Watching bikes pass by, listening to dogs bark at invisible enemies. One friend started talking about quitting social media forever. Still posted 3 stories that same night. Incredible consistency. As evening got closer, the whole city changed color slowly. Buildings turning orange, street lights waking up one by one. Music leaking from open restaurant doors. You said days like this disappear too fast. Nobody answered immediately, because everybody agreed. The funny thing about good weekends is nothing huge usually happens. No movie moments, no life-changing conversations. Just people you like walking slowly through ordinary places. And somehow that becomes the memory later.
I bought coffee I absolutely didn't need again. The expensive kind too. Now I'm standing at the bus stop, pretending it was a responsible decision. Morning air feels weirdly nice today. Not dramatic nice, just enough sunlight, enough breeze, enough quiet. Somebody's playing music from their phone too loudly nearby. Tiny speaker fighting for its life, honestly. A student across from me keeps yawning every 10 seconds. A woman walks past holding flowers, and suddenly the whole street feels softer somehow. You ever notice how small things change the mood of a day? Not huge events, just tiny details. Coffee too warm to drink yet, a song hitting at the right moment, getting green lights while walking, stuff like that. The bus is late again. Nobody even looks surprised anymore. Honestly, kinda comforting, like we all silently agreed. Yeah, this happens. You texted, already outside. I sent a picture of the sky instead, felt easier somehow. Cars move slowly through the intersection, sunlight bouncing off windows, people carrying bags in half-finished mornings. The city's fully awake now, but I still feel slightly disconnected from it. Not lonely exactly, just drifting a little. The coffee finally cools enough to drink. Still overpriced, still worth it. And while the bus slowly approaches, I suddenly think, maybe days don't need to become special. Maybe feeling okay for a few minutes is already enough sometimes.
The weather made everybody kinder today, or maybe I imagined it. The strangers held doors longer, cashiers sounded less tired. Even traffic felt calmer somehow. The sunlight looked expensive this afternoon, like one of those fake movie versions of real life. You showed up wearing headphones around your neck, hair still messy from rushing outside, and somehow that felt more real than dressing up ever does. We walked through streets full of open windows, people cooking, people cleaning, people playing old music too loudly. Weekend city soundtrack, a little kid rode past us on a tiny bicycle, completely fearless. Honestly inspiring behavior. You kept stopping to look at random things, cats near alleyways, tiny bakeries, plants growing through concrete cracks. like that about you. Around sunset, we bought drinks from a convenience store. Sat near the river, watching light move across buildings. The whole sky turned orange slowly, like the city was trying to soften itself before night arrived. Nobody talked much for a while. Cars passing, bikes clicking past, water moving quietly underneath the bridge. Some moments don't need conversation, they already know what they are before leaving. You looked at the sky one last time and said, we should go outside more often. Honestly, probably true.
Two, three. Nobody checked the time once today. That's probably why it felt so good. No schedules, no alarms, no pretending we had somewhere important to be. Just sunlight and movement. We drove with the windows down all afternoon. Music too loud sometimes, too quiet other times. Perfectly inconsistent. You kept changing songs halfway through. Attention span powered by chaos, honestly. The road near the river was packed with people walking, couples, families, someone rollerblading with dangerous confidence. Weekend scenes everywhere. We stopped at a convenience store around 4. Bought snacks we absolutely didn't need. You picked grape candy entirely because the packaging looked nostalgic. Strong decision making. Outside, the sky kept getting brighter before sunset. Clouds turning orange slowly, streetlights waking up one by one. Warm air moving through the parking lot. You leaned against the car and said, why can't weekdays feel like this? Honestly, no one knows. The music kept playing softly through the open windows, and for a while, everything felt unbelievably simple. In the best possible way. The coffee got cold first. Not the conversation, just the coffee. We were sitting near the back of the cafe, where the sunlight barely reached, and somebody kept opening the door every 30 seconds. Cold air moving through the room, like the weather couldn't decide what month it was. He kept drawing random shapes on napkins, triangles, clouds, one terrible cat, somehow honestly impressive. Outside, people crossed the street carrying weekend around with them, slow walking, hands in pockets, no real urgency anywhere. Best kind of city mood. You asked if I'd ever move away from here. I said maybe, but I don't think I meant it. There's something comforting about recognizing convenience store lights at night. or knowing which streets smell like bread in the morning. Tiny things, tiny reasons people stay. The music inside the cafe skipped for a second. Nobody reacted, like everybody secretly liked imperfections more anyway. Your coffee sat untouched too long, mine disappeared immediately. Some things never change, honestly. Around sunset, the whole window turned orange suddenly, and everybody inside looked softer. Even the guy aggressively typing on his laptop. You looked outside for a while, then quietly said, "Days like this make me feel normal again." Didn't know exactly what that meant, but somehow I understood it immediately. The park was full of dogs today, big dogs, tiny dogs. One dog wearing shoes for some reason. Everybody looked happy, honestly. The weather probably helped. Sunlight through trees, cold drinks, sweating on benches, music playing quietly from portable speakers. Weekend city starter pack, you bought iced coffee, then immediately forgot where you placed it. Spent 10 minutes searching, it was beside you the whole time. Incredible awareness, honestly. We stayed near the grass for most of the afternoon, watching strangers exist peacefully. Someone reading under a tree, someone teaching their kid how to ride a bike. One guy absolutely losing an argument with his kite. The kite won easily. At some point, a golden retriever walked directly toward us like we were old friends. You said, "This might be the best day of my life." Honestly, fair reaction. The sun got softer around evening, everything turning orange slowly. And for a second, the whole park looked like one of those memories people miss before it's even over. You stretched your arms and smiled at absolutely nothing, which somehow made the entire day feel complete. I've been wearing the same coat since October, the one with the broken zipper I fixed with a pin that works well enough. Most things do. Found a receipt in the pocket from last year. Coffee, one pastry, exact change. I remember that morning now. Didn't think I would. The leaves came down fast this year, faster than I was ready for. One day it was still almost summer, then just this. I walked through the park on the way home. A kid was jumping in a pile someone had raked. The person who raked it was watching, not annoyed, just watching. Same coat, different year. Same coat, still fits. I called my dad on Sunday. We talked about the weather for 10 minutes. Neither of us mentioned the thing we were thinking about, that its own kind of love.
Made tea and forgot about it twice. Found it cold on the desk both times. Drank it anyway the second time. There's a version of me that would have poured it out. The pin on my zipper finally gave up today. Stood outside a shop for a minute. Cold coming through the front. Decided it's fine until spring. Some things you fix, some things you just wear. The coat still keeps me warm. That was always the whole point. Same coat, different year. Same coat, still fits. Still in there. I didn't throw it out. Same coat, same me, mostly.
We walk past 3 cafes before choosing one, mainly because you judge cafes entirely by window sunlight. Strangely effective system, honestly. The first place looked too serious. Everybody typing on laptops like their lives depended on it. The second one smelled amazing, but the music was weirdly aggressive. Third place had plants everywhere, and one sleepy cat near the entrance. Immediate winner. You ordered something with orange in the name. I still don't know what it actually was. Outside the windows, people crossed the street slowly. The weather had that rare weekend feeling, not hot, not cold, just easy. You ever notice how cities become softer on Saturdays? Like everybody secretly agrees to calm down a little. The cafe playlist kept switching between old indie songs and jazz. A dangerous combination, honestly. Makes people start romanticizing their lives immediately. At one point, you leaned back in your chair and said, "We should waste more afternoons like this." Strong statement, fully agreed. By sunset, the whole cafe turned gold. Glasses glowing on tables, people talking quieter. The cat asleep in the exact same spot. Nothing huge happened all day, which honestly made it perfect. Convenience store on that corner never closes. I've tested this without meaning to. 2 a.m., 4 a.m., once at 5:40. Always the same light, always someone there. Tonight it's a kid who can't be more than 19. He's watching something on his phone behind the counter. Doesn't look up when I come in. That's exactly what I needed. I came for water, ended up with 3 things. A chocolate bar I didn't plan on, some brand of chips I've never tried, the water. He scans everything without looking at it, tells me the total. I tap my card, we don't say anything else. Perfect transaction. Convenience store, midnight run. Convenience store, just me and the hum. Outside I eat the chocolate on the steps. Not even hungry, just it was there. A taxi idles at the light for a long time. The light must be broken. A man in a suit walks past fast at midnight on a Tuesday, going somewhere that couldn't wait. I wonder about that for a second, then stop. The kid inside is laughing at something now. I can hear it through the glass. The whole store to himself at midnight. That's not a bad life. I finish the chocolate, keep the wrapper, put it in my coat pocket, walk home the same way I came. The light is still on. Convenience store, midnight run. Convenience store, just me and the hum. The chips were fine, nothing special. Convenience store, still open, always open. The night has been long and the fog has been deep. I promise the darkness was trying to keep, but the edges of black are now turning to blue. A cold silver morning is breaking on through. I stand on the hill where the world disappears, washing away all the dust of years. The valleys are filled with a river of cloud. The silence around me is heavy and loud. I can't see the houses, I can't see the tracks. The past is a wave that is breaking our backs. But under the mist, the world is reborn, waiting so quiet to welcome the morn. Oh, we're standing on the edge of the dawn, before the long shadow of midnight is gone. The fog is still heavy, but I see a spark, a tiny line cutting right through the dark. Hold on to me before the fog sets us free. A lone winter bird takes a flight in the gray, shaking the frost from its wings as it may. It doesn't look back at the place where it slept, or count all the tears that the midnight has wept. It just flies through the vapor, it disappears high into the blank open face of the sky. My hands are so numb, but my spirit is light. I survived the long chill of the ghostliest night. The mist is now lifting, it's rising like smoke, breaking the spell that the darkness once spoke. The world is returning, the shapes are all clear, and the terrifying beauty of morning is here. But I will miss the
walk sets us free. The sun is breaking through. The gray is turning gold. The story of the foggy night has finally been told. But I'll remember the haze. I'll remember the quiet days.
Saturday tastes like lemonade somehow. Cold, a little too sweet, gone too fast. The streets were already full by noon. People carrying tote bags and ice drinks. Dogs completely refusing to walk straight. Music leaking out from cafe doors. Whole city felt awake today. You showed up late again. Not dramatically late, just enough to pretend you weren't rushing. Your hair still messy from leaving too fast. Sunglasses hanging from your shirt. Coffee balanced dangerously in one hand. Honestly impressive entrance. We walked toward the river without discussing it first. Feels like we always end up there eventually. A guy nearby was teaching his girlfriend how to skateboard. Both of them terrible, honestly, but confidently terrible. Best kind of energy. You kept stopping to point at random things. Clouds, posters, a tiny bakery hidden between buildings. You notice the world like it's trying to tell you secrets. I kinda like that. By afternoon, the sunlight turned warmer. Everybody moved slower. Even traffic somehow looked relaxed. We bought lemonade from a small stand near the bridge. Too expensive, still worth it. You raised your cup and said, "Today feels suspiciously good." Honestly, yeah, it really did. Raindrops are trapped in the web of the fog, floating like dust in an old travel log. The city is muffled, the sirens are low. Everything moves in the sweet techno glow. I'm driving so slow with the windows halfway down, catching the breath of this ghost-ridden town. The radio's playing a song from the past, a melody made of the things that don't last. The singer is crying about a lost love under a sky with no stars up above. But the static is heavy, the signal is weak, just like the words that we wanted to speak. Oh, there are whispers in the haze tonight, catching the flash of the red traffic light. We are just drifting, we're losing our way, sailing away through the late midnight gate in this foggy night. Everything feels so right.
to the curb where the pavement is wet, smoking a thought that I wanna forget. The smoke and the fog, they become the same thing. A gray silver halo, a delicate ring. We hide in the vapor, we hide from the truth, chasing the ghost of our runaway youth. The windshield wipers are wiping the mist like a cold memory that shouldn't exist, but it clings to the glass, it returns once again. A beautiful sorrow and innocent pain. I put it in drive and I let the car roll deep into the comfort that swallows my soul. Don't wake me up if the morning is clear. I like the world when it's blurry and near. No distant horizons to make me feel small. Just this square minute, and that is all. Yeah, that is all. Oh, there are whispers in the haze tonight, catching the flash of the red traffic light. We are just drifting, we're losing our way, sailing away through the late midnight gate in this foggy night. Everything feels so right. Whispers in the haze, lost in a beautiful daze. The red lights turn green, but I'm staying right here, where the thoughts are heavy and the night is near, fading out into the smoke.
The kettle is singing a low steady hum, waiting for the warmth of the morning to come. Pouring the dark into a ceramic cup, watching the steam as it slowly goes up. I sit by the window, the mug in my hand, looking at a town I no longer understand. The fog has arrived, it's leaning on the glass, waiting for the deep midnight hours to pass. It feels like a friend who has nowhere to go, moving so quiet, so heavy, so slow. We share in the silence, the fog in my thoughts, counting the battles that nobody fought. And it's a long blurry night when you're all by yourself, with old dusty books sitting high on the shelf. But the midnight coffee keeps the coldness at bay, while we wait for the fog to turn into the day, just a sip at a time in the quiet of mind. picture inside of a drawer, a smile that I don't think I wear anymore. The edges are yellowed, the memories fade like the promises that we so carelessly made. But I don't feel bitter, and I don't feel sad, just grateful for the little pieces we had. The clock on the microwave glows a bright green, the loneliest color that I've ever seen. 3 a.m. arrives with a whisper and sigh as a lonely night bus goes rumbling by. It splashes the puddles, it disappears fast into the mist of the forgotten past. Maybe the fog is just holding the world like a secret map that is never unfurled, giving us time to just sit and repair, breathing the cool, heavy air. Yeah, the heavy air. And it's a long, blurry night when you're all by yourself, with old dusty books sitting high on the shelf. But the midnight coffee keeps the coldness at bay, while we wait for the fog to turn into the day, just a sip at a time in the quiet of mind. The coffee is cold now, the cup is half dead, but the fog is still wrapping its arms round my head, peaceful and quiet, until the sun opens its eyes.
Ticking away, but the colors of the night are turning to gray. I look through the glass, the streetlights are blind, hiding the secrets we left far behind. The wind whispers low, a cold gentle breeze, moving like ghosts through the shivering trees. Off the porch, my feet sink in dust. A world made of shadows, a world we can't trust. But there is a comfort in not being seen, living inside of a beautiful dream. The fog is a blanket, it's holding me tight, shielding my heart from the harsh morning. playground so still, the cold iron chains sitting under the hill. I remember the laughter, I remember the noise, but tonight all I hear is the loss of my voice. And it's alright, yeah, it's okay. The mist takes the sorrow and washes it away. I count all the steps till I get to the bridge, looking right down from the edge of the ridge. The river is silent, it's covered in white, a mirror reflecting the soul of the night. No promises broken, no reasons to cry, just a soft, quiet lullaby. Time is a river that flows to the sea, but tonight it is frozen for you and for me. We don't need the answers, we don't need the light, as long as the fog keeps us hidden from sight. Hidden from sight. Oh, we are just shadows dancing in the mist, chasing the moments that we might have missed. In this foggy night where the quiet things grow, we don't have to hurry, we don't have to know, just fading away into the night, shadows in the mist. We dissolve into the air, no worries tomorrow, no shadows to bear, slowly disappearing. Midnight clock is striking, but the hands are moving slow. Outside my window, the world begins to blur and go. A heavy blanket of white is rolling through the street, drowning out the echoes of the city's busy beat. I put my jacket on, step out into the cold, into the quiet stories that the midnight hasn't told. The pavement is damp, reflecting yellow light from a lonely street light, fighting with the night. My breath turns to vapor, rising in the air like all the little worries that I didn't want to share. Nobody's around, just the shadows and the haze, losing myself inside this winter maze. Oh, the neon in the mist is shining dim and low, a beautiful confusion where the lonely people go in this this foggy night, the world is standing still. And for a little moment I think I always will just drift away into the faded gray. I passed the old cafe, the neon sign is dead. Just a faint buzzing humming inside my head. The mist is getting thicker, hiding all the tracks. No looking forward now and no turning back. Every streetlight is an island in the dark, a tiny fading spark. I hear a distant train, a low and heavy sound vibrating softly through the frozen ground. It's heading somewhere far, somewhere I don't know. But tonight I am content with moving extra slow. Let the fog consume the corners of my mind, leaving all the heavy days behind. Maybe it's a blessing that I cannot see ahead, living in the blank spaces of the words we never said. We spend our whole lives running, searching for the dawn, but there is something sacred when the light is gone. Yeah, the light is gone. Oh, the neon in the mist is shining dim and low, a beautiful confusion where the lonely people go. In this foggy night, the world is standing still. And for a little moment I think I always will just drift away into the faded gray. Walking through the fog, the city disappears. Just the sound of my shoes on the wet ground. The mist will clear tomorrow, but tonight it stays fading away into the faded gray.
Somebody was playing guitar upstairs again. Same 4 chords, same mistakes every time. Honestly getting better though. The windows were open because the apartment still felt too warm. Street noise drifting upward, motorcycles, late buses, some drunk guy laughing way too hard somewhere. Normal Friday sounds. You were sitting on the kitchen counter, eating cereal directly from the box, which somehow looked completely reasonable. At midnight, the sink was full of dishes again. We both ignored them professionally. Your playlist kept switching genres every 2 songs, jazz, indie, rock, something that sounded recorded in a garage in 2008. Perfect, honestly, at one point. The upstairs guitar suddenly stopped, and the silence felt weirdly loud afterward. You noticed it too, because you looked toward the ceiling automatically, then quietly said, I kinda miss it already. Funny how people get attached to tiny noises. The train passed nearby around 1:30. Whole apartment vibrating slightly. I've always liked that sound. Makes the city feel alive at night. You eventually fell asleep on the couch, TV still glowing softly. One sock somehow missing. Phone balanced dangerously near the edge. Realistic sleeping posture, honestly. I turned the volume down low, and somewhere upstairs the guitar started again. We forgot why we came here. Halfway through the walk, one of us wanted snacks, probably, or batteries, or toothpaste, maybe. No idea anymore. The convenience store was too bright inside, like every convenience store after 9. Some guy stood frozen in front of instant noodles, like he was making a life decision. Respect, honestly. You wandered toward the drink section, came back holding melon soda. For reasons still unknown, outside the air finally cooled down a little. Cars moving slower now. Streetlights buzzing quietly above us. Somebody nearby was playing old K-pop from an apartment window. The whole neighborhood could hear it. Nobody complained though. Kind of a good song, honestly. We ended up sitting near the river afterward, not talking much. The city sounded far away for once. You started peeling the label off your bottle slowly. I watched boats move under the bridge lights. A couple walked past, arguing softly, then immediately started laughing again. Real relationship energy, you suddenly asked. Do you think people notice when they're happy? I said, probably later. The wind picked up after that, cold enough to make everybody pull sleeves over their hands. And for a second, the whole night felt paused somehow. We bought convenience store ice cream and sat outside without talking much. The pavement's still warm from daytime heat. Cars moving slower now, streetlights reflecting softly on windows. Someone laughing too loudly across the street. Night settling in quietly. You kept peeling the wrapper off your ice cream too carefully, like it required concentration. Honestly, respected the commitment. The city feels different after 10. Less performance, more honesty. People stop pretending they're not tired. A guy in a suit loosened his tie while walking past us. Someone carried instant ramen home like treasure. A couple argued quietly near the crosswalk, then held hands again before the light changed. Tiny human moments everywhere. You asked,
do you think people remember ordinary nights? I said, probably the good ones. The breeze finally got cool around midnight, music leaking softly from your earphones. I only recognized half the song, still sounded nice. We stayed outside longer than planned, mostly because going home felt too official somehow, like ending the day completely, and neither of us seemed ready for that yet. So we kept sitting there, finishing melted ice cream slowly, watching strangers pass by under convenience store lights, like the night still had something left to say.
Halfway through the walk, I realized I wasn't thinking about anything anymore. No work, no messages, no unfinished problems. Just sunlight through trees and the sound of my shoes against the sidewalk. Kind of rare, honestly. The river looked brighter today. Couples riding bikes slowly, old men arguing about something near the benches, dogs trying to fight reflections in the water. Weekend scenes everywhere. You were walking slightly ahead of me, holding iced coffee with both hands. Every few minutes you'd stop suddenly to look at something tiny. Flowers near a fence, a cat sleeping under a chair, a cloud shaped vaguely like bread somehow. Your standards for excitement are honestly fascinating. The wind kept pushing your hair around. You complained about it twice, then said, actually never mind, this feels cinematic. Fair point, at some point music ended in my earphones, but I didn't restart anything. The city already sounded full enough. Train passing in the distance, someone practicing guitar badly from an apartment window. Plastic bags moving in the breeze. Normal sounds, good sounds. By the time the sun started lowering, the whole street felt slower, like the day itself got tired. You stretched your arms and asked, wanna keep walking? And without even thinking, I said yes immediately.
The second winter in a place feels different from the first. The first one, you're still surprised by things. The second one, you just know. The heating makes a sound I recognize now. Third pipe from the left, always at 2 a.m. First winter, I looked it up. This winter, I just listen. My handwriting on the grocery list has gotten smaller since I moved here. I don't know what that means. Probably nothing. There's a cat that sits on the wall outside. I haven't named it, that feels important. It comes on cold nights mostly. We've reached an understanding. The frost comes in under the door a little. I put a towel there in November. It's still there. The landlord doesn't need to know everything. Second winter, I know this now. Second winter, I know this. I sleep better in the cold. Took me a long time to admit that. Too many summers convincing myself I was a warm weather person. The dark at 5 p.m. doesn't bother me anymore. I make dinner in it like it's normal, because it is now. That's the whole thing about second winters. By the second winter, you stop waiting for something to feel temporary. it just feels like where you live. I bought a better lamp this year, warmer bulb, wider shade, small upgrade, real difference. Some things are that simple. The cat was on the wall this morning, stayed there while I left for work. Watch me go, I think we're friends now. Second winter, I know this now. Second winter, I know this. Third pipe, 2 a.m. The towel's still there. Second winter, I know this now. The first bus comes at 5:42. I know because I missed it 3 times. Today I didn't miss it. Small victory, no one to tell. 2 other people on the bus, one sleeping against the window, one just staring at something I can't see. All 3 of us going somewhere early. The driver has the heat on too high, nobody complains. The sleeping woman's bag keeps sliding off her lap. She catches it without waking up. The city looks different at this hour, like it's still deciding what it wants to be. All the lights on, but nobody watching. I like it better this way. First bus, it's just me. First bus, in the dark outside. My stop comes up faster than I expect. I press the button too early, too late, right on time. Step out into cold air. The bus pulls away immediately. The street is completely mine for 1 second. Then a woman with the dog rounds the corner. The dog looks at me seriously. I look back the same way. I get to where I'm going 20 minutes early. Sit on the steps outside. Not because I'm eager, just nowhere else yet. The sky goes from black to something not quite blue, not quite gray. There's no word for that color. Maybe there should be. First bus, it's just me. First bus, in the dark outside. 20 minutes early. The sky is deciding. First bus got me here. I left the umbrella by the door again. The kind of mistake you stop being surprised by. Walked home anyway. Shoes are still wet on the mat. The rain doesn't care what day it is. There's something I keep thinking about. It was raining the day I moved in here 3 years ago now. My neighbor hangs her laundry in the rain sometimes. I used to think that was careless. Now I think she just doesn't mind. starting over. There's probably something in that. Made soup from whatever was left. Didn't follow a recipe. It tasted like something my mother used to make. I don't know how that happened. Still raining. I don't mind. Still raining. I'm inside. The window is completely fogged from the pot. I wipe a small circle with my sleeve. Outside the street is empty, except one car. Its wipers going, no one inside. I eat standing at the counter again. I keep buying chairs I don't sit in. The soup is too hot, but I don't wait. That's always been my thing. Put on a record I forgot I had. Found it behind the ones I always play. Better than I remembered. Most things are, if you wait long enough. The rain gets heavier around 10. I turn the lamp off, leave the kitchen light on. That small yellow square on the ceiling. Good enough. Still raining. I don't mind. Still raining. I'm inside. The shoes are still wet. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Still raining. That's fine.
We stayed outside too long again. Now everything's colder than expected. Your hands, the drinks, the metal bench near the station. Even the air feels tired tonight. A bus passed us completely empty. Kinda sad looking, honestly. You kept scrolling through music without choosing anything. 30 seconds of one song, then skip, then another. Modern attention span behavior. Eventually you stopped on something old. Some indie band we listened to years ago. The kind of song that instantly brings back specific sidewalks, specific weather, specific versions of yourself. You leaned back against the bench and said, I forgot this song existed, which somehow sounded emotional. Across the street, a restaurant owner stacked chairs slowly, one by one, like he'd done the exact same motion 10,000 times before. The city gets quieter in layers. First the offices, then cafes, then buses. But convenience stores never seem to sleep. Their lights stay exactly the same all night. We sat there long enough for conversations to slow down completely. No big topics left, just random thoughts floating around about old apartments, about favorite seasons, about how fast weekends disappear lately. At some point, neither of us said anything for almost 5 minutes. And weirdly, that became my favorite part of the night.
The jacket I put on is one too many. I take it off outside the door. Left it on the step for a second. Went back in for my keys. Forgot what I went back for. The tree on the corner has new leaves. I walk past it every day. Today I actually stopped, stood there for a while. Nobody asked me why. There's a cafe that opened last winter. I kept saying I'd try it. Walked past it again today. Looked in through the window this time. Small things count. The girl inside was writing something, not on her phone, actual paper. I don't know why that made me feel like something was starting, but it did. Almost April, the air can't decide. Almost April, neither can I. Bought tulips from the cart outside the station. Yellow ones didn't have a reason. Put them in the glass, not even a vase. They looked right anyway. Opened the window for the first time this year. Just a crack, the curtain moved a little. I watched it for longer than I should have. That was the whole afternoon. Called someone I hadn't called in a while. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. I didn't leave one, just knowing I tried felt like enough. It's that kind of month. The evenings are longer now. I keep noticing it too late. 7 p.m. and still some light outside. I stand at the window with cold rice and watch it go. Almost April, the air can't decide. Almost April, neither can I. There's a smell that only happens once a year, right after rain on dry pavement. Petrichor, I learned the word years ago. Told someone once they didn't care. I still think about it every spring. Walked home the long way, not for any reason. Just the short way felt too certain. I wanted one more corner before the day was done. Almost April, the tulips are fine. The curtain moved again. I left the window open. That's new.
At 3 a.m. the noise finally quits. You hear your own heartbeat in the room. Nothing needs doing. Nothing needs saying. Just the dark and you and the sound of the building settling. The ceiling holds the shadows still. I let my thoughts go where they will. No questions left to chase or keep. Just a slow dissolve into sleep. The radiator hums a tone that makes the silence feel less alone. I've been awake so many nights. I know each corner, all the lights. 3 a.m. frequency, somewhere between awake and free. Let the signal fade away. Tomorrow's waiting, let it wait. 3 a.m. low and slow. Somewhere only tired people go. Not lost, just floating for a while. Resting in the dark, no need to smile. The
half-dream flickers at the edge. I stand a moment on that ledge, then fall so gently, soft and slow into the dark I used to know. The mind replays the day in parts, the conversations, all the starts of things I meant to say out loud. Instead I said them to a cloud. There are thoughts that only come at 3 a.m., the honest kind. The kind that don't perform for anyone. You either make peace with them here, or carry them into tomorrow. 3 a.m. frequency, somewhere between awake and free. Let the signal fade away. Tomorrow's waiting, let it wait. 3 a.m. low and slow, somewhere only tired people go. Not lost, just floating for a while, resting in the dark, no need to smile. Let the room hold you. You don't have to hold it back, let the breath come easy. You've been tensing up so long, you forgot how to be slack. There's nothing to resolve tonight, no version of the future you need to fight. Just this mattress, this ceiling, this particular dark. Just the quiet, just the hour, just the smallest little spark of a thought that says you made it through the day. That's enough. That's always been enough. The phone is face down, finally still. The notifications lost their will. The world agreed to pause a beat and gave me back this dark complete. I breathe in 4, I breathe out 8. I stop rehearsing what I'd say. The body knows the way to sleep if you just stop trying to keep. AM frequency, somewhere between awake and free. Let the signal fade away. Tomorrow's waiting, let it wait. 3 a.m. low and slow, somewhere only tired people go. Not lost, just floating for a while, resting in the dark. You don't have to figure it all out tonight. Just rest, just breathe, just be. 3 a.m. frequency fading. Fading.
Clouds roll in and cover up the afternoon. I watch them move and hum a half-remembered tune. The barista knows my order, doesn't ask my name. Some familiar things are perfect just the way they came. The window seat is mine on days like this. There's an art to finding joy in what you'd otherwise miss. A sugar spoon that clinks, the sound of steam, the soft percussion of a Tuesday afternoon dream. I don't need much, just this cup, this chair, the sound of rain on glass and someone else out there. Coffee and clouds, that's all today. A little warmth to get me through the gray. No big plans, no need to explain. Coffee and clouds, I'll be okay. Coffee and clouds, unhurried and slow. The kind of afternoon that lets you grow, not forward or upward, just deeper inside. Coffee and clouds, the perfect place to hide. Someone left a notebook at the corner seat. The handwriting inside looks like it used to beat. I close it softly, order one more drink. Some stories aren't for you, just let them sink. A couple at the table near the door. They're not talking much, but somehow saying more. Just sitting in the warmth of being known. There are worse ways to spend an afternoon alone. I don't need much, just this cup, this chair, the sound of rain on glass, and someone else out there. Coffee and clouds, that's all today. A little warmth to get me through the gray. No big plans, no need to explain. Coffee and clouds, I'll be okay. Coffee and clouds, unhurried and slow. The kind of afternoon that lets you grow, not forward or upward, just deeper inside. Coffee and clouds, the perfect place to hide. There's a version of a good life that looks just like this. Nothing grand or documented, nothing I would miss. A Tuesday with no headline, no agenda, no alarm. Just the smell of coffee and the clouds that keep me calm. I've chased enough of things that didn't fill the room. I've stayed up late enough to know the cost of rushing through. So today I'm just a person at a window with a cup, watching all the clouds roll in without the need to look it up. The afternoon grows darker as the hours pass. The last light filters amber through the frosted glass. I should probably head home, but I lingered just a while. There's a certain kind of leaving that deserves a little style. So I sit until the candle on the counter starts to lean, until the music shifts to something quieter and clean. I took the way you took when someone gave you more than food, when the space held you exactly in the middle of your mood. Coffee and clouds, that's all today. A little warmth to get me through the gray. No big plans, no need to explain. Coffee and clouds, I'll be okay. Coffee and clouds, unhurried and slow. The kind of afternoon that lets you grow, not forward or upward, just deeper inside. Coffee and clouds, the perfect place to hide. One more sip, the clouds are staying, and so am I. Coffee and clouds, just for a while longer.
Fog sits slow across the highway before dawn. I left without a reason, just kept driving on. Radios have static, half a song I know. The kind of morning where you let yourself just go. The exit signs drift past like thoughts I never wrote. There's something in the engine hum that keeps me close to whatever I was running from or running toward. Out here on the road, I don't need to keep score. The fog doesn't ask me where I'm going, it just wraps around the road and keeps on flowing. Foggy drive, foggy mind, leaving something unnamed behind. Windows down, the cold comes in, I breathe it out and start again. Foggy drive, early gray, no destination, just a day. The road keeps giving back to me whatever I came out here to be. A gas station glows orange in the mist. The attendant waves, I wave back with a fist. Two strangers in the dark just passing through. There's a whole world living softly that I never knew. The fields stretch out like sentences unfinished. The morning light comes slowly undiminished. It doesn't ask permission, just arrives. That's how most of the beautiful things survive. The fog doesn't ask me where I'm going. It just wraps around the road and keeps on flowing. Foggy drive, foggy mind, leaving something unnamed behind. Windows down, the cold comes in. I breathe it out and start again. Foggy drive, early gray, no destination, just today. The road keeps giving back to me whatever I came out here to be. Maybe I don't need to know where this goes. Maybe that's the whole point of the road. Some things only make sense when you're moving. Some feelings only land when you stop trying to hold them. I've been so still for so long that I forgot what it feels like to be somewhere that you're not. So I drive into the fog and let it take me into something softer, something that might save me. The sun breaks through in pieces, not all at once. Like a thought that takes its time before it wants to come. I find a small road I have never seen before. Pull over, cut the engine and just listen to the shore. No shore nearby, it's just the wind in the trees. But it sounds like water, sounds like something at ease. I sit there for a while with nothing left to prove. Just the fog in the morning and the sound of something true. Foggy drive, foggy mind, leaving something unnamed behind. Windows down, the cold comes in. I breathe it out and start again. Foggy drive, early gray, no destination, just today. The road keeps giving back to me whatever I came out here to be. Keep driving, the fog will lift or it won't. Either way, you're moving.
The light stayed on in the hallway all night again. Nobody remembers whose job it is anymore. The apartment smelled like coffee and fabric softener and something slightly burned. Probably toast. You were half awake on the couch, wrapped in that blanket everybody secretly hates, but somehow always uses anyway. Outside, rain started softly around midnight. Not dramatic rain, just enough to make cars sound different. I opened the window for a minute, cold air moving through the room, curtains shifting slowly, city noise getting quieter. The neighbor downstairs dropped something loud, then immediately yelled Grinchanayo to absolutely nobody. Strong apartment energy, honestly. You asked me if I thought people change slowly or all at once. Big question for 1 in the morning, honestly. I said, probably both. The rain got heavier after that. Tiny reflections forming on the street outside. Street lights turning gold against wet pavement. The kind of night that makes everybody a little more thoughtful. At some point the TV stopped asking if we were still watching, which felt passive-aggressive, honestly. You laughed for almost a full minute at that, then suddenly got quiet again. Listening to rain against the windows, listening to distant traffic, listening to a normal night happening somewhere outside us. And before falling asleep, you quietly said, today felt longer in a good way.
Tab after tab, the screen is all I see. Empty coffee mug and half a melody. Ideas drifting like smoke through a cracked door. I catch a few and leave the rest on the floor. The cursor blinks like it's waiting on a sign. I've been at this long enough to know it takes its time. Some nights the work comes easy, warm and clear. Other nights you sit and let it disappear. But there's something I keep coming back to every time. This room, this hour, this familiar state of mind. 11 p.m., the city finally sleeps. I find my rhythm in the silence that it keeps. Just me in this moment. Soft light on the wall. 11 p.m., I feel it all. The hum of the hallway, the glow of the screen, the space between thinking and what the words mean. I'm not behind, I'm right where I should be. 11 p.m., just the music in me. The playlist cycles through the same 3 songs again. There's something comforting in what you can't explain. I'm not procrastinating, I'm just letting the mind untangle all the things it's been carrying for a while. A message left unread, a choice I haven't made. Some things are better left inside the darkened shade. I'll answer it tomorrow when the sun comes back around. Tonight I'm just a person living in the sound. But there's something I keep coming back to every time. This room, this hour, this familiar state of mind. 11 p.m., the city finally sleeps. I find my rhythm in the silence that it keeps. Just me in this moment. Soft light on the wall. 11 p.m., I feel it all. The hum of the hallway, the glow of the screen, the space between thinking and what the words mean. I'm not behind, I'm right where I should be. 11 p.m., just the music in me. Maybe I was made for quiet rooms and low blue light, for long and unaccounted for stretches of the night. Not lonely, just alone in the most honest kind of way. Saving up the silence so I have something to say. There's a version of myself that sleeps at 10 o'clock, that answers every email, never lets the dishes stack. But this version's got a rhythm that only comes at night. And every song that comes from here just somehow feels more right. The clock says I should quit, but the beat says otherwise. There's a second wind that only comes when you surrender to the vibe. So I pour a glass of water, stretch my back and stay. Tomorrow's me will handle what I'm putting off today. The window shows a building with a single lighted room. Someone else out there is living in the same late tune. We'll never meet or speak or know each other's names, but tonight we're both awake, and that is somehow more than strange. 11 p.m., the city finally sleeps. I find my rhythm in the silence that it keeps. Just me in this moment. Soft light on the wall. 11 p.m., I feel it all. The hum of the hallway, the glow of the screen, the space between thinking and what the words mean. I'm not behind, I'm right where I should be. 11 p.m., just the music in me. One more song, one more hour, I'll be fine. 11 p.m. feels like mine. taps the window like it has something to say. I pour another cup and let the morning slip away. The clock don't rush me, pages turning slow. There's nowhere I need to be, I just let the feeling go. A candle on the counter burning low and still, the kind of morning that just bends you to its will. I used to chase the hours like they owed me something more. Now I sit and let them pass and don't keep score. Maybe this is what it means to finally breathe, to hold a moment loosely, let it come and leave. These slow hours, they belong to me. In the fog, in the quiet, I'm finally free. No alarm, no hurry, just the sound of the street. Slow hours, this is all I need. Slow hours, soft and gold, warmer than anything I've ever been told. The world can wait outside my door. I don't need nothing more. A worn out paperback beside a cooling drink. The world keeps spinning but I'm sitting here to think. Soft light on the table, dust floats through the air. Some days the best thing you can do is just be there. An old song drifts in from somewhere down the hall. The melody half forgotten, barely there at all, but it lands on something tender that I thought I'd lost. I hold it for a second, doesn't matter what it costs. Maybe this is what it means to finally breathe, to hold a moment loosely, let it come and leave. These slow hours, they belong to me. In the fog, in the quiet, I'm finally free. No alarm, no hurry, just the sound of the street. Slow hours, this is all I need. Slow hours, soft and gold, warmer than anything I've ever been told. The world can wait outside my door. I don't need nothing more. I think about the weeks that blurred and burned, all the lessons that I rushed through, never learned. There's something in the stillness I keep coming back to find, a kind of quiet medicine for a restless mind. So I stay a little longer at this table by the glass, watch the rain come down and let the morning pass. No conclusions, no decisions, nothing left to prove, just the sound of my own breathing and the mood. The second cup goes cold before I notice it's gone. I've been sitting in this feeling for so long. The window fogs a little from the warmth inside, and the outside world goes soft like something trying to hide. I trace a circle on the glass with one slow finger. Some mornings you just have to let yourself linger. Not every hour needs a reason or a plan. Sometimes slow is the only thing that heals a man. These slow hours, they belong to me. In the fog, in the quiet, I'm finally free. No alarm, no hurry, just the sound of the street. Slow hours, this is all I need. Slow hours, soft and gold, warmer than anything I've ever been told. The world can wait outside my door. I don't need nothing more. Let it breathe, let it go, just stay here a little longer. Slow hours, slow hours. Bought snacks I didn't need again. Place near the station, dangerous honestly. Walked in for water, left carrying chips, bread and coffee. Financial discipline completely gone lately. Cashier probably recognizes me now. Slightly embarrassing honestly. Outside air warmer than night. People sitting outside cafes again. Spring finally doing its job maybe. Small things make days better sometimes. Small things make days better sometimes. Soft bass groove, light guitar repeating. Lazy drum sheltering kid near the crosswalk dropped his drink, looked devastated immediately. Dad bought another one without saying anything. Weirdly wholesome moment, honestly. Sat near the river for a while after, didn't really have plans anyway. Somebody practicing guitar badly nearby, sang 4 chords repeatedly, respectfully. Kinda sounded good though. Small things make days better sometimes. Small things make days better sometimes. More than expensive ones, honestly. Instrument drift, soft roads, melody, quiet city ambience. Phone storage full again, deleted screenshots for 20 minutes. Still somehow no space. Modern life problem, honestly. Sunset look nice between buildings tonight. Whole sky orange for a minute. Everybody secretly taking photos while pretending not to city behavior again. Small things make days better sometimes, especially ordinary ones. Small things make days better sometimes, especially ordinary ones. There's this feeling sometimes when random evenings turn memorable for absolutely no reason, hard to explain properly. Chips already gone before I got home.
Somebody brought flowers onto the bus today, small yellow ones. Whole front row smelled different suddenly, kind of improved everyone's mood, honestly. Driver even looked less angry, temporary miracle probably. Sat near the back like usual, bag on my lap, half awake already. Morning sunlight through dirty windows, everything looked softer for a minute. Then somebody answered a work call loudly, peace destroyed immediately. Mornings feel nicer in spring somehow. Soft guitar loop, light bass groove, lazy drums entering slowly. Kid near the exit kept pressing the stop button early. Whole bus annoyed quietly, except one old guy laughing every time. Honestly made it funnier, coffee spilled a little in my bag again. Starting to think lids are decorative, guy beside me asleep instantly. Public transportation talent, honestly. Mornings feel nicer in spring somehow. Even crowded ones, instrument drift, warm electric piano, city ambience layered softly. Outside cafes putting tables back out, people wearing lighter jackets now. Everybody pretending winter never happened, classic seasonal behavior, honestly. Someone near the middle seats humming softly, didn't know the song, still felt familiar somehow. City mornings full of tiny background moments, easy to miss if you're tired, which is always honestly. Mornings feel nicer in spring somehow, especially before noon. Soft, still sitting near the driver. Whole bus smelling slightly sweet now. Funny how tiny things change spaces completely. Kinda wish life worked like that more often. Sunlight hit the building suddenly. Whole street turned gold for like 30 seconds. Everybody looked outside at once. Rare synchronized city moment, honestly. Almost missed my stop because of it. kept refreshing the weather app all morning, like it would suddenly say sunny instead, still raining obviously. Window looked gray since breakfast. Coffee tasted stronger today somehow. Probably because I forgot sugar again. Guy downstairs already smoking outside. Same hoodie as yesterday too. Respectfully, real consistency. Rainy mornings move slower somehow. Soft bass entering, lazy drum groove, quiet rain ambience. Opened my laptop, closed it again immediately. Strong start, honestly. Playlist running in the background now. Same song looping for like 20 minutes. Didn't even notice at first. Rain sounds blending with snare drums weirdly well. City outside quieter than usual. Even traffic sounding sleepy today. Rainy mornings move slower somehow, especially weekdays. Instrument drift, electric piano repeating, soft guitar melody. Delivery guy left food at the wrong door again. Neighbor looked equally confused, honestly. Tiny apartment hallway interaction. Whole social event for this building, probably. Check the weather app again later. Same forecast, same rain icon, same disappointment. Still checked again after 10 minutes. Human optimism, honestly. Rainy mornings move slower somehow. Almost feels illegal to rush. There's this moment during rain when cafes look safer than usual. Lights warmer too, people stay longer without realizing. Kinda nice, honestly. Rain finally stopped near evening. Whole street outside reflecting orange lights. Look better immediately. City recovery speed impressive, honestly. Weather app says rain tomorrow too. Great. The cafe playlist was weirdly good today. Usually it's just safe jazz covers and rain sounds. Today somebody cared, apparently. Heard 3 songs I forgot existed. Whole mood change immediately. Guy near me tapping his fingers to the beat. Girl by the window mouthing lyrics quietly. Music really changes spaces, honestly. Coffee machine louder during busy hours. Cup stacking constantly now. Door opening every 30 seconds. Spring crowds finally back. Probably. Good music makes cafes warmer somehow. Soft guitar repeating. Light bass groove. Lazy drum loop. Order cake I didn't eat again. Display lighting unfair, honestly. Sat near the back corner this time. Best speaker position, probably felt like private concert seating outside. Sunlight hitting wet sidewalks. Everything glowing slightly orange. Looked expensive somehow, like a movie trying too hard to look natural. Still nice though. Good music makes cafes warmer somehow. Especially rainy afternoons and strong
ambience, phone notifications piling up again. Ignored every single one successfully. Personal growth, honestly. Owners singing quietly while cleaning cups. Completely off key, improve the atmosphere somehow. Real people energy, hard to fake, honestly. Good music makes cafes warmer somehow, more than lighting does. Playlist ended with an old song. Whole place suddenly quieter after. Kinda felt like everybody noticed. Nobody said anything though. Stay 20 minutes longer because of it. Stayed inside because of the rain today. Honestly needed excuse anyway. Windows sound louder than usual. Tiny drops hitting the air conditioner outside. Same rhythm for hours. Make coffee around noon, another one around 3. Body mostly caffeine at this point probably. Laundry still hanging near the window. Definitely not drying anytime soon. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Warm roads repeating, soft vinyl crackle, slow drum groove. Delivery motorcycle sounds every 10 minutes. Whole neighborhood ordering food, probably completely understandable, honestly. Watched random videos for too long. Algorithm clearly concerned for me now. Kept recommending productivity content aggressively. Absolutely ignored all of it. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Especially weekdays, instrument drift, soft guitar melody. Rain ambience layered quietly. Neighbor upstairs vacuuming at night again. Bold behavior, honestly. Thought about complaining once, immediately got too lazy. City life balance restored, outside lights reflecting on wet streets now. Looked quieter than usual. Rain does that to cities sometimes. Makes everything softer around the edges. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Makes time slower too. Smelled cold after midnight. Opened it for 1 minute. Room instantly freezing. Completely worth it, honestly. Still wearing the same hoodie from yesterday. 1, 2, 3. Almost fell asleep on the subway again. Head dropped once, acted like it didn't happen. Obviously, guy across from me did the same thing. 2 minutes later, silent commuter solidarity. Honestly, subway windows fogged up slightly. Could barely
barely see outside now. Speaker announcement completely unclear again. Some traditions never change. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m. Soft guitar loop, train ambience, slow drum groove. Woman beside me carrying flowers home. Tiny yellow ones, whole train smelled different suddenly. Kind of improved the mood, honestly. Phone battery finally full for once. Forgot headphones at home instead. Incredible consistency. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m., especially office workers. Electric piano repeating softly. High school kids entered laughing loudly. One guy singing completely offbeat. Friends cheering anyway. Wish adults supported each other like that, honestly. Train stopped longer than usual. Nobody complained out loud, but everybody checked the time immediately. City body language universal, honestly. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m. until Friday nights. Instrument drift, warm bass melody, subtle vinyl crackle. There's this weird moment sometimes when strangers on trains start feeling familiar. Same faces, same stations, same exhausted expressions. Kind of comforting, actually. Outside looked warmer than yesterday. Spring finally showing up slowly. People still wearing coats anyway. Nobody trusts weather yet. Almost missed my stop again. Coffee got cold while working again. Noticed after the third sip, maybe screen brightness too high. Eyes hurting already. Guy near the window typing aggressively, like his keyboard owed him money. Rain outside getting softer now. People folding umbrellas near the door. Whole cafe smelled like wet jackets and coffee beans. Honestly, kind of perfect. Cafes sound nicer when it rains. Soft bass entering lazy drums. Electric piano repeating. Someone behind me laughing too loud. Whole place looked over for 1 second, then immediately back to pretending not to notice. City people really committed to that bit. Playlist switched to softer songs now. Everybody moving slower too. Think rainy days lower human battery percentages. Cafes sound nicer when it rains, especially afternoons. Especially afternoons. Instrument drift like guitar melody. Cups clinking quietly. Check my phone 6 times. No important messages once, still checked again anyway. Some habits stronger than self-respect, honestly. Girl near the counter asleep, almost highlighter still in her hand. Respectfully, studying definitely lost already. Rain stopped near Sunset, whole street outside glowing orange suddenly. Every table turned warm for maybe 20 seconds. Looked unreal, honestly. Coffee completely cold now. Still drank it. venue doors close behind me and the cold comes in. That specific shock of outside after a show, where the sound in your ears is still the sound from inside, and the street hasn't caught up yet with what just happened. I put my jacket on and don't put my headphones in, which I never do after. That would be wrong. Like eating again immediately after something good. Like you don't trust the feeling to stay on its own. The people from the show are spreading out, going left and right into their separate nights. For an hour we were all inside the same thing. Now we're just people again on the same block. I walked the long way, which adds about 10 minutes, but the short way goes through somewhere bright and loud. And right now I need the residential streets, the dark ones with the trees and the parked cars. Someone's lit a fire inside their brownstone. I can smell it, wood smoke in November air. A second floor window has the blue of a television, and someone moving in front of it unhurried. The song is still going in my chest cavity. That's the only way I know to say it. Not the melody exactly, more the pressure of it. The way a really good thing sits behind the ribs. I stop at a red light, no cars are coming and don't cross. Just wait for the green. Old habit may be pointless, but it feels like the night deserves to be done correctly. A woman at the light on the other side has the same look, I think that look of after. Or maybe I'm projecting everything right now, seeing concerts in the faces of strangers. The light goes green, we cross, we don't make eye contact, which is also correct. Some things you keep, I nod just slightly, and she may have nodded back, the kind of almost greeting that the night allows. There was one song in the middle of the set, I won't name it, some things lose by naming, but the guitar came in a half beat late in the second chorus, and the room went somewhere it didn't plan to go. The person beside me put their hand on their chest, I watched them do it, a private gesture made public, the kind your body makes before your mind decides. When the music lands exactly on something real. I didn't know the song before tonight, I'll know it for the rest of my life now. That's the particular violence of live music, the before and after it makes inside you. 3 blocks now and the familiar starts. The corner store with the light that's always orange, the tree that grows sideways past the 3rd floor window, the loose brick on the 4th step of my stoop. I slow down slightly the way you do when you wanna stay inside something a little longer, when home is good, but this right here is also good. The in-between is still becoming, the whole night is still available if I stay outside. The moment I go in, it becomes a memory, and memories are fine, but they're already fixed, and this still has some shape I haven't felt yet. I stand on the stoop longer than makes sense, key in hand, looking back at the street, the city doing its ordinary late night thing, indifferent to the show, indifferent to me. And I think about the people in that room tonight. All of us arrived with our private weights, and for an hour, 40 minutes, something lifted, or at least rearranged itself more bearably. And the musician on the stage, they don't know what they did for specific people. They just played the song the way they played the song, and it landed where it needed, which is everything. The ferry doesn't run on Tuesdays in November. The dock is just the dock, no reason to be on it. The souvenir shop has a sign that says closed till spring, but the lights are on inside. Someone's doing inventory. There's a diner at the harbor end of Maine that's open year-round because the fishermen need coffee. I sit at the counter and the woman refills my cup without asking, which I find an act of love. The pie case has two kinds and both are fine. She tells me which is better without being asked. I go with her recommendation, obviously. You always go with the person who knows the place. After eating, I'll walk the long pier out to the end. The planks are gray and soft, not rotten, just experience. The water's the color of something not quite green, not quite gray, a color that the season owns. 3 boats are moored and they move in the small swells. Patient, the way animals are patient, rocking slightly, ropes going taut and slack, doing the work of staying without going. A man at the far end has a line in the water. He hasn't looked over since I started walking. Now we share the pier end without acknowledging it, which feels like the correct and human thing. The main street has a bookshop with the dog. The dog is old and barely lifts his head, but his tail moves once when I come through the door. A greeting calibrated exactly right. I buy a paperback I've already read because the spine is beautiful and the shop needs it. The owner wraps it anyway in tissue paper. Old habit, she says, sorry, I can't unwrap it. I say, please don't, I like the tissue paper. She nods like she expected that from someone who'd come to a harbor town in November, alone on a Tuesday, looking at the water. I think about the people who live here all year, who watch the tourists arrive and fill the place, and then recede like a tide back to their lives, leaving the town to be itself again. There's no performance happening right now. No one here is on their best behavior. The diner woman has her reading glasses on. The bookshop dog is sleeping past the greeting. This is what a place looks like when it rests, when it isn't holding itself for anyone. And I wonder what I'd look like without an audience, whether I'd be anything like this, just open, just here. The ferry will run again in April. The pier will fill with people and their cameras, and the diner woman will keep refilling cups without asking, which is always the whole point. Walking slow under the flickering neon light. The mist is heavy on this lonely, quiet night. Puddles reflecting the fading shades of blue. With every single step, I'm thinking of you. The city is sleeping, wrapped in a gray embrace, and I am just looking for a familiar face. But the streets are empty, the wind is growing cold, like the bittersweet stories that we never told. The steam is rising from the coffee in my hand, trying to hold on to things I don't understand. Your voice is an echo floating through the street, where the cold asphalt and the soft shadows meet. Time moves backward in this hazy avenue, and all of my memories are painted in your hue. I pull my coat tight, but the chill gets inside. There is no place left for my regrets to hide.
Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. Yeah, we fade away like a dream in the dark. The windshield wipers keep a steady, heavy beat. The lonely car is driving down the empty street. We built a castle out of promises and smoke. Now I'm just laughing at a forgotten joke. The cold wind whispers what we used to be, a beautiful story that we'll never see. Your ghost is sitting in the passenger seat, staring at the taillights on the concrete. I turn the radio on, but it's only static noise, searching for the comfort of your faded voice. Every corner turn brings another deja vu of a midnight drive that I took with you. The clock on the dashboard says it's almost 4, but I don't know what I am looking for anymore. Just driving in circles through the heavy white cloud, where the memories of us are screaming out loud. Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. If I could turn back the hands on a wall, would we still choose to fall? Or would we walk past each other in the crowd, silent and proud? Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. Just the rain and the mist fade away into the gray. Goodbye, my foggy night.
Rain outside, cups clinking, chair moving somewhere. Forgot my umbrella again. Had to stand under that tiny store awning with 3 strangers. Nobody talked, just rain, noise and traffic. Some guy beside me kept checking if the rain was stopping. It wasn't. The cafe near the station was full, so I sat outside instead. Coffee tasted kinda burnt, honestly. Still stayed there for like an hour, scrolling through songs, not listening properly. I think I've been tired for weeks now. dramatic, tired, just quietly tired. Someone laughed really loud inside the cafe, made everybody look for a second. Funny how strangers share moments accidentally. Rain got soft around sunset. The streets started glowing orange for no reason. That made me feel better. Still forgot the umbrella there though. Forgot my wallet at the cafe, didn't realize until halfway home. Had to walk back awkwardly, pretending I totally meant to return. Girl at the counter laughed a little, honestly fair. Same playlist was still playing, same couple near the window too. Don't think they talked once, kind of impressive actually. Weekdays feel blurry lately, especially after work. Soft guitar, lazy drums, roads repeating. Walk past the bookstore again, still closed somehow. There's always one guy waiting outside before opening. Seen him 3 times now, maybe more. Phone battery dying again, 4% this time. Getting dangerously confident, honestly. Weekdays feel blurry lately, especially after work. Bass loop repeating, city ambience like guitar melody. Someone dropped a tray in the cafe kitchen, whole place looked up at once, then immediately back to pretending not to notice. City people are funny like that sometimes. Sunlight hit the table suddenly. Everything looked warmer for maybe 10 seconds. Good timing, honestly. Forgot my umbrella there too. Stayed at the cafe until closing again. Didn't even notice the time. Playlist switched twice already. Guy near the window asleep almost. Owner cleaning cups slowly. Outside look colder than before. People walking faster now, probably trying to catch buses. I should've left earlier too, honestly. Cafes feel warmer at night, especially weekdays. Soft guitar repeating, bass entering slowly. Ordered another coffee, absolutely unnecessary decision. Heart already beating weird, still drank the whole thing. Girl beside me writing something in a tiny notebook. Same page for 30 minutes though, respectfully. Don't think writing was happening either. Cafes feel warmer at night, especially when raining. Light drum loop, electric piano repeating. Somebody dropped a spoon near the counter. Whole place looked up automatically, then immediately pretended not to care. People do that a lot here. City manners probably. Walk to the bathroom just to move a little. Look tired in the mirror, honestly. Fluorescent lighting brutal as always. Cafes feel windows layered quietly. Owner finally turned half the lights off. Universal sign, honestly. Still nobody moved immediately. Kind of impressive commitment. Outside buses getting emptier now. Streets quieter too. There's always this weird moment after 11 p.m. where everything feels slightly unreal. Hard to explain properly. Rain stopped sometime while I was inside. Roads outside, glowing orange now, looked expensive somehow. Like one of those scenes people post online with fake deep captions. Still nice though. Left 5 minutes after closing. Owner bowed politely. Pretty sure he wanted everybody gone 30 minutes earlier. Missed the last bus home again. So gonna already change routes. A couple people staring at it, hopefully anyway. Like maybe it would suddenly change back. Honestly relatable. Some guy called a taxi immediately. Another guy started smoking right away. Everybody has different coping mechanisms probably. The city feels softer after midnight. Bass loop repeating, soft subway ambience, lazy drums entering. Walked past the convenience store twice. Didn't need anything either time. Still went in once. Automatic doors feel weirdly comforting late at night. Bought gum, water, completely unnecessary chocolate milk. Great financial decisions as always. The city feels softer after midnight, especially in spring. Electric piano repeating softly. High school kids laughing outside somewhere. Way too much energy for 1 a.m. Honestly, kinda jealous though. I miss being tired without being exhausted. Difference gets bigger every year probably. Crosswalk took forever changing. Nobody waited properly. One taxi almost ignored the signal completely. Classic city behavior. The city feels softer after midnight, until garbage trucks start appearing. Instrument drift, warm guitar melody, vinyl crackle quietly layered. Phone battery finally died completely, strangely peaceful immediately. No notifications, no maps, no doom scrolling, just walking sounds, traffic lights, wind between buildings. There's this moment late at night where office buildings still glowing make you wonder who's still inside and why. Got home around 2, still watched videos for another hour anyway. It's 11:47 on a Wednesday. The fluorescent light inside the bus flickers twice. A woman in the third row has her eyes closed. Her grocery bags are leaning left on the incline. I'm sitting near the back because the back feels less like being watched and more like watching. The driver hasn't spoken since I boarded. He's just staring at the road like it owes him something. Outside the windows, the city's doing its thing. Wet pavement catching the orange of the street lamps. A restaurant still open, 2 tables inside. A man eating alone, reading something on his phone. The guy beside me gets off at the couch. He leaves a ring of water from his coffee cup on the blue plastic seat, a perfect circle. And I spend 3 stops just looking at it. The bus empties out the further that we go. By Montague, it's just me and the woman with the bag. She opens her eyes, looks out, pulls the cord. The bell rings once and she's already standing. I watch her go down the steps and into the cold. The doors fold shut with that specific sound, and then it's just the driver and me, heading somewhere I was already going. There's a version of this night I used to dread, coming home to a door that only I could open. But I've made a kind of peace with the particular silence of a room that keeps exactly as you left it. The leftovers in the fridge, the half-read book, the lamp I leave on because I like the color. None of it asks me how my day was, none of it expects me to be any different. Last stop's coming up, I can tell by the turns, 3 rights and a left and the overpass. I've ridden this route enough to know it in the body, the way you know a song you haven't heard in years. The driver pulls the brake and looks into the mirror just for a second, catches nobody's eye. He flips the sign to out of service quietly, and I step off into the 11:50 air. The key turns easy, the hallway smells the same. I leave my shoes beside the door the way I always do. The city's still going outside the window, and I am standing in the middle of a Wednesday. Not sad exactly, more like noticing the particular weight of an ordinary night. The bus is probably 2 blocks away by now, carrying nothing but its own fluorescent light.
The cleaners left an hour ago. I can hear the building breathing, just the HVAC. My desk is covered in the residue of Tuesday. A coffee ring, a sticky note, a quarter from last year. The screen's still on, but I stopped looking at it. Somewhere around the 7th straight hour, I'm just here now in the particular quiet that only offices of after everyone leaves. The lights across the river are doing something I don't have the word for, maybe existent. Very deliberately, each window a small life, each life too far to see, but they're enough to matter. I count the ones that are still lit at this hour. There are more than I expected, honestly. All of us up late for different reasons, all of us unseen from where we sit. 41 floors up, and the city is a quilt. Every light, the decision someone made or didn't. 41 floors up, and I am very small, and somehow that is not the bad news tonight. I found a voicemail I forgot to answer. 3 weeks old, my mother's voice just checking in. She mentions the weather like she always does. She says take care in a way that means it. I'll call her back tomorrow in the morning, when I have the kind of voice that sounds okay. Not because I'm not okay, just because some distances need daylight to cross well. The building sways a half-inch in the wind. You can't feel it, but I read somewhere it does. This tower is designed to give a little, so it doesn't have to break when things get hard. I think about them more than I probably should. The engineering of surviving a lateral force. Maybe everything that's still standing learned to bend. Maybe that's what all the damage actually taught. 41 floors up, and the city is a quilt. Every light, decision someone made or didn't. 41 floors up, and I am very small, and I have decided that is fine for now. I eat the lunch I bought for noon at 9 p.m. The sandwich is a little sad, but still a sandwich. I put my feet up on the desk for maybe the first time since I've worked here. Feels like years. Out the window someone's opened their curtains. A silhouette, a kitchen, something cooking. The steam rises visible against the dark glass, and for a moment we are parallel. Every light, a decision someone made or didn't. 41 floors up, and I am very small, and that is the whole point, and it's okay. 41 floors up, the building gives a little, and I am still here, and the lights are still on. 41 floors up, the city doesn't need me, and that's the most comforting thing I know.
I was in a grocery store on Saturday, third aisle of spices, reaching for the cardamom. And something in the color of the jar, or maybe just the weight of it, I'm not sure. But something in that moment crossed a wire, and suddenly I was not in any store. I was 8 years old, I was 4 feet tall, I was standing on a step stool at the stove. I put the cardamom back on the shelf and stood there for a minute with my hands still up. A woman with a cart said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yes, just remembered something, sorry." She smiled like she understood completely, like the same thing happens to her sometimes. And maybe that's the thing about the dead, they live in grocery aisles and interrupt. My grandmother's kitchen faced the morning. The light came in at an angle through the glass. She'd be there before anyone was awake, just moving, always moving, never loud. She made a soup that had no recipe, that she learned from a woman who had learned from a woman who brought it from somewhere farther east. A chain of hands I never got to trace. She'd let me sit up on the counter watching, and she'd explain each step, but not like teaching, more like thinking out loud to someone nearby, more like I was furniture she trusted. There was a smell, I can't describe it clinically, but warm is part of it, and something roasted, something sweet that wasn't sweet exactly. Cardamom was part of it, I'm sure of that, and underneath all that, just her, some combination of the soap she used, the particular fabric of her house coat, the way the air near her was a different temperature. She never once said anything about love, not in those words, not directly. She said things like eat more and sit straight and sleep, go sleep, we'll talk tomorrow. I asked her once where she was born exactly. She said a town that doesn't exist anymore. They changed the name, she said, or changed the country, or both. She laughed. The borders move a lot. She was quiet for a moment over the soup, and then she said the soup stayed the same though.
No matter where I cooked it, still the same. The cardamom, the warmth, the thing it does to a room.
She's been gone 11 years this spring. The soup died with her, no one wrote it down. I've tried to reconstruct it 4 or 5 times, and I get close but never quite. Not because I lack the spices or the skill, but because the kitchen light is wrong, and because the person standing on the step stool is now a man who misses her in grocery stores. I bought the cardamom, I don't know what I'll make, but I put it in my pocket like a signal from the chain of hands that went before me. Maybe I'll call my mother when I'm home and ask her what she remembers of the smell. Maybe the recipe is still inside the family, somewhere between the women who are left.
The refrigerator section hums a steady chord, somewhere between a D and something lower. I've been standing in the snack aisle for 4 minutes, holding a bag of something I don't want. The kid behind the counter has his headphones in. His head moves slightly, just the neck, just barely. The receipt roll is almost out. I noticed the little red stripe running through the paper. I was somewhere else a minute ago. I think I was inside a decision I made in a year that's soft now at the edges. I kept coming back to it this week, not with regret, more like revisiting a room you furnished with 22-year-old hands, and noticing the choices were all fine, just someone else's fine, you know. I put the bag back on the wrong hook and stood there a second feeling bad about it, then moved it to the right hook. Silver lining, a fluorescent light ticked once above my head. The automatic door breathed open for a second. Someone decided not to come in after all, just a cold draft and the sound of rain. And then the door breathed shut again. Exhale. There are nights I made decisions like the wind, just moved and let the shape of things direct me. I'm not sure I was reckless, more like trusting something I couldn't name but felt was there. Maybe that was right, maybe it cost me something I'd recognize only in the future. Or maybe the whole frame of loss and gain was just a story I was telling while I walked. The music in the store is something from the 90s. I remember hearing this in a car, someone's car, going somewhere on a summer afternoon. But I can't get the faces back, just the window and the light outside it, and the feeling of having somewhere to be, which is its own kind of luxury. Having somewhere, its own kind of warmth inside the chest. onigiri that I'll eat outside on the step. The kid takes out one headphone, says the amount I pay and say thank you, and he puts it back. And outside the rain is slow to almost nothing, just the pavement still wet and the orange lights. I stand here eating the onigiri, looking at the street, and the city is very quiet at 3 a.m. Not empty, quieter, like it knows to keep it down, like it made some agreement with itself. I finish the rice and hold the wrapper for a moment, then fold it clean and put it in my pocket.
You wore that yellow jacket in the April that hung a little crooked on the left. We walked a long way to the train station because the short way had too many steps. You were playing us something, I could feel it, the kind of quiet that has something in it, like a room with furniture pushed to the side, like you're about to move or rearrange. The cherry blossoms were doing their short run, 4 or 5 days before the petals fall, and we stood under one and said nothing. And that was maybe the most honest part. By June you had the plan worked out in detail, a city 3 time zones from where we were. You showed me on the map one Sunday morning and traced the route with your finger like a gift. I didn't say don't go, I said come back, which isn't quite the same thing but was close. The summer had that thick specific heat that makes you feel like time is moving slower. We ate on the fire escape most evenings. The neighbors had a fan that turned all night. I counted how many nights were left without saying out loud that I was counting. Before the season changes, I wanna tell you all the things I kept inside, the quiet moments before the season changes. I wanna show you how the ordinary things were extraordinary because of you beside them, because you were the context all along. September and the strings are in the air now. You went and I became a different kind of person. Not worse, not better, differently arranged like furniture that's found another wall. I cooked the meals I learned from watching you, got them almost right by the 3rd attempt. The small corrections you would have made, I made myself, and that was something too. The light in autumn has a slant to it that hits the floor at angles you'd have noticed. I noticed for you in your absence, held it for a moment, then let it go. Your messages came in across the time zones, warm and full of things you'd seen and learned. Photos of a coastline, a market, a morning, a whole new life assembling in real time. I wasn't sad exactly, more like stretched, like a material that's learned a new dimension. You were living and I was hearing both things existed in the same calendar without conflict. Winter has its own particular beauty. The trees are honest when they're empty. I started walking more on the long evenings, paying attention to the specific call before the season changes. I wanna tell you all the things I kept inside, the quiet moments before the season changes. I
compass that knows where the north is. You built a whole life over there, and I built something over here. And both of them are good, both of them are real, and both of them are real. And when you came back in the spring this year and wore a different jacket, slightly different, I love the version of you that had been somewhere. The way you love a song is grown into its sound. After the season changes, I can tell you the ordinary things were always extraordinary. After the season changes, I can't show you. I kept them all, I kept them all. You're gone now, and now you're here, and now the spring is here, and now the spring, and I don't have to hold them on my own. After the season changes, here we are, and everything we built apart, we get to share.
Convenience store at 2:03 a.m. again. Automatic doors opening to cold air and fluorescent lights. Cashier looked exactly the same as yesterday. Honestly, respect the consistency. Grab triangle, kimbap, and canned coffee. Same combination every time lately. Body running on routine, probably. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. Soft bass entering, light guitar repeating. Tiny vinyl crackle. Guy near the microwave staring into nothing for like 30 whole seconds. Understandable, honestly. Microwave beep sounded louder than usual. Whole store felt half asleep. Outside taxis moving slowly, straight shiny from earlier rain. Somebody laughing far away echoed between buildings weirdly. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. Especially convenience stores. Electric piano repeating softly. Phone finally stopped vibrating. Group chat died around midnight. Everybody getting older probably. Used to send 50 messages about absolutely nothing. Now conversations end at good night. Kinda sad, honestly, kinda peaceful too. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. More honest somehow. Instrument drift, slow drum groove, subtle city ambience. Stood outside drinking coffee, too cold for ice. Still bought iced. Same mistake every spring. Delivery motorcycle passed too fast. Nearly lost my napkins immediately. Great atmosphere ruined for a second. There's this weird comfort in seeing lights still on when the whole city feels asleep. Makes you feel less alone, maybe. Hard to explain. Forgot to buy toothpaste again. Third time this week, probably. Took the wrong subway line again. Noticed 3 stations later. Honestly, not even my worst decision this month. Train almost almost empty now. One guy asleep near the door, head bouncing every turn somehow. Impressive neck strength, honestly. Subways feel slow, we're late at night. Soft guitar loop, light drum groove, train ambience underneath. Girl across from me, rewatching the same short video. Laughed every single time too. Kinda nice actually. People enjoying small things publicly. Rare city moment. Speaker announcement completely unclear. Nobody understood anything. Still everybody nodded like we did. Public transportation confidence. Honestly. Subways feel slow, we're late at night. Especially after work, bass entering slowly. Electric piano repeating. Looked outside, tunnel windows for no reason. Nothing to see, obviously. Still kept checking. Same energy as opening the fridge repeatedly. Some high school kids entered laughing loudly. Whole train mood changed immediately. Adults pretending to be annoyed while secretly entertained, probably. Subways feel slow, we're late at night. Until your stop gets close. Instrument drift, warm roads melody. Subtle vinyl crackle, almost missed my transfer to brain running on low battery, honestly. Bought coffee earlier, completely ineffective somehow. Starting to think caffeine gave up on me. There's always this strange feeling when strangers leave one by one, and suddenly your train car gets silent, kind of peaceful, kind of lonely. Finally got off at the right station. Still walked the wrong direction first. Started laundry at midnight again. Probably annoying for downstairs neighbors. Tried convincing myself the machine isn't that loud. Definitely is though. Apartment walls built from paper, honestly. Washing machine shaking slightly. Same rhythm every cycle. Kind of hypnotic after a while. Apartments sound different at night. Warm roads repeating. Soft bass groove. Quiet room ambience. Opened the window for a minute. City smelled cold somehow. Even though spring started already, people still wearing winter jackets too. Nobody trusts weather forecast anymore. Delivery app still open on my phone. Spent 20 minutes choosing food, ordered the same thing anyway. Story of my life, honestly. Apartments sound different at night, especially older ones. Light drum loop entering slowly. Neighbor coughing through the wall again. Same timing every night. Starting to feel emotionally connected, honestly. Guy upstairs drops something heavy, immediately followed by silence. Universal apartment experience. Somebody somewhere always dropping objects at 1 a.m. Apartments sound different at night, more alive somehow. Instrument drifts, soft guitar melody. Vinyl crackle layer quietly. Laundry finished 40 minutes ago. Still sitting inside the machine. Too lazy to move, honestly. Phone brightness hurting my eyes now. Should sleep, probably. Definitely won't yet. There's this tiny peaceful feeling when
whole city gets quieter, but your room still has small sounds. Washing machine, traffic, fridge humming makes late nights feel less empty. Completely forgot fabric softener again. She comes in every other Thursday, always early, before the shop fills up with the mid-morning crowd. She never says who the flowers are for, just points at the white ones and says those. I wrap them the long way with the paper, the way she showed me once the first time she came. She said my mother likes them wrapped like presents even now. I think she meant even now. She pays in cash, exact, always ready, like she's been counting it out in the car. She says thank you with both hands on the counter and takes the white ones out into the street. There's a man who comes in before funerals. I can always tell he doesn't say it, but he picks the heavy-headed blooms, the ones that look like they already know. He asked me once what flowers mean endurance. Not for a grave, he said, for someone living, someone who's been carrying something very long and needs to know the carrying is seen. I gave him the dark dahlias, almost purple, and some eucalyptus for the silver in it. He held them like an answer to a question he'd been sitting with for more than I could guess. Kids coming on Saturday, two brothers. The younger one can't reach the counter yet. They're buying something for their father's birthday. The older one has written down a budget. They argue quietly about the yellow ones. The younger wants them, older says too simple. I tell them yellow means I'm glad you're here. The younger one looks up and says that's it. Give them yellow wrapped in brown craft paper and charge them less than what they wrote. The older one catches it and looks at me. I shake my head and they both say thank you twice. A woman stood in front of the peonies for nearly 15 minutes, not choosing. I didn't rush her. Sometimes the choosing is the whole reason someone came inside. She finally said, I haven't bought flowers since before my divorce, which was 4 years. I don't know who I'm buying them for now. She laughed a little, quietly, just once. I said, sometimes they're just for the room, sometimes they're just because it's Tuesday. She said yes, exactly, and picked the pink ones, the ones that open slowly over days. I sweep the petals up at 6 o'clock, the ones that fell throughout the day. Each one came in attached to something living and left as part of someone else's story. I don't know how the flowers bear it, honestly, being given at the edges of things, at the before and after of the moments that the people carrying them can't quite quite say. I lock the door and there's still one stem left, a small thing, slightly crooked, nothing special. I put it in the glass beside the register, because tomorrow it'll mean something to someone.
It's 4:47 and I know this, because I looked and now I can't unknow it. The ceiling has a water stain I've named, and the way you name things when you're running out of thoughts. The radiator is doing small knocking, the kind that only happens in the deep hours. The building speaks a different language at this time, contracting in the cold, working something out. I've been awake since 2 or maybe 3. The exact moment of waking is already gone. I just found myself here, already conscious, already somewhere in the middle of a thought. My phone is face down, which was a decision I made for reasons I believed at midnight. Now I wanna flip it over just to see, not messages, just the time again, the number. I don't flip it, that's a victory of some kind. Instead I look at the window, the specific dark, the way the street light catches the curtain edge, a thin gold line that's been there every night. I've lived here for years and I still notice it like it's new, like the light keeps being generous. Maybe that says something about noticing, or maybe just about the hours between 4 and 5. I think about a trip I took at 24, a train across a country I won't name. I had a seat by the window for 16 hours and watched the landscape do its slow explaining. I ate a sandwich I bought from a cart at a station whose name I never knew. The bread was good, the mustard was too sharp, and I remember that more than most things from that year. Funny what the brain decides to archive, not the cities or the faces, but the mustard, the specific burn of it, the way I winced, the countryside going past indifferent green. A conversation I had years ago surfaces. Someone said something that I didn't answer well. I've replayed it several hundred times by now, and my answer gets more elegant each pass. But the real answer was the one I gave, imperfect and surprised and honestly felt. And maybe that's the one that meant the most, even if it wasn't what I'd scripted today. The brain at 4 a.m. has no good filter, it just opens every drawer and leaves them open. Here's the mustard, here's the thing you said, here's the water stain, here's the knocking pipe. Beginning to dissolve. The edges of the thoughts were going soft. I was somewhere with a door and a hallway and light coming under from somewhere warm. Then a car outside a door, a voice not loud, just a present. And I'm back. The ceiling stained, the radiator knocking. 4:59, the phone would say if I looked. I'm not angry at this, not anymore. Insomnia, and I have an arrangement now. It gets these hours, I get the ones that follow, which are slower but of better light. There's something that I notice only here, and the specific frequency of 4 to 5. A kind of clarity that doesn't come in daylight. Too thin and cold and honest for the daytime. Maybe this is what the hours are for. The ones that aren't designed for doing anything. Just lying in the dark with all the drawers open, taking inventory of a life that's mostly fine. It's mostly fine. I found it in a listing on a Thursday evening, listed under furniture, miscellaneous. A photograph taken in a hallway, bad light, but even in bad light you could tell it had been loved. I drove 40 minutes to a house in the suburbs. An older woman answered, very gracious. She said it was her husband's, that he'd had it 40 years, she said, and then she stopped. I didn't ask her what came after 40 years. I just walked around the piano slowly, pressed a few keys, listened to the hammers. The sound was warm and not quite perfectly in tune. She said she couldn't keep it in the new place, that was all. She said it without looking at it. I said I'd take it, and she nodded twice and put the kettle on as if that settled something. 3 men came on a Saturday with straps and moved it down the hallway sideways slow. The piano made a sound against the door frame, one low note, sorta accidental, sorta not. In the truck it rolled with blankets wrapped around it. I drove behind and watched through the windshield. It moved with the road, patient as furniture, patient as something that has been somewhere a long time. When they carried it into my apartment, the sound in the room changed. I felt it before I heard it, the way a room changes when something real arrives, something with weight and history and consequence. I played it badly for the first 3 weeks. I've never been good, I play the way I cook, technically aware of what I'm doing wrong, but doing it regardless, it still feeds you. The detuning turned out to be a feature. Gave everything I played a little ache, made my mediocre scale sound considered, like I meant the imperfection, which I did. The neighbors on my left have never complained. The neighbors on the right said once through the wall, keep playing, we can hear it while we're eating, and it makes the evening feel like something. Think about the man who had it 40 years, what he played, whether he played well or badly, whether he played late or in the mornings, whether the sound traveled to where she was. 40 years is a long relationship with an object, longer than most things in a life stay constant. The keys of small depressions from his fingers slight. You have to press to feel them, but they're there. I press them sometimes, not to feel him, more to feel the continuous thread of the thing. The that someone's hands made this shape in the wood, and now my hands are learning the same places. There are things that carry history without memory, that hold the shape of how they've been approached. A book will hold the crease of where you stopped. A piano holds the weight of every hand. I don't believe in haunting, not exactly, but I believe in objects knowing their own past. The way this piano sounds a little different than one that's only ever held one life. Whatever he worked out at these keys, whatever he was thinking through or past, it's in the wood now, and the felt and hammers, and I play on top of it, and that feels right. The woman sent a message in December. She asked if the piano had settled in alright. I told her yes. I said it sounds like home. She said good. That's the word he would have used. I play it every evening now for maybe 30 minutes, sometimes more, depends. The detuning has become my favorite thing. The note that lands slightly left of perfect, which is the note that most resembles living, the one that means I tried, and this is what I got. And what I got is warm and slightly crooked, and mine now, and was someone else's first.
Pour another cup of sweet dark regret. The smoky air in here is thick and wet. Neon signs are flashing blue and red, spinning all the words that you never said. The piano player knows a melancholy tune, playing for the ghosts underneath the moon. He plays the chords that cut right through the soul, making the broken pieces feel whole. Ice is melting in an empty glass, waiting for the heavy midnight hours to pass. Nobody's rushing, everybody's still, drinking down the sorrow from a bitter pill. The clock on the wall says it's 3:30, and the darkness is a familiar friend to me. The shadows stretch across the wooden floor as I watch the rain pour outside the door. In the fog we find our hiding place, tracing the outlines of a forgotten face. Let the music play our blues tonight, underneath the dim and fading light. We are wrapping ourselves in a velvet shroud, where the silent thoughts are way too loud. Yeah, the blue velvet covers it all. The street outside is washed in golden glow. The river of the city is moving slow. We exchanged a glance, then we walked away, saving all the truths for another day. Now I'm just a stranger in a coat of gray, watching all the memories slip away. footsteps echo on the wet cobblestone. A jazz man's song when he's all alone. The trumpet is crying a sweet goodbye underneath the heavy starless sky. We were a melody that went out of tune, a midsummer dream that ended too soon. Now I sit in the corner of this dim-lit bar, staring at the ash of my faded cigar, letting the rhythm take over my mind, leaving the broken promises behind. In the fog we find our hiding place, tracing the outlines of a forgotten face. Let the music play our blues tonight, underneath the dim and fading light. We are wrapping ourselves in a velvet shroud, where the silent thoughts are way too loud. In the fog we find our hiding place, tracing the outlines of a forgotten face, forgotten face. Let the music play our blues tonight, underneath the dim and fading light. Midnight velvet, keep the old record spinning, just let it fade. Quiet steps upon the pavement stone, walking down this empty winding road alone. The city sleeps beneath a dark gray shroud, and the silent screams are getting way too loud. The street lamps flicker in the misty air, like a million questions leading nowhere. I look for shelter from the biting cold, holding on to memories that grew too old. I see my breath in the freezing night, everything's blurred in the pale yellow light. We were like paper burning in the dark, bright for a second, then a dying spark. Now the ashes are scattered on the ground, and the lonely night doesn't make a sound. The fog rolls in, swallows up the street, erasing every place where we used to meet. Raindrops fall like tears upon the glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass. Just a ghost of us floating in the deep, a secret promise that we couldn't keep. Let the waters wash the memory clean of the beautiful things that might have been, fragments of the fog floating away. The dawn is breaking, but it brings no sun. Just another day that has just begun. I'll close the curtains and I'll turn the key, waking up the part of you inside of me. The fog is lifting from the harbor side, but there is no place left for me to hide. The world wakes up, but I am frozen here, trapped in the shadow of a vanished year. Every piano note is a heavy sigh. Underneath the gray, unmoving sky, I draw a circle in the condensation. A lonely soul in need of consolation. The strings are rising like a swelling tide, expressing the pain that I tried to hide. Let it all dissolve into the misty air until there's nothing left of my despair. Raindrops fall like tears upon the glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass. Just a ghost of us floating in the deep, a secret promise that we couldn't keep. Let the waters wash the memory clean of the beautiful things that might have been. So here I stand at the journey's end, no longer looking for a lost friend. The fog has taught me how to disappear, leaving behind every single fear. Fragments of the fog washed away into the quiet night.
Sitting by the window in this dim lit space, watching the raindrops blur every single face. People rushing by under umbrellas of black, walking down a road with no turning back. My coffee's getting cold, the steam is all gone, just like the feelings that I used to hold on. The neon sign outside is flickering slow, casting a shadow on the pavement below. I draw a little heart on the foggy glass, waiting for the heavy cloud of sadness to pass. But it just melts away, turning into a tear, reminding me of when you were sitting right here. The spoon clinks softly against the porcelain cup, a lonely sound that never seems to cheer me up. The world is moving fast, but I am stuck in the gray, watching the memories of us drift away. Can you see my eyes inside the falling rain? Can you feel the rhythm of this quiet, dull pain? In this foggy night, the city goes to sleep, leaving behind the secrets that we couldn't keep. Just a lonely soul wrapped in a woolen coat, writing you a letter that I'll never post. Yeah, never post. Waiter looks at me with a sympathetic smile. I've been sitting here alone for quite a while. The
clock on the wall says it's closing time soon, but there is no comfort under this hidden moon. I pack my things and step out into the chill. The misty air is thick, the streets are dead still. Every footstep echoes like a heartbeat in pain. Walking home alone through the endless rain. Can you see my eyes inside the falling rain? Can you feel the rhythm of this quiet, dull pain? In this foggy night, the city goes to sleep, leaving behind the secrets that we couldn't keep. If you're out there, walking in the dark, do you still carry that tiny little spark? Or did the rain wash it out completely? So quietly, so sweetly. That we couldn't keep. Just the rain in my eyes. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye. Last leaves are falling onto the cold ground. The forest is sleeping without a single sound. The autumn is dying, the winter is near, and the first gray mist is starting to appear. I walk down the path where we used to run, under the pale warmth of a fading sun. Now the branches are bare like bones in the sky, and I'm left alone with no reason why. I pull my old sweater close to my skin, remembering the warmth that we used to live in. Your favorite book is still on my desk, a painful reminder of a beautiful past. The fog is rolling down from the mountain top like a heavy curtain that will never stop. It covers the trails, it covers the trees, bringing me down to my trembling knees. Hold me tight in this last autumn mist, before we become names that no longer exist. The cold wind is blowing our summer away, turning our colorful world into gray. Just stay for a moment, don't say a word. Let the quietest sigh be the only thing heard.
torches burning so dim, filled with the sadness right up to the rim. I watch the white smoke from the chimney rise, disappearing slowly right before my eyes. We were a season that had to change. Now everything about us feels so strange. A beautiful memory locked in a cage, turning the leaf to a blank final page. Hold me tight in this last autumn mist, before we become names that no longer exist. The cold wind is blowing our summer away, turning our colorful world into gray. The fire is dying down, the mist is taking the town. Are you safe wherever you are, my fallen Hold me tight in this last autumn mist, before we become names that no longer exist. The cold wind is blowing our summer away, turning our colorful world into gray. Misty autumn, goodbye. Under the gray sky. Quiet steps upon the frozen pavement stone, walking down this empty, endless road alone. The city sleeps beneath a dark gray shroud, and the silent screams are getting way too loud. The street lamps flicker in the misty air, like a million questions leading nowhere. I look at the sky, but there are no stars tonight, just a heavy blanket blocking out the light. Every single breath forms a cloud in front of me, a temporary shape that I can clearly see. It lasts for a second, then it melts into space, just like the memory of your sweet face. The world is so cold, but my heart is still warm, holding on to love in the middle of the storm. But the fog keeps rising, it's reaching my knees, freezing the blood and the bark on the trees. This is the melody of the eternal night, where we lose the wrong and we find the right. Let the piano play a final goodbye pieces of a broken glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass away. The harbor is quiet, the ships are all still. The fog is a ghost that has conquered the hill. I stand at the edge where the water meets land, with nothing but emptiness inside my hand. The waves are whispering a dark, sweet song, telling me this is where I truly belong. But I turn around and I walk back to the town, refusing to let the darkness drag me down. This is the melody of the eternal night, where we lose the road and we find the right. Let the piano play our final goodbye underneath the heavy, unmoving sky. So here I stand at the journey's end, no longer looking for a lost friend. The fog has taught me how to disappear, leaving behind every single fear. Eternal night, washed clean into the quiet. Yeah. Get your board, let's go. Sailing through the mist, it feels like cloud nine, baby. Listen, four was on the concrete, gliding through the white. The street lamps are still glowing from the happy foggy night. The air is fresh and cool against the surface of my skin. I'm popping up an alley and I'm ready to begin. The mist is splitting open every time I ride across, feeling like a captain, feeling like a total boss. The town is quiet, cozy, but my heart is beating strong, vibing to the rhythm of this sunny lo-fi song. I see the bakery open, smelling donuts in the air. The powdered sugar fog is rolling everywhere. No traffic on the road, it's a private skating rink, giving me the space and giving me the time to think. Just rolling with the changes, rolling with the beat, making happy memories on every single street. Riding on my skateboard through the silver cloud, music in my ears and it's pumping pretty loud. The foggy night is over and the day is looking grand, sailing through the mist to a beautiful land. Oh, catch the sweet breeze, let the good times roll. Nothing can stop the happy rhythm of my soul. Yeah, look, my friends are catching up, I hear them laughing from behind. The finest little crew that you could ever hope to find. We're turning every corner into a magical playground, spreading positive vibrations all across the town. The sun is playing peekaboo behind the white sheet, casting giant shadows down beneath our moving feet. It's a whimsical adventure, it's a cinematic trip, taking every moment with a happy little sip. We don't need a clear sky to see the world is bright. We found the silver lining from the misty foggy night. The bass line is funky and the guitar is sweet, keeping up the energy on the concrete street. Riding on my skateboard through the silver cloud, music in my ears and it's pumping pretty loud. The foggy night is over and the day is looking grand, sailing through the mist to a beautiful land. Oh, catch the sweet breeze, let the good times roll. Nothing can stop the this silver cloud music in my ears, and it's pumping pretty loud. The foggy night is over and the day is looking grand, sailing through the mist to a beautiful land. Oh, catch the sweet breeze, let the good times roll. Nothing can stop the happy rhythm of my soul. Keep rolling through the sunshine cloud. Yeah, just like that. Catch you later. Yeah, feel the sunshine in the voice. The fog is clearing up, y'all. Let's bring the happy energy. Listen. Got a pocket full of sunshine, got a heart full of glee. Walking through the morning fog as happy as can be. The mist is melting down under the golden sunny rays, opening the curtains to a brand new phase. No instruments required, just the power of the lungs, singing out the praises with the happy human tongues. I hear the vocal bass line jumping up and down so bright, chasing all the shadows of the heavy foggy night. My flow is like a river running clean and running fast, leaving all the drama and the worries in the past. We're clapping with the hands, making music on the fly, sending up a happy shout right into the sky. Look at how the world is waking up with a smile. We can sit and enjoy the view for a little while. We got a pocket full of sunshine inside the clearing fog, dancing down the sidewalk, jogging with my dog, with the power of the voice and the rhythm in the chest. We are showing all the world that we are truly blessed. Oh, lift your spirits high, let the harmony ring in the middle of the morning. Hear the happy voices sing. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Yeah, yeah, check the positive flow. They thought the fog would bring us down and make the day gray, but we found a beautiful way to chase the clouds away. It's all about the mindset, all about the light you keep inside your own spirit when the world is fast asleep. I hear my sister singing a sweet melodic line, blending with my rap bars, making everything fine. We are building up a house made of harmony and love, rising up high to the blue sky above. No wires, no plugs, just an organic vibe, connecting every member of this happy human tribe. So let the beatbox drop and let the choir go wild. Today I'm feeling joyful just like a little child. We got a pocket full of sunshine inside the clearing fog, dancing down the sidewalk, jogging with my dog, with the power of the voice and the rhythm in the chest. We are showing all the world that we are truly blessed. Oh, lift your spirits high, let the harmony ring in the middle of the morning. Hear the happy voices sing. Foggy night is gone, the bright day is here. Nothing but love, nothing left to fear. Bring the beat back. We got a pocket full of sunshine inside the clearing fog, dancing down the sidewalk, jogging with my dog, with the power of the voice and the rhythm in the chest. We are showing all the world that we are truly blessed. Oh, lift your spirits high, let the harmony ring in the middle of the morning. Hear the happy voices sing, yeah. Let a pocket full of sunshine. Foggy night's over, have a beautiful day. Peace. Nobody checked the time, at least not at first. The coffee arrived, the weather cooperated, and somehow that was enough. The table near the window was already taken by a guy with headphones who looked like he'd been there since breakfast. The woman beside him was highlighting a book with so much enthusiasm. You'd think there was a test later. Maybe there was. The coffee shop wasn't busy, just comfortably occupied. The kind of crowd that makes a place feel alive. without making it loud. Nobody checked the time, nobody had a reason to. The conversations wandered from movies to food to stories nobody planned on telling. The guy behind the counter dropped a spoon twice, the same spoon, which somehow felt impressive. A dog tied outside watched the door like he was expecting someone important. Every customer got evaluated, every customer passed inspection. Around 1 o'clock, the sunlight moved across the floor, one table at a time. The people moved too, chasing patches of shade without admitting it. The playlist changed. A song ended, another started. Nobody noticed, or maybe everybody noticed, and nobody cared. The coffee cooled down, the ice melted, the afternoon stretched the way good afternoons do, without announcing itself. Nobody checked the time, the city kept moving outside. Buses arrived, buses left, people crossed streets, people answered phones, people hurried somewhere inside. Everything felt slower. A student packed up, then sat back down 5 minutes later, apparently not ready to leave yet. A couple ordered cake after insisting they weren't hungry. The cake disappeared in under 3 minutes, which settled that debate. The dog outside finally fell asleep. The guy with headphones removed one side for the first time all day. The woman with the book turned a page after what felt like an hour, and somehow the afternoon kept going, like nobody wanted to be the first person to end it. When somebody checked the time, just one person, and suddenly everybody checked. Phones appeared, laptops woke up, reality returned. 3 hours gone without permission. Nobody checked the time, and honestly that might have been the best thing that happened all day.
Whoa, damn, yeah. Walked in for coffee, that was the plan. A simple plan, a reasonable plan. Then the smell arrived, and suddenly nothing was reasonable anymore. Fresh bread, fresh pastries, fresh excuses to spend money. The bakery was winning today. Nobody stood a chance. Fresh bread coming out, making everybody change plans. The bakery was winning today. You could see it on their face. Yeah. People walked in for coffee, walked out with 3 extra things. A woman ordered tea, then added cake, then added cookies, then stopped pretending she wasn't hungry. The guy by the window bought 1 croissant, came back 5 minutes later for another, which felt honest. The tray near the counter emptied faster than the staff expected. Every time fresh bread appeared, the room got quieter, like everybody respected the moment. The bakery was winning today. Not because it tried, because it didn't have to. The smell did all the work by the afternoon. Nobody remembered why they originally came. Coffee became secondary, bread became the headline, and honestly, the bakery earned it. The bakery was winning today. And somehow everybody left in a better mood than they arrived. Nobody was in a hurry today. At least that's how it felt. The coffee shop opened on time, but nobody rushed inside. People just drifted in one at a time, like they had all morning, even if they didn't. The guy behind the counter dropped a stack of paper cups. Everybody looked, nobody laughed. He laughed first, so then everybody else did. The woman near the window had been reading the same page for at least 20 minutes, or maybe she just liked looking thoughtful, a dog tied outside. Watched every person who walked past like he was interviewing candidates for friendship. Nobody was in a hurry today. Hey, not the people, not the weather, not even the traffic lights. Everything seemed willing to wait a little longer. The coffee cooled down before I finished it again. Some habits survive every attempt to improve them. A kid walked in with a paper airplane that clearly wasn't built for long distance travel. He launched it anyway, it made it about 3 feet, and honestly that's farther than I expected. The guy in the corner closed his laptop and spent 10 minutes watching the street instead. Probably a good trade. The bakery next door sold out of something, I don't know what, but 3 disappointed customers left carrying something else, which is usually how bakeries win. Nobody was in a hurry today. The city finally remembered how to breathe. The buses came, the buses left. Nobody sprinted after them. One woman missed hers and just sat back down like she'd made peace with it. The sunlight moved slowly across the floor, one table at a time, like it had nowhere else to be. The afternoon stretched out, the conversations got quieter. The coffee machine kept working, which felt worth celebrating. After last week, a delivery driver arrived twice because he forgot something. The first time, forgot something else. The second time, the staff knew his name by then. Around 4 o'clock, the place got calmer. The dog outside was asleep. The woman finally turned the page. The kid with the airplane had upgraded to drawing dinosaurs. The guy with the laptop still hadn't reopened it. Honestly, I respected that. Nobody was in a hurry today, and maybe that's why the whole day felt bigger. Not because more happened, because less did, and somehow that left room to notice everything else. The chairs, the sunlight, the coffee, the conversations, the small moments that usually get lost when everybody's moving too fast. Nobody was in a hurry today, and for a little while, neither was I. Yeah, midnight on the rooftop, city lights below. Just the sound of voices and the things we know. Yeah. No track, no producer, just the breath and the beat. Just the words we carry and the cold concrete. Started on a corner with a notebook and a pen. Didn't have a studio, so I used the wind. The walls of this building been my reverb room. Every crack in the concrete been a different tune. 17 and hungry, 23 and tired, 28 and wondering if the dream expired. But I'm still up here, still got breath to spare. Still got something burning that I need to air. Never had the budget, never had the plug, never had the cosign or the industry shrug in my direction. So I made my own direction. Every verse I wrote became my own correction. No click track, no metronome, just the city and the microphone of my mouth, my chest, the night air thin. This is where the real ones begin. Midnight on the rooftop, city lights below. Just the sound of voices and the things we know. No track, no producer,
Every time I left, I brought the leaving fear with me to the next place, the next room, the next stage. The home was in the rhyme, not the city or the age. Watch the others sign the deals, watch the deals go cold. Watch the hype arrive and leave before the story's told. So I kept it underground, kept it in the lungs, kept it in the cipher where the real stuff comes. My grandmother would hum while she cleaned the house. A melody so old it had forgotten how to shout. Just move through her like water through a natural thing. I think that's what I'm chasing every time I sing. Something true enough to hum without the words. Something felt before it's spoken, like the flight of birds. Something that your body knows before your brain agrees. I'm looking for that feeling in these harmonies. No click track, no metronome, just the city and the microphone of my mouth, my chest, the night heaven. This is where the real ones begin. Midnight on the rooftop, city lights below. Just the sound of voices and the things we know. No track, no producer, just the breath and the beat. Just the words we carry and the cold concrete. What do you carry when the music stops? Everything I couldn't say in daylight. What do you carry when the music stops? Every name I almost forgot. We carry it up here, we carry it up here, and we let it out in the only language that was always ours. Born in the borough where the buildings lean, raised on the radio or in between. Never had the perfect start, had a start though, never had a map, but found a way though. Every city has a rooftop, every rooftop has a story, every story has a voice, and every voice deserves its moment of glory. Midnight on the rooftop, city lights below. Just the sound of voices and the things we know. No track, no producer, just the breath and the beat. Just the words we carry and the cold concrete. Just the breath, just the beat, just the beat, just the night, just us, just us, just the breath. You remember this block? Yeah, this is the block where the street light flickered out for 3 whole months and nobody did anything about it except old man Park, who dragged a lamp from his store and set it on the sidewalk by his door. So we that light just like that, no complaint, just action in the quiet of a neighborhood saint who never called himself that, never needed the name, just kept the light on and that was his claim to something permanent in an impermanent place. The lamp is gone now, so is his face. From the block moved away or moved on, I'm not sure, but when the street light flickers I remember him more. The corner where we played until the mother's call, the chalk outlines of our handprints on the wall that's been repainted 4 times since then, but I still know exactly where my hand has been. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
All of it.
Like it was yesterday, like it was yesterday.
Harmony block, every voice in tune. Every summer evening, every borrowed afternoon. The block taught us the things they don't teach in school. That kindness is a rhythm and the rhythm is a rule. Harmony block, where the old songs live, in the bones of everyone who learned to give a little. To the corner, to the light, to the sound. This is where we all first found our ground. About this block was soft and warm. We had our share of hunger and our share of storm. Families falling apart behind the windows we passed, smiling at each other because that's what you asked of each other here. The performance of fine, the night across the street, across the borderline of each other's private pain that we half knew, but kept our distance from the way neighbors do. I think about the ones who left in different ways. Some left for school, some left in darker days, some just stopped appearing and we never asked why. The block absorbs the leaving with the lullaby of almost see the same stoops, the same sounds, the same game playing out on the same grounds, until one day you count and the old ones are few and the block keeps playing that's okay. And that's the point I'm trying to say. The harmony was never just the people, it was the place. And the place keeps singing long after it forgets your face.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember.
all of it.
Like it was yesterday.
Like it was yesterday. Harmony blocked every voice in tune. Every summer evening, every borrowed afternoon. The block taught us the things they don't teach in school. That kindness is a rhythm and the rhythm is a rule. Harmony block where the old songs live. In the bones of everyone who learned to give a little. To the corner, to the light, to the sound. This is where we all first found our ground. What did the block give you?
Time to figure it out.
What did the block teach you?
How to live without
What do you carry from it?
everything that's real.
Block gave us the language.
For everything we feel.
Every stupid classroom,
Every lamp a sign.
every neighbor a reminder.
That nothing's only mine.
Harmony block, every voice in tune. Every summer evening, every borrowed afternoon. The block taught us the things they don't teach in school. The kindness is a rhythm and the rhythm is a rule. Harmony block where the old songs live. In the bones of everyone who learned to give a little. To the corner, to the light, to the sound. This is where we all first found our ground.
Still got the block in me. Still got the light. Still got the sound of every name I knew.
Yeah, like this. Oh yeah, like this. Yeah, like this. Never did it by the book cause I wrote my own chapter. Everybody had advice, I said thanks, I give back. It took the long way, took the scenic, took the roadless GPS. Ended up exactly where I needed, more or less. They said dress the part, I said what part are we playing? They said follow the formula, I said what's it saying? To the version of myself that I wake up and face every morning in the mirror, does it feel like my place? My place is a little left the center of the map. A little uncoordinated, a little all that, a little where that come from? When I open my mouth, a little northern energy with a little bit of south. I don't need the validation, got my own two hands, got my own ideas and my own plans. And the sauce, oh the sauce, is always on the side. I put it where I want it, that's my sauce, that's my ride. You got the recipe?
I got the recipe.
You following it? Absolutely not. Sauce on the side, I add it how I want, not your way, not their way. Just my fun, my flavor, my timing, my approach. Different track, but I'm still reaching the goal. Sauce on the side, the formula's a guide, not a cage, not a rule, not a place to hide. I take what works and I leave what doesn't fit. And the dish comes out exactly like it. Had a phase where I was trying to be legible to everyone at once, trying to be readable by every eye that looked palatable, digestible. The stress of being everything was indigestible. So I stopped, just stopped, decided to be one thing, clearly and completely, and let that thing ring out louder than the noise of trying to please every single person with a different set of keys. The ones who get it, great, let's build something real. The ones who don't, no hard feelings, here's the deal. This is what I am and what I'm going to be, and there's enough of the right people looking for me. So I cook my thing my way with the sauce on the side. Let the people who want it customize their right through what I made. That's the service, that's the gift. Everybody gets the app, whatever gives their life a lift. You got the recipe?
I got the recipe.
You following it? Absolutely not. Sauce on the side, I'll add it how I want, not your way, not their way. Just my fun, my flavor, my timing, my approach. Different track, but I'm still reaching the goal. Sauce on the side, the formula's a guide, not a cage, not a rule, not a place to hide. I take what works and I leave what doesn't fit. And the dish comes out exactly like it.
What if the blueprint is just a suggestion?
What if the answer is a better question?
What if the sauce is the whole point?
Then season it yourself and enjoy the joint. Nobody else is living in your kitchen. Nobody else can make your vision taste the way it tastes when you're the chef. Put the sauce exactly where you left.
your mark, your hand, your way. That's the only recipe worth making today. Sauce on the side, I'll add it how I want. Not your way, not their way. Just my font, my flavor, my time and my approach. Different track, but I'm still reaching the code. Sauce on the side, the formula's a guide. Not a cage, not a rule, not a place to hide. I take what works and I leave what doesn't fit. And the dish comes out exactly like it. My sauce, my call, my ride, my kitchen, my rules, my dish, and it's cool. Yeah, like this.
Yeah. No instruments needed tonight. Just the voice, the breath, and the fog. Listen close. No guitars, no pianos, just the spirit in the throat. Sailing through the foggy night inside a vocal boat. The mist is hiding everything, the eyes are useless now. So I gotta use my ears to find the answer somehow. I hear the rhythm of my breath, the beating of my heart. An organic masterpiece of elemental art. The city staying quiet while the voices start to rise, lifting up the heavy cloud into the midnight skies. Every single bar I spit is raw and unrefined, a pure reflection of the thoughts inside a human mind. We don't need the electricity to make a heavy sound, when the power of the harmony is vibing all around. Walking through the silver haze, guided by the click. The atmosphere is heavy and the white fog is thick, but the voice is like a lighthouse cutting through the dark, leaving on the asphalt a permanent mark. Voices in the fog, they're singing out so clear, chasing all the silence and the lonely winter fear. No tracks, no wires, just the breath in the air, a natural vibration that we universally share. Oh, lift your voice tonight, let the harmony ring. In the middle of the foggy night, hear the shadows sing. Yeah, feel the bounce. They try to auto-tune the world and make it mechanical, but the feeling in the vocal cord is wild and animal. Yeah, you can feel the friction, you can hear the raw soul, taking all the broken pieces, making them whole. The fog is like an echo chamber built by the sky, bouncing back the melodies that float on up so high. I'm rapping with no safety net, just spitting on the beat that my brother's making with his mouth on the street. It's a throwback to the roots of spiritual return, watching how the inner fire begins to brightly burn. We are wrapped inside the mist, but our message is clear. As long as we can speak, there is nothing to fear. So let the beatbox drop and let the bass line roll. This is acapella magic taking over control. Voices in the fog, singing out so clear, chasing all the silence and the lonely winter fear. No tracks, no wires, just the breath in the air, a natural vibration that we universally share. Oh, lift your voice tonight, let the harmony ring. In the middle of the foggy night, hear the shadows sing. Just a blanket, the voice is the light. We making it through to the morning bright. Voices in the fog, singing out so clear, chasing all the silence and the lonely winter fear. No tracks, no wires, just the breath in the air, a natural vibration that we universally share. Oh, lift your voice tonight, let the harmony ring. In the middle of the foggy night, hear the shadows sing. Only the echo of the breath remains in the foggy night.
The lemonade was too expensive. Everybody agreed. The menu said $7, which felt ambitious for lemons, water, and optimism. The first person bought one anyway, then a second, then a third. By 1 o'clock, half the patio was carrying yellow cups like we'd all forgotten the original argument. The lemonade was too expensive, still somehow worth it. The weather made a good case and nobody really resisted. A kid pointed at the sign, then immediately changed his mind and pointed at ice cream, which honestly felt like stronger decision making. The cashier looked busy, the blender sounded tired. The line kept growing without much explanation. The guy in sunglasses spent longer taking pictures than actually drinking it. A woman beside him finished hers in 5 minutes, which seemed equally valid. The lemonade was too expensive, but so was staying inside on a day like this. Yeah. The tables outside filled up one conversation at a time. One chair scraping the pavement, one iced drink at a time. A dog stopped near every table, conducting what looked like a very thorough inspection. The city slowed down, the shadows got shorter, the afternoon got louder. Without becoming noisy, the lemonade started melting. The ice disappeared, the cups got lighter. The people stayed longer than they planned. The cyclist missed a turn and laughed about it. A delivery driver forgot which building he needed and checked 3 times. A little girl dropped a straw, then celebrated getting a new one like she'd won something. The lemonade was too expensive. Still nobody complained, not really, because some afternoons make spending a little too much feel like part of the story. By 4 o'clock the line finally shrank. The ice machine got a break. The patio looked calmer. The sun moved lower. The yellow cups disappeared one by one, leaving only water rings on the table. The lemonade was too expensive. I'd probably buy it again, and honestly, that tells you everything.
Yeah. From the darkness to the light, the fog is just a beautiful transition. Sing it with me now. Yeah. Watching how the mist recedes, thinking about the beautiful places where the journey leads. The foggy night was long and it was hard to find a way, but every single struggle brought us to a better day. No drum machines needed when the hands can make the beat. You can feel the victory bouncing on the street. I hear the golden melody rising from the throat, sailing through the silver cloud like a royal boat. My rap is full of passion, full of hope, full of fire, lifting up the energy higher and higher. We are the architects of a brand new design, turning all the water of our tears into sweet wine. Look at how the sun is painting gold on the tree. Everything is open and everything is free.
We are singing golden melodies inside the morning mist,
Living out the
beautiful days that we truly miss.
with the clap of their hands
And the fire in the soul,
we are taking back our lives.
taking back control.
Oh, the foggy night is gone, the sky is clear and blue. A bright and beautiful day is waiting for you. Yeah, feel the inspiration. Yeah, feel the inspiration. The fog tried to blind us, tried to make us lose our sight, but it only made our inner light shine twice as bright. We learned how to navigate when everything was great, and that's the reason why we can celebrate today. Listen to the choir, how they harmonize the space, putting a giant smile upon every single face. It's a celebration of life, a celebration of the voice. We chose to be happy, yeah, we made the right choice. No synthesizers can mimic the warmth of the soul, when a group of good people are reaching for the goal. So keep the hands clapping, keep the message alive. We are more than survivors, we are ready to thrive.
We are singing golden melodies inside the morning mist,
Living out the
beautiful days that we truly miss.
oh, rejoice and the clap. We survived the map, the fog has rolled away. Now it's time to play. Golden days ahead, just like the choir said. Bring the full rhythm back one last time.
We are singing golden melodies inside the morning mist,
Living out the
beautiful days that we truly miss.
with the clap of the hands.
The fire in the soul,
We are taking back our lives.
taking back control.
Oh, the foggy night is gone. The sky is clear and blue. A bright and
Beautiful day.
is waiting for you. Golden melodies. The fog is gone. Welcome to the sunshine. Yeah. Peace and love. Whoa.
Girl, look at the lights tonight. The fog made everything look so romantic. Yeah, just hold my hand. Check it. The purple neon's bleeding through the heavy silver mist, creating a magical world that we cannot resist. It feels like we are walking inside a lavender dream, floating on a cloud right beside a silver stream. Your hand inside my pocket is so cozy and so warm, protecting my heart from any kind of winter storm. We're counting all the street lamps as they blurry pass us by, looking like small stars that fell down from the midnight sky. I love the way the mist is catching the color of your eyes, a beautiful reflection of a sweet and grand surprise. No need to say a word, let the bass line do the talk. We're perfectly in sync on this romantic midnight walk, just you and me together, escaping all the crowd, living out our love story way above the cloud. Lost inside the lavender haze with you tonight. The foggy night is making every single color bright. We are drifting on the rhythm of the sweet lo-fi beat, walking hand in hand down the empty purple street. Oh baby, don't wake me if I'm dreaming this dream. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Yeah, listen, the world can keep on rushing, they can keep on chasing gold, but I have got the greatest treasure here for me to hold. Your laughter is a melody that loops inside my head, sweeter than any words that a poet ever said. The fog is like the doors, keeping all the world away, giving us a sanctuary till the break of day. We stop beneath the awning of a quiet little store, and I realize I love you even more than before. The synthesizer's playing a warm and gentle line, a soundtrack for the moment when your lips are touching mine. So let the mist roll and let the lavender glow. We're gonna keep it grooving nice and sweet and slow. Lost inside the lavender haze with you tonight. The foggy night is making every single color bright. We are drifting on the rhythm of the sweet lo-fi beat, walking hand in hand down the empty purple street. Oh baby, don't wake me if I'm dreaming this dream. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Purple lights, silver nights, everything is right. Holding you close beneath the misty street light. The fog is our castle, the night is our friend. I wish this beautiful walk would never ever end. Lost inside the lavender haze with you tonight. The foggy night is making every single color bright. We are drifting on the rhythm of the sweet lo-fi beat, walking hand in hand down the empty purple street. Oh baby, don't wake me if I'm dreaming this dream. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Wake up, look outside. The fog is turning golden today. Pour the coffee, let's get it. Check. Look. Woke up at 7 and I stepped into the kitchen zone. The morning fog is thick, but I am feeling in my own. It's wrapping around the garden like a big vanilla shake. A beautiful landscape for the city to awake. I grind the coffee beans and hear the rhythmic little sound, while the jazzy lo-fi bass line starts to vibrate on the ground. The sun is breaking through the mist, is painting everything in shades of yellow gold. It makes my inner spirit sing. No rush today, we taking every single second slow, just watching how the vapors in the sunny shadows grow. I put my headphones on and let the melody take flight. A perfect little bridge from the heavy foggy night. Got a smile on my face, got a bounce in my shoes. Today is a day that I am breaking all the blues. Sunshine, espresso in the morning fog. Walking with a smile, jumping over the log. The mist is glowing bright like a neon light. Everything is beautiful and everything is right. Just ride the lo-fi groove, let the sun shine in. This is where the beautiful stories begin. Yeah, look, the neighbors waving high through the fuzzy silver screen. The greenest little grass that you have ever seen. Every single dewdrop is a diamond in the haze, sparkling so bright, putting me in the days I used to worry about the future, worry about the plan. But now I'm just enjoying being exactly who I am. The fog is not a wall, it's just a cozy white embrace, giving us a chance to slow down the human race. So take another sip and let the warmth fill your chest. Out of all the mornings, man, this one is the best. The piano keys are dancing, keeping everything alive. A soundtrack for the souls who are ready to thrive. Sunshine, espresso in the morning fog. Walking with a smile, jumping over the log. The mist is glowing bright like a neon light. Everything is beautiful and everything is right. Just ride the lo-fi groove, let the sun shine in. This is where the beautiful stories begin. Bright light shine, everything is moving in a perfect design. Goodbye to the dark, hello to the bright. We survived the mystery of the foggy night. Sunshine, espresso in the morning fog. Walking with a smile, jumping over the log. The mist is glowing bright like a neon light. Everything is beautiful and everything is right. Just ride the lo-fi groove, let the sun shine in. This is where the beautiful stories begin. Sunshine, espresso, keep the vibe high. Have a beautiful day. Oh, oh, oh. Forecast said rain, the clouds agreed. The wind seemed confident, the weather app looked very certain about the whole thing. So naturally, we sat outside anyway. At first, the patio was empty, every chair available, every table waiting. Nobody wanted to risk it, except us. And one older man reading a newspaper like weather reports had never controlled him before. We sat outside anyway. Best decision all day. Coffee tasted better, nothing got in the way. We sat outside anyway. The clouds changed their mind, the sky got brighter, and so did the afternoon. The first 20 minutes felt like a gamble, then the sunlight arrived. Like it had been late to its own appointment. People started moving outside, one table at a time, one coffee at a time, pretending they planned it all along. A dog slept under a chair, completely committed to doing nothing. The cyclist from earlier stopped for water, then stayed for cake, which felt relatable. The older man finally finished his newspaper, folded it carefully, and ordered another coffee, a strong endorsement, if you ask me. We sat outside anyway, and the city seemed happier. The conversations got louder, the drinks got colder. The afternoon stretched out without asking permission. A little girl counted passing bicycles, made it to 32, then lost track. A couple argued about where to eat later. Both sounded hungry, neither sounded correct. The clouds stayed nearby, making threats. They never followed through. The sunlight stayed longer than expected. The coffee disappeared, the cake disappeared, 3 hours disappeared, even faster. We sat outside anyway, and looking back, that tiny decision ended up being the whole day. The forecast said rain, the forecast was wrong, not completely, just enough for a really good afternoon. Didn't land with fireworks, didn't land with noise. Landed soft, landed slow, landed with some poise that I didn't know I had until I needed it. The ground came up and I just met it. Not a crash, not a stumble, not a drama scene. Just a quiet arrival at a place I've never been before. A version of okay that's actually okay. Not performing okay, not surviving okay. Real okay, the kind that doesn't need explaining. The kind that sits inside you when it's raining and you're still alright, still warm, still here. The kind that took a while and caused some fear, but now it's just Tuesday and the coffee's good, and I'm doing things I always said I would. And nobody threw a party, but that's fine. This kind of land that doesn't need a sign. Not every wind comes with confetti falling. Some winds arrive as quiet as a soft calling of your name in the morning by the light that says you made it through, you did alright. Soft landing, finally found the ground. Soft landing, didn't make a sound, but I felt it in my chest when I arrived. Everything I went through just to land alive. Soft landing, the hardest kind of wind, not the loud one, the one that starts within the quiet. I'm okay, that's finally true. Soft landing, I made it here, I made it through. Look back at the version of me from 2 years ago. She was holding on to things I had to let go of. Plans that didn't fit, people who were done. Versions of myself that had already run their course. And at the time, the letting go felt like failure, felt like losing, felt like no. But now I see it was the runway clearing, making space for this specific landing. Hearing my own voice a little clearer in the quiet. After all that noise, after all that riot of trying to be 5 things at the same time. Now I'm just this one thing, and it rhymes with who I actually am and what I love. No longer trying to be enough for everyone at once, just enough for the work and for the people who are tough enough to love the real version, not the show. And there are more of them than I used to know when I was too busy performing to see the ones who were just quietly here for me. Not every wind comes with confetti falling. Some winds arrive as quiet as a soft calling of your name in the morning by the light that says you made it through, you did alright. Soft landing, finally found the ground. Soft landing, didn't make a sound, but I felt it in my chest when I arrived. Everything I went through just to land alive. Soft landing, the hardest kind of wind, not the loud one, the one that starts within the quiet. I'm okay, that's finally true. Soft landing, I made it here, I made it through. Here's what nobody tells you about landing. It doesn't feel like what you were demanding of the universe for all those years of asking. It feels smaller and that's not disappointing. It's the most relieving thing, that the thing you needed wasn't everything you imagined. Just this Tuesday, just this coffee and this ordinary day, and the knowledge in your chest that you survived the test. Not because you're special or you're blessed, but because you showed up, did your best, and rested when you had to, and started over when you needed. And here you are, soft landing, everything you planted finally seeded. Soft landing, finally found the ground. Soft landing, didn't make a sound, but I felt it in my chest when I arrived. Everything I went through just to land alive. Soft landing, the hardest kind of win, not the loud one, the one that starts within the quiet. I'm okay, that's finally true. Soft landing, I made it here, I made it through. Soft landing, right here, right now, finally.
First one in the room and I already moved the chairs. Set the table, check the details, triple check the stairs. Not because somebody asked me, not because it's in my role, just because the room was better and that satisfied my soul. You can call it extra, I call it standard. When I show up to a thing, I come with my own candle. So if the lights go out, I'm still illuminated. Never been the kind of way for things to be created by someone else. I am the someone else, the one who shows up early to herself, who maps the room before the crowd arrives, who knows where all the exits are and thrives on being prepared, not paranoid. There's a difference. Being early is my competitive advantage, isn't something I apologize for anymore. First one there means first one, knowing what's in store. Who's first? First. Who's ready? Ready. Before the question's even asked, already. First one there. Chairs already moved. First one there. Already in the groove. Not waiting on the world to give the cue. First one there. That's just what I do. First one there. The room is mine to set. The best view, the best seat, no regret. The early ones don't worry about the door. First one there. And ready to give more. And ready to give more. They say the early bird, but I say the early person shows up with intention and the day gets better, not worse. And when you front load all the effort on the morning side, you coast the afternoon on a satisfied ride. Inbox at zero by the time most people log on. Problem solved before they knew the problems had a song that needed singing. I already sang it in the shower. That's the early morning superpower. Not about being perfect, not about the grind, more about the peace you get when you're not in a bind. Because you planned ahead, because you slept, because you made space for the unexpected, and you're not afraid of the unexpected, cause it's not that unexpected. If you showed up early and you got connected to the shape of the day before it got chaotic, being early is just honestly hypnotic. You get the quiet, you get the good light, you get the parking spot, you get the first bite of the morning before it belongs to anyone. First one there, the day has just begun. Who's first? First. Who's ready? Ready. Before the question's even asked, already. First one there. Chairs already moved. First one there. Already in the groove. Not waiting on the world to give the cue. First one there. That's just what I do. First one there. The room is mine to set. The best view, the best seat, no regret. The early ones don't worry about the door. First one there. And ready to give more. What time do you set your alarm? Before the alarm needs setting. What time do you start your work? Before the work needs getting. What time do you arrive? Early enough to matter. Early enough to set the tone. Early enough to make the room better. Before anyone else shows up alone. Not because we have to, because we choose to. And the choice to show up early is the choice to show up true. First one there. Chairs already moved. First one there. Already in the groove. Not waiting on the world to give the cue. First one there. That's just what I
Window seat, earphones and city moving past. Every face a different story, going way too fast for me to catch the whole thing, so I catch the part that feels like it was always meant to be street art. The couple arguing in front of the cafe. The kid who's trying very hard to get a skateboard way to cooperate, it won't, he tries again. The third time works and look at him then. The old man eating something on a folding chair outside his door, like he's got business being there, like the whole street is his living room. And honestly, respect, I feel that room. The city is a playlist if you know how to listen. Every intersection got a different rhythm. I got the window, got the time, got the afternoon. Window seat, summer coming into bloom. Nowhere I have to be, nowhere I have to prove. Just a window and a beat and a smooth groove. Let the city play a song against the glass. Let the afternoon do whatever afternoons do best. Window seat, summer, let it roll. Easy like the music, easy like the soul of a Tuesday with nowhere to be. Window seat, summer, just the city and me. Window seat, summer, every block a new scene. Every traffic light a moment in between. One place and the next, one breath and the rest. Window seat, summer, honestly the best. Playlist shuffled to something I forgot I saved from 3 summers ago when I was half crazed with some feeling I don't fully remember now, but the song remembers and it's showing me how it felt. The specific humidity of that June, the specific anxiety of a different afternoon. Funny how a 4-minute song can teleport you to a version of yourself you half forgot. But I'm not sad about it, just surprised how much fits in a song, how much survives the years and the shuffles and the platform changes and still arrives. And you across all the stages, drivers taking the long way or the traffic's long. Either way, I've got another 3-minute song to watch the city be exactly what it is. Loud and uncoordinated and completely his and hers and theirs and mine and all of ours. I've been on this bus for almost 2 whole hours and I'm not even mad. The window seat was worth it. Window seat, summer, honestly perfect. Nowhere I have to be, nowhere I have to prove. Just a window and a beat and a smooth groove. Let the city play a song against the glass. Let the afternoon do whatever afternoons do best. Window seat, summer, let it roll. Easy like the music, easy like the soul of a Tuesday with nowhere to be. Window seat, summer, just the city and me. Window seat, summer, every block a new scene. Every traffic light a moment in between. One place and the next, one breath and the rest. Window seat, summer, honestly the best. I think about how lucky it is to have a window, to have this particular afternoon with nothing urgent in it. A summer day and I'm genuinely in it. Not documenting it, not captioning it, not performing the experience of having got a good day. Just having one, just watching from the window as the city runs. It's beautiful and chaotic daily race while I sit here with a good view and the grace of an afternoon that asks nothing from me. Window seat, summer, and I'm free. Window seat, summer, let it roll. Easy like the music, easy like the soul of a Tuesday with nowhere to be. Window seat, summer, just the city and me. Window seat, summer, every block a new scene. Every traffic light a moment in between. One place and the next, one breath and the rest. Window seat, summer, honestly the best. Window down, city sound, summer in, I'm all in.
Yeah. didn't stop for lunch, barely touched the ground. 3 meetings and a deadline and a side project blooming. 7 tabs open and somehow I'm cruising. Not because it's easy, because I made it look that way. Practiced on the hard days till the hard days became okay. Till okay became good and good became a groove. Now watch me find my rhythm, watch me find my move. Shoes on before the alarm hits out the door. Coffee in my hand before I needed more. The city's barely waking and I'm already mid-stride. This is the good kind, yeah, the good kind of tired. Not the kind that breaks you, not the kind that steals. The kind that reminds you that the effort was real. The kind that sits on you like a badge you earn. The best fatigue, the kind you work for and deserve. Good kind of tired, yeah, I earned this feeling. In the day, but the ceiling's still the ceiling of something I built today with my own 2 hands. And tomorrow I'll get up and do it again. Good kind of tired, walk a little slow, head held up, because I know what I know about what it costs and what it's worth, and why I sleep good tonight and wake up ready to fly. Yeah. Called my friend at 6, said meet me for food. She said, you sound different. I said, I feel good. She said, something happened. I said, nah, just a Tuesday. Just a regular, nothing special Tuesday. But I showed up for it fully, didn't have commit. Didn't watch the clock or wonder when they quit. Did the thing I said I do and then I did some more. Locked up, walked out, didn't even keep the score. Cause the score doesn't matter at the end of the day. What matters is the version of yourself you play. Did you give it something real? Did you leave something there in the work? And yeah, today I did, I swear. Shoes worn at the toe from all the walking done. Playlist still going cause the day's not done. One more thing to finish and I'm finishing it right. Then I'm eating well and sleeping like tonight. Not the kind that breaks you, not the kind that steals. The kind that reminds you that the effort was real. The kind that sits on you like a badge you earned. The best fatigue, the kind you work for and deserve. Good kind of tired, yeah, I earned this feeling. In the day, but the ceiling's still the ceiling of something I built today with my own 2 hands. And tomorrow I'll get up and do it again. Good kind of tired, walk a little slow, head held up, because I know what I know about what it costs and what it's worth, and why I'll sleep good tonight and wake up ready to fly. Yeah, you know that feeling when the last thing's done and you stretch your arms out toward the setting sun. Not because you're dramatic, just because your body needed to expand after holding all that study, all that focus, all that forward, all that yes, all that showing up and giving it your best. Not perfect, real, not flawless, full. The good kind of tired is the beautiful. Good kind of tired, yeah, I earned this feeling. And today, but the ceiling's still the ceiling of something I built today with my own 2 hands. And tomorrow I'll get up and do it again. Good kind of tired, walk a little slow, head held up, because I know what I know about what it costs and what it's worth, and why I'll sleep good tonight and wake up ready to fly. Yeah. Good kind of tired, best kind of day. I'd do it all again. I wouldn't have it any other way.
The guy in front of me bought flowers, not one flower, like a whole armful. Yellow ones, white ones, a few I couldn't name. The cashier asked, special occasion. He smiled, but didn't answer, which somehow made everybody more curious. The coffee machine hummed, the morning kept moving, but half the cafe was wondering the same thing. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and suddenly the whole day had a mystery. The woman by the window looked up from her laptop. The guy reading the newspaper turned one page slower.
Even the dog outside seemed interested. Yeah, maybe it was a birthday, maybe an apology, maybe no reason at all. Honestly, I kinda like that option. Some things don't need a big explanation. The flowers disappeared into the crowd, the questions stayed behind. The coffee got cold like usual, the morning got busy like usual. But every now and then I thought about those flowers and whoever got them. The guy in front of me bought flowers, never found out why. Still a better story than most things that happened all week. Two iced coffees and no plan. That was it. That was the entire schedule. Saturday, 11:43. The weather looked too good to stay inside, so we didn't. The cafe near the station was already crowded, every table taken except the tiny one near the door. The one people avoid because it opens every 30 seconds. We took it anyway. The coffee arrived way too quickly, which felt suspicious. Usually good things take longer. The first cup disappeared before the conversation started. The second one lasted longer, mostly because we got distracted watching people walk by. Two iced coffees and no plan. Best schedule I've had all week. Two iced coffees and no plan. Some afternoons don't need one. A guy walked past carrying flowers, not one flower, like 12 flowers. Enough flowers to make everyone curious. The woman at the next table noticed too. I could tell because she stopped reading for almost a full minute, trying to solve a mystery she'd never get the answer to. A dog outside sat perfectly still for so long. I thought it might be decorative. Turns out it was real, just very committed to relaxing. The traffic light changed maybe 20 times. Nobody cared. A cyclist missed a turn. A kid dropped a balloon. A delivery driver forgot where he parked. The city kept giving us small stories for free. Two iced coffees and no plan. Nothing important, nothing dramatic. Two iced coffees and no plan. The whole afternoon just happened. Around 3, the sunlight shifted. Half the tables moved their chairs without discussing it, like a coordinated event. The dog finally stood up. The flower guy disappeared. The woman finished her book. And somehow 3 hours were gone just like that. The second coffee had melted into ice, then water, then memory. We talked about movies, restaurants, bad weather, good weather, and absolutely nothing for a surprisingly long time, which honestly might be the sign of a good friendship. The cafe started emptying one table at a time. The staff stacked cups, the playlist changed to songs nobody knew. The afternoon slowed down before it ended. Two iced coffees and no plan. Still sounds like a pretty good idea. Two iced coffees and no plan. Maybe next weekend we'll do it again. The same table, the same coffee, the same lack of planning. And honestly, I hope so.
Check the rhythm of the hands. Street lights blurry, but the vision is sharp. Listen up. Hey! Da-da-da. Check the rhythm of the hands. Street lights blurry, but the vision is sharp. Listen up. Walking down the foggy alley with the fire in my stride. Got the $1 million dream that I am holding deep inside. The mist is hanging low like a curtain on the stage, but I am ready to unleash the words upon the page. No expensive synthesizers, more electronic tricks. Just the pounding of the hands and the acoustic clicks. I hear the echoes of the street bouncing off the brick. The air is damp and chilly and the silver fog is thick, but my flow is like a torch burning bright in the haze. Navigating safely through the complicated maze. They tried to shut us down, tried to make us stay quiet, but the music in our lungs is creating a riot. Every single syllable is heavy with the truth. An everlasting anthem for the spirits of the youth. We are standing in the fog, but we know who we are. Shining in the darkness like a hidden midnight star. Hear the echoes of the street in the foggy night, spitting raw poetry until the morning light. With the clap of the hands and the empty when the visibility drops, but the poetry of the sidewalk never ever stops. You can hear it in the whisper of the wind through the gate, a natural vibration that can overcome fate. I don't need a heavy drum machine to make you feel the beat. You can feel it in the concrete underneath your feet. The choir in the background is lifting me high, sending our petitions right up into the sky. The fog is just a test to see who's really gonna shine, who's gonna fall behind and who's gonna cross the line. And I am moving forward with a smile on my face, owning my position in this holy sacred space. So keep the hands clapping, keep the harmonies tight. We are rewriting history inside this foggy night. Hear the echoes of the street in the foggy night, spitting raw poetry into the morning light. With the clap of the hands and the soul and the voice, we are making our stand, we are making our choice. The fog can't hide the strength that we hold. A beautiful story that is waiting to be told. Just a voice and the snap, putting my city right back on the map. The fog can settle down, but we never fall. Pure as the silver, precious as the gold. Bring the rhythm back. Na 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 na. Bring the rhythm back. Na 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 na. Hear the echoes of the street in the foggy night, spitting raw poetry until the morning light. With the clap of the hands and the soul and the voice, we are making our stand, we are making our choice. The fog can't hide the strength that we hold. A beautiful story that is waiting to be told. Echoes of the street, foggy night vibes. Hey. Here we are. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na
Walked into the room at midnight, shaking off the chill. The saxophone is looping and the atmosphere is still. The upright bass is walking like a man without a care. The smoky velvet rhythm is vibrating through the air. I take a seat in the corner where the lighting is low, watching how the ice inside the glass begins to glow. Outside the fog is thick enough to cut it with a knife. A perfect little time out from the heavy city life. I'm writing down these bars upon the napkins on the table, trying to stay grounded, trying to keep my spirit stable. The beat is like a heartbeat, keeping time with the universe. Every single sentence is a blessing, not a curse. We're navigating through the smoke, navigating through the gray, finding our own rhythm at the ending of the day. Welcome to the midnight lounge in the foggy night, where the bass is heavy and the dim lights are bright. We are chilling in the haze where the world can't find, leaving all the heavy noisy drama far behind. Just ride the wave, let the saxophone speak, a little piece of heaven for the weary and the weak. Yeah, check the flow, the clock is moving slow, but the groove is staying prime. A sophisticated state of mind, escaping out of time. I see the people nodding to the kick and to the snare. No social media pressure, nobody's trying to step. We're just a bunch of lonely souls connecting in the dark, fueling up the engine, trying to reignite the spark. The fog outside is custom made to keep the world away, a beautiful security guard until the break of day. So let the vinyl crackle and the trumpet play its part. There's a healing medicine inside this lofi. I close my notebook gently, take a breath and let it breathe. There is no other place tonight that I would rather be. Welcome to the midnight lounge in the foggy night, where the bass is heavy and the dim lights are bright. We are chilling in the haze where the world can't find, leaving all the heavy noisy drama far behind. Just ride the wave, let the saxophone speak, a little piece of heaven
this talk through the foggy night. This is how we walk, sophisticated vibes. Keep it smooth, keep it clean. The finest little sanctuary that you've ever seen. Yeah, welcome to the midnight lounge, foggy night, where the bass is heavy and the dim lights are bright. Chilling in the haze where the world can't find. Leaving all the heavy, noisy drama far behind. Just ride the wave. Let the saxophone speak. A little piece of heaven for the weary and the weak. Yeah. Midnight lounge, the fog is settling down. The saxophone fades out. Good night.
Look outside. Everything is so soft tonight. Listen. My window is a watercolor painting on display. The neon lights are bleeding through the shades of blue and gray. The cars down on the highway look like fireflies in bed, moving super slow like the thoughts inside my head. I'm wrapped inside a sweater that is 3 sizes too big, listening to the radio, just vibing to this dig. The stress of 9 to 5 is finally melting out of sight. The fog has come to save me from the heavy blinding light. I love the way the moisture hangs so heavy on the leaf, a beautiful and natural relief for all my grief. No text messages popping, got my phone up on silent. The world outside is peaceful, not a single thing is violent. Just the rolling bass line taking care of my soul, giving me the pieces that will make me feel whole. Looking through my watercolor windows tonight, everything is blurry but it feels so right. The foggy night is wrapping around the city so tight, tucking in the drama till the morning bright. Oh, just vibe with me, let the music flow, slow down the time, let the ego go. Yeah, listen, I used to be so anxious about the things I couldn't see, always overthinking about the person I should be. But looking at the mist, it taught me how to just exist, to find the inner beauty in the things that we have missed. The edges don't need to be sharp for life to be profound. There's a hidden treasure in this quiet, misty sound. I trace a little circle on the foggy window glass, watching all the heavy clouds of winter slowly pass. The road's piano melody is floating like a dream. Nothing is as complicated as it always seems. So pour another cup of chamomile and dim the light. We're sailing on a cloud inside the middle of the night. Looking through my watercolor windows tonight, everything is blurry but it feels so right. The foggy night is wrapping around the city so tight, tucking in the drama till the morning bright. Oh, just vibe with me, let the music flow, slow down the time, let the ego go. Blur, a cosmic design, when the borders of the world and my spirit align. No maps, no directions, no place to arrive. Just being right here is enough to thrive. Looking through my watercolor windows tonight, everything is blurry but it feels so city so tight, tucking in the drama till the morning bright. Oh, just vibe with me, let the music flow, slow down the time, let the ego go. Watercolor
the headphones up a little bit. Foggy night outside, thoughts inside. Look, check it. Yeah. Sitting by the window watching rain turn into mist, thinking about the lines of life and matching up the list. Every single dream I had is blurring at the edge. Feel like I am walking on a lonely wooden ledge. The clock upon the wall is ticking, holding up the time, while I am stuck inside my head just searching for a rhyme. The city lines are fading out, the traffic noise is dead, but all the words I never said are spinning in my head. I take a sip of cold tea, the bitterness is real. Sometimes it's so hard to put the words to what I feel. They tell me keep on running, but I wanna slow it down. Just a lonely silhouette inside this quiet town. The vinyl records popping like a fire in the dark, a nostalgic melody that's trying to find a spark. I open up the notepad, staring at the white. Another lonely chapter in the middle of the night.
Static thoughts spinning in the foggy night, waiting for the morning sun to make it alright. Through the silver haze I am looking for the truth, chasing all the shadows of my forgotten youth. Just let the lo-fi beat wash away the pain, listening to the rhythm of the midnight rain.
Yeah, look, the world is fast asleep, but my eyes are open wide. Buried all the secrets that I usually keep inside. People come and go just like the vapor in the air. Sometimes I am wondering if anybody cares. I look at old photographs, the colors starting to fade, thinking about the choices and mistakes that I have made. But every heavy cloud of gray is teaching me to breathe, to find a little peace of mind beneath what I perceive. The samples looping over, giving me a warm embrace, a safe and quiet shelter from the crazy human race. No need to rush the process, let the ambient flow. The fog is just the curtain for the beautiful tomorrow. I lay my head back down, let the bass line hit my chest. In this cloudy wonderland, I finally find my rest.
Static thoughts spinning in the foggy night, waiting for the morning sun to make it alright. Through the silver haze I am looking for the truth, chasing all the shadows of my forgotten youth. Just let the lo-fi beat wash away the pain, listening to the rhythm of the midnight rain.
Let it blur, let it fade. It's okay to lose your way in the shade. The fog is thick, but the heart is light. We gonna be okay, yeah, tonight.
Static thoughts spinning in the foggy night, waiting for the morning sun to make it alright. Through the silver haze I am looking for the truth, chasing all the shadows of my forgotten youth. Just let the lo-fi beat wash away the pain, listening to the rhythm of the midnight rain.
Just let it spin. Foggy night, chill vibes. Yeah, peace out.
Every city I have ever loved was under construction. Something always being torn apart for reconstruction. A better version promised on the billboard by the crane. Same promise every year, different building, different name. I grew up watching buildings disappear overnight. Woke up
up in the skyline had a new unfamiliar height, and everyone just walked beneath the new thing like it's fine, like the old thing never happened, like the old thing wasn't mine. The barber shop that knew my name became a glass tower. The market where my mother bought our food became a flower store that charges 3 times more for things we used to need. Progress is a word that looks like growth but moves like greed, but I live here still. I walk these blocks still. I find the corners that they haven't built still into something unrecognizable. I claim the remaining pieces of this city by their name. An unfinished city is an honest one. Every scaffold shows the work that's not yet done. I'd rather see the process than the lie. You're finished, perfect, nothing left to try. Unfinished city still becoming what it is. Every empty lot of question, every wall a quiz on who gets to stay and who gets priced away. The city writes its answer every single day. Unfinished city, and so am I. Still figuring out the blueprint, still asking why. Some parts of me are scaffolded and waiting. Some parts already torn down, some still standing, some creating, some creating. Met a woman selling something from a cart. Said the city tried to move her 7 times. The art of staying put is knowing when to hold your ground and when to find the new ground. She had found a corner they forgot to gentrify, a small resistance in the city's eye. She'd been there 14 years and knew the score. The city always comes back, but the last holdout store. I think about it when I think about my life, the parts I've held against the economic knife of practicality, the dreams that cost too much, the slow erosion of the things I still clutch, but also the new buildings that surprised me, the ones that landed strange but then became, I admit, a kind of beautiful in time. The way the city rewrites its own rhyme. Every generation thinks the city's gone. Every generation watches it move on into something stranger and then something else. The city doesn't care about our prayers for preservation. It just builds and builds and leaves us with the question of what fills the space between who we were and who we're being. The unfinished city and the unfinished me agreeing. Unfinished city is an honest one. Every scaffold shows the work that's not yet done. I'd rather see the process than the lie. You're finished, perfect, nothing left to try. Unfinished city still becoming what it is. Every empty lot of question, every wall a quiz on who gets to stay and who gets priced away. The city writes its answer every single day. Unfinished city, and so am I. Still figuring out the blueprint, still asking why. Some parts of me are scaffolded and waiting. Some parts already torn down, some still standing, some creating. What if unfinished is the permanent state? What if done is just another word for late? For the next version that was always coming through? What if the building never stops and that's the truth? Then I stop waiting for the finished version of the city of myself, the excursion into completeness that I've been chasing hard, and just live in the blueprint in the yard of the unfinished thing I am today. Not broken building, not lost, making way. The crane above my head is not a sign of ruin. It's the evidence of something worth pursuing. Unfinished city still becoming what it is. Every empty lot of question, every wall a quiz on who gets to stay and who gets priced away. The city writes its answer every single day. Unfinished city, and so am I. Still figuring out the blueprint, still asking why. Some parts of me are scaffolded and waiting. Some parts already torn down, some still standing, some creating. Still under construction, still finding the design. The unfinished city is still stubbornly mine. Used to keep my dreams in a notebook by the bed.
Every morning writing down whatever filled my head with possibility, and the pages filled up fast. Back when I believed that things were built to last. The notebook's in the drawer now, hasn't moved in 2 years. I know what's in it, can't decide if it still adheres to who I am or who I thought I'd be by now. The distance between those two lives is where I live somehow. A paperweight of plans I haven't canceled yet. A pile of almost started things I can't forget. A version of myself still holding all the keys to doors I'm not sure I believe in anymore with ease, but I still keep them on the dresser on the shelf. Every morning walk past all the plans I made for some other self. The weight of what I wanted still lives here in this room. Not gone, not quite arriving, just suspended in the gloom. Paperweight sitting on the shelf, all the plans I made for some other self. Not ready to let go, not ready to begin, just carrying the weight of what might have been. Paperweight, the dreams I didn't lose, just set aside among the daily dues. They're still there in the dark, still in the drawer, waiting on a version of me brave enough for more. Met a man who said he gave up painting at 42. Said he didn't miss it, said he made his peace, but through the whole conversation kept on moving his hands like they were still painting, like they hadn't got the plans that his brain had sent them. They just kept on making shapes against the table, against his coffee cup, escapes of a body that remembers what the mind let go. A paperweight, a muscle memory, moving slow. I don't wanna be that way at 42. Hands still moving toward the thing I said I withdrew from. I want the choice to be a real one when it comes, not a slow forgetting. Not the body overruns the decision, so I sit with it. The notebook and the weight of it. The question of whether I'm resting or I'm done, whether this is intermission or the setting of the sun. The weight of what I wanted still lives here in this room. Not gone, not quite arriving, just suspended in the gloom. Paperweight sitting on the shelf, all the plans I made for some other self. Not ready to let go, not ready to begin, just carrying the weight of what might have been. Paperweight, the dreams I didn't lose, just set aside among the daily dues. They're still there in the dark, still in the drawer, waiting on a version of me brave enough for more. What if the weight isn't a burden? What if the weight is proof? There's something in you hasn't finished, that something still wants through. The heaviest dreams are the ones worth carrying, not the easy ones that left without a scar. The ones still in your drawer at 30, 40, 50 are the ones that know exactly what you are. So I'll keep the notebook, I'll keep the weight, I'll keep the question open, I'll keep the gate unlocked, just in case the version of me who was gonna do it all is just running late. Paperweight sitting on the shelf, all the plans I made for some other self. Not ready to let go, not ready to begin, just carrying the weight of what might have been. Paperweight, the dreams I didn't lose, just set aside among the daily dues. They're still there in the dark, still in the drawer, waiting on a version of me brave enough for more. Still in the jar, still on the shelf, still mine, still possible.
Yeah. Dial the radio to the channel of the past. Found a frequency that wasn't built to last, but it lasted anyway, the way good things do. Underneath the static, underneath the residue of everything that happened since I last sat still. Since I last let music be the thing to fill the room, without an agenda, without a goal. Just a beat in the piano and a hole in my chest where the years went, not the wound. More like a window that someone perfumed with something old and warm and half forgotten. The kind of good that doesn't know it's gotten old. It just keeps playing, just the loop in me, just staying in the static, in the soul, in the space between the channel and the hole.
Some things don't need to be explained, just felt again, just entertained by the simple fact that they remain.
Static and soul, the old signal coming through. The tape is warm, the melody is true. I don't need clarity, I need the grain, the imperfection in the old refrain. Static and soul, the things that time makes warm. The scratch on the record is part of the form. It's not a flaw, it's where the feeling lives, and everything imperfect that the music gives. My uncle had a crate of records by the door. Never played them sober, never played them for anyone but himself in the evening light. Said the music hit different in the half night. I didn't understand it then, I do now. The way a song can hold a who and when and how that you've been trying to describe for 15 years. And the music gets it done in 40 bars and tears. I've been chasing the feeling, not a sound. Something I lost and haven't yet refound. Not in the new stuff, not in the trending lane, just in the static, just in the old refrain. When the record skips, I don't skip with it. I sit inside the moment where it splits between the note that was and the note to come. That half-second gap is where I'm from.
Some things don't need to be explained, just felt again, just entertained by the simple fact that they remain.
Static and soul, the old signal coming through. The tape is worn, the melody is true. I don't need clarity, I need the grain, the imperfection in the old refrain. Static and soul, the things that time makes warm. The scratch on the record is part of the form. It's not a flaw, it's where the feeling lives, and everything imperfect that the music gives. Yeah, yeah. They keep telling me to upgrade, update, move to the new format. Don't be late to the future, but the future doesn't hold the specific warmth of something worn and old. I'm not afraid of new, I'm just in love with what the years have done to what I was listening to. The way the age improves the record, and the record improves me too.
Let the static stay, let the tape decay, let the imperfect signal have its say.
Static and soul, the old signal coming through. The tape is worn, the melody is true. I don't need clarity, I need the grain, the imperfection in the old refrain. Static and soul, the things that time makes warm. The scratch on the record is part of the form. It's not a flaw, it's where the feeling lives, and everything imperfect that the music gives.
Yeah.
Still dialing for the channel, still finding it sometimes in the space between the stations, in the static and the rhyme. Still here, still here.
Today was lemonade weather, not coffee weather, not hot chocolate weather, definitely not umbrella weather. Lemonade weather.
The kind that makes everybody sit outside, even people who normally avoid sunlight. The tables filled up fast, the chairs disappeared one by one into conversations. The ice machine worked overtime. The cashier looked tired. The lemonade looked expensive. I bought one anyway. Lemonade weather, take your time. Blue sky overhead, nothing on my mind. Lemonade weather, everything feels right. The whole afternoon got a little lighter. A kid dropped his ice cream. 3 minutes after buying it, his disappointment lasted about 10 seconds before another cone appeared. That's resilience. A group of friends spent half an hour trying to take one photo. Nobody blinked, nobody cooperated, nobody succeeded. The wind kept helping by making things worse. The lemonade was gone before I noticed, which felt unfair but predictable. The park got louder, the dogs got slower, the trees barely moved. The clouds gave up trying to cover the sun. Lemonade weather, nobody complained, nobody checked the forecast, nobody wanted to be anywhere else. The whole city looked slightly happier, and honestly, I think the city knew it. The window seat was empty for the first time all week, maybe all month. Usually somebody gets there first. The laptop people, the journal people, the people who order one coffee and somehow stay 6 hours. Today, nobody was there, so I took it before somebody changed their mind. The sunlight was already waiting, half the table glowing, half the table cool, like 2 different afternoons, sharing the same space. Window seat available, best news all day. Coffee in my hand, nothing in the way. Window seat available, everything feels new. Funny how a little thing can improve the view. A woman near the door spent 10 minutes looking for her glasses before realizing they were on her head. Nobody mentioned it until she figured it out. Then everybody laughed, including her. The guy behind the counter was trying to fix the playlist again. 3 songs started at the same time for about 5 seconds. Honestly, kind of impressive. The sunlight moved slowly across the floor, across the chairs, across the shoes of people pretending to work. Window seat available, still undefeated. The best table in the whole building. Around 3 o'clock the crowd changed. Students left, freelancers arrived. The dog outside changed positions twice, which felt productive for a dog. The coffee disappeared, the sunlight shifted. The city kept moving. The window seat stayed perfect the whole afternoon for no particular reason. Just a good seat on a good day. On a good day. Boom boom dum dum dum.
Yeah.
Dum dum dum.
Oh, 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 yeah.
Dum dum.
Woke up late, missed 2 alarms. Sunlight already on the living room floor. Coffee first, questions later. That's the policy around here. Walked outside, weather looked expensive. Blue sky, no complaints. The bakery line was longer than usual. Everybody wanted the same good morning. Coffee before noon, that's all I need. A little caffeine and somewhere to be. Coffee before noon.
Everything feels right.
Even Mondays
Can lose a fight.
somebody laughed near the corner table. Didn't hear the joke, still smiled anyway. The guy beside me dropped his croissant by 5-second rule. Didn't even hesitate. Coffee before noon, that's all I need. A little sunshine and a simple beat. the time the second cup arrived, the whole city seemed friendlier. Maybe it was me, maybe it was coffee.
Probably coffee.
Pass the lemonade, please. Look at the sky, it's so clear today. Perfect. Spreading out the blanket on the green, green grass, watching the fluffy white clouds slowly pass. No computers, no phones, just the nature sound. The most peaceful spot that we've ever found. You're laughing at a joke that I made up last night. Under the shade of the tree, everything is right. The fog of the busy week is gone from our head. We're living out the beautiful moments instead. Yeah, just eating some fruit, talking about dreams. Life is much simpler than it usually seems. On the picnic blanket, wasting the time away, enjoying the sweetness of this sunny day. The breeze is soft, your smile is bright. We're far away from the dark, foggy night. To grind 24/7, now just sitting right here feels like a little heaven. A cappella harmony, sweet as a pie, matching the color of the clear blue sky. We don't need a fancy place to feel so grand, just holding your hand in this open land. Let the lo-fi beat loop inside our soul, making us feel completely happy and whole. On the picnic blanket, wasting the time away, enjoying the sweetness of this sunny day. The breeze is soft, your smile is bright. We're far away from the dark, foggy night. Nothing to stress about. This peace is real. Foggy night, backyard picnic. Keep it sweet, keep it simple.
The last empty table outside was somehow still available. Every other seat had already been claimed by laptops, conversations, coffee cups, and people pretending to answer emails. On a Saturday, I grabbed the chair before anybody else could. A tiny victory, but a victory nonetheless. The weather was perfect, not impressive, not dramatic, just comfortable, the kind of weather nobody talks about, because there's nothing to complain about. The waiter brought coffee, the table leaned slightly left, the chair squeaked. Every time I moved it felt oddly familiar, like every good cafe shares the same furniture, the same playlist, the same collection of unfinished conversations. The table beside me was a first date. You could tell immediately, the careful questions, the nervous laughter, the occasional silence followed by relief whenever somebody found a new topic. Across the street, a florist opened late, a delivery driver double parked successfully against all odds. A golden retriever received more attention than any human nearby. The afternoon unfolded without needing a reason. People arrived, people left, the city kept rotating around ordinary moments. The coffee got colder, the sunlight got softer, the conversations got louder, then quieter again. A musician opened a guitar case 2 blocks away, barely audible, but somehow perfect for the afternoon. The last empty table outside stopped being empty.
Long before I sat there, it collected stories before me and after me. People celebrating things, people avoiding things, people waiting, people remembering, people doing absolutely nothing and loving it. The sky turned gold, the traffic lights switched colors again and again like they always do. The coffee disappeared, the day nearly did too. And before leaving, I looked around once more, trying to memorize it. Not because it was special, because it wasn't, because it was ordinary. And sometimes that's exactly what makes it worth remembering. The last empty table outside, the last cup of coffee, the last hour of sunlight, a small day well spent.
Nobody checked the time, not once, at least not at first. The phone stayed face down, the coffee stayed hot. The conversation wandered wherever it wanted, like a dog off a leash. Nobody seemed interested in controlling it. Somebody started talking about high school, somebody else started talking about music. 10 minutes later, we were somehow discussing the best convenience store snacks from 20 years ago. Nobody knew how we got there, but nobody wanted to leave either. The sunlight moved slowly across the table, coffee cups collected like trophies, proof that we'd been sitting there longer than intended. A group near the door was celebrating something. Every few minutes someone laughed loudly. The whole room noticed, then immediately went back to their own conversations. The barista changed playlists 3 times, nobody complained. The student by the window hadn't turned a page in nearly an hour. A guy with headphones was staring outside like he had forgotten why he came. The afternoon kept unfolding without asking permission, without checking schedules, without checking notifications, without checking anything. Honestly, it felt nice. Lately, everything feels measured. Productivity, goals, deadlines, steps, calories, hours, views, subscribers. Everything becomes numbers. But that afternoon didn't. That afternoon was just people talking, listening, laughing, remembering things for no reason at all. Somebody brought up an old summer trip and suddenly everybody had a story. A missed train, a cheap motel, a broken phone, a wrong turn, a perfect sunset. Stories lay it over stories until nobody remembered who started first. The coffee got cold, nobody cared. The cake disappeared, nobody remembered eating it. The sunlight changed color, the room got quieter, and eventually someone finally asked, "What time is it?" Everybody laughed because nobody knew. Phones appeared, screens lit up, eyes widened. Turns out hours had disappeared, completely unnoticed. And somehow that felt like a victory, because moments like that don't happen often anymore. The kind where time stops being important and people become enough. Nobody checked the time, and maybe that's why it became a day worth remembering. The sun's coming up, fog's clearing out. Good morning. Open up the eyes, shake the sleep from my head, leaving all the heavy dreams back in the bed. Look out the window, the fog is on the run, making way for the gold of the morning sun. Dewdrops sparkling on the green, green grass, knowing that the darkest of the nights will pass. I take a sip of coffee, let the warmth flow in, thinking to myself, let the day begin. No rush, no stress, just a steady pace, with a little bit of smile on my weary face. Morning
morning dew, keeping everything fresh and new. The sky is turning from gray to a beautiful blue. Step by step, walking in the golden light. Yeah, we finally made it through the foggy night. Listen, remember when we thought the dark would never end? Now look at the light around the river bend. Every little breeze feels like a sweet hello, telling me it's okay to just let it go. The streets are clean, the air is clean and sweet. I feel the good vibration from my head to my feet. We don't need to hurry to the finish line, just living in the moment and it feels so fine. Morning dew, keeping everything fresh and new. The sky is turning from gray to a beautiful blue. Step by step, walking in the golden light. Yeah, we finally made it through the foggy night. La 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 la. Sunshine is real. It's a brand new day, you can feel what you feel. The haze is gone, the vision is clear. Nothing but love right here. Yeah, foggy night turning into bright day. Keep that smile on your face. Just ride the vibe. Windows down, music up. Feel that breeze? Let's ride. Yeah. Yeah. Driving down the road where the air is clear, leaving every single worry in the rearview mirror. The morning mist has completely cleared away, turned into a perfect, beautiful day. Green trees passing by on the left and right. Gotta love the feeling when the mood is bright. My hands on the wheel, tapping to the beat. Feel the good energy from my head to my feet. No traffic in my mind, the highway is free. Just riding along with this lo-fi breeze. Breeze ride, cruising under the wide blue sky. We're moving forward, letting our spirits fly. No destination needed, just rolling along, singing our hearts out to this happy song. Check the speed. Check the speed. Check the speed. Check the speed. I used to feel stuck, trapped in the fog, living my life like a heavy monologue. But today I broke out, found a new lane. Sunlight's dancing on the hood like rain. Double time flow, but I'm keeping it light. Everything we do today is gonna be right. Radio playing a sweet soulful tune. We'll be chasing the sun until we hit the moon. Breeze ride, cruising under the wide blue sky. We're moving forward, letting our spirits fly. No destination needed, just rolling along, singing our hearts out to this happy song. Yeah. Yeah, just feel that fresh air. Life is a journey, make it a sweet ride. Keep the positive vibes inside. Foggy night. Foggy night on the open road. Keep moving forward. Yeah, just like that. The guy in front of me bought flowers, that was it. That was the whole reason I noticed him. I wasn't looking for a story, I was looking for bottled water. Maybe a snack, maybe an excuse to stay outside a little longer. The convenience store door made that familiar sound, the one every convenience store makes the cashier look tired. The refrigerator hummed, that delivery box sat near the entrance. Nothing unusual until the guy in front of me walked to the counter holding flowers.
Not a giant bouquet,
Not movie flowers, just a few yellow flowers wrapped in brown paper. The
kind somebody picks when they're thinking about a real person.
Not a photograph, not social media.
A real person.
Standing somewhere waiting to receive them. The
Cashier smiled,
like she already knew who they were for.
the guy smiled back
A little embarrassed, a little proud, then paid
carefully.
like he didn't want to bend a single petal outside. The weather couldn't decide what season it wanted to be. The sun appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. The city kept moving.
Buses arriving, people leaving, cyclists passing by. Somebody carrying groceries.
Someone arguing gently on a phone call, and somehow
The flowers stayed in my head.
long after he left,
I started wondering,
who they were for. A girlfriend,
maybe a wife, maybe a mother, a friend.
someone having a hard week, someone
Celebrating something.
Someone who needed a reminder that somebody cared. The truth didn't matter.
The possibility
At the
did.
next intersection
A little girl pointed at them.
and smiled. The guy noticed, held them up dramatically like a trophy.
The girl laughed,
The father laughed,
even the guy laughed.
then everybody continued in different directions. I stopped for coffee, the place was crowded. The usual weekend crowd, laptops, headphones.
People pretending to work, people pretending not to work.
A man by the window was reading the same page for 20 minutes. A couple shared one slice of cake like it was enough.
A barista called somebody's name.
3 times, nobody answered. The coffee tasted better than it probably was, because I was still thinking about those flowers.
Maybe that's the thing.
Most days we remember strange details.
Not the big events,
Not the headlines,
not the plans.
just little things. A song from a passing car,
A stranger holding flower.
a laugh from another table.
The smell of fresh bread
Tiny moments
that sneak into your memory.
without permission. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and somehow the whole day felt different.
Softer,
Slower,
a little kinder.
like maybe people were doing
More nice things for each other.
than we usually notice.
The afternoon stretched out, the clouds moved west.
The traffic got louder,
The coffee shop filled up,
then emptied again.
but the image stayed.
Yellow flowers,
Brown paper,
a quiet smile,
nothing dramatic,
nothing life-changing.
just enough to remind me
That ordinary people
are quietly making
the world better.
every single day.
The guy in front of me bought flowers.
And honestly,
That was my favorite part
of the whole weekend.
Yeah. Table for one by the window, please. Let's get this groove going. Check it out. Sitting on the terrace with the fresh croissant. Got exactly what I need, nothing more I want. The fog is lifting off the cobblestone street. People walking by, matching to the beat. Sunlight's hitting the awning just right, wiping out the chill of the foggy night. I got my notebook open, ink is flowing free, rhyming to the rhythm of the coffee house breeze. Yeah, it's the little things that make the day gold. A simple story that is waiting to be told. On the cafe terrace, watching life go by underneath the clearing of the morning sky. Feel the bouncy rhythm, let it lift you high. We're just living good, no need to ask why. Check the flow. I used to worry about the things I couldn't see, but today the clarity is visiting me. Then this was just a curtain for the grand opening. Now the birds in the trees are starting to sing. Double time rap, but I'm keeping it cool. Playing by my own sweet, relaxed rules. No deadline can touch the peace in my zone. Just chilling with my thoughts, but I'm not alone. On the cafe terrace, watching life go by underneath the clearing of the morning sky. Feel the bouncy rhythm, let it lift you high. We're just living good, no need to ask why. Just taste the sweetness of the day. Let all the heavy fog roll away. Yeah, another perfect morning. Foggy Night production, keeping it bright. See you next time.
The fog looks pretty when the sun hits it just right, like a warm blanket over the town. Let's just chill for a minute. Sunlight filtering through the shifting white, turning everything into a silver light. It's a cozy morning, nowhere else to be, just the melody playing inside of me. Yesterday is gone, put it in the past. Good things take time, they don't happen fast. I watch the condensation disappear from the glass, enjoying the peace while the hours pass. My mind is floating on a gentle breeze, finding my comfort in the simple things with ease. Sun-kissed mist, it's a beautiful view. The world is waking up and I am too. Let the warmth wash over your skin tonight. Everything is gonna be alright, yeah, alright. Alright, yeah. They say the fog hides the path ahead, but it also gives you time to dream instead. No traffic jams in my head today, just a sweet serenity that's here to stay. I'm painting my world with a brighter hue, finding inspiration in the old and new. Listen to the vocal beat, it's a heartbeat sound, the most beautiful piece that I've ever found. Yeah. Sun-kissed mist, it's a beautiful view. The world is waking up and I am too. Let the warmth wash over your skin tonight. Everything is gonna be alright, yeah, alright. One time for the morning sun, 2 times for the battles won, 3 times for the fog that made us strong. Yeah, this is where we belong. Sun-kissed, yeah, foggy night vibes, keeping it on. Sun-kissed,
The bakery was winning today. You could smell it halfway down the block before you even saw the sign. People kept changing direction without meaning to, like the smell had its own gravity, pulling everybody closer. I was supposed to buy groceries. That was the plan, a responsible plan, a simple plan. Milk, eggs, coffee filters, maybe fruit, nothing exciting. But 5 minutes later, I was standing inside a bakery, holding a tray, making decisions I absolutely did not need to make. The display case looked unfair. Croissants, looked cinnamon rolls, fruit tarts, chocolate things, things covered in powdered sugar, things I couldn't even identify, but suddenly wanted very badly. The woman ahead of me ordered exactly what she came for. Professional, focused, efficient, I respected that. I was not that person. I kept changing my mind every 30 seconds. The employee noticed and laughed. Apparently, this happens a lot. The bakery was winning today, and honestly, it wasn't even close. I finally ordered far too much, then sat near the window trying to convince myself that it was a reasonable decision. Outside, people were carrying shopping bags, walking dogs, running errands, living their Saturday. A cyclist nearly missed the light. A little kid dropped a balloon, then immediately got another one. The world kept moving at normal speed, but inside the bakery, everything felt slower, warmer, kinder. The couple beside me shared one pastry, and somehow made it look better than mine. An older man read a newspaper page by page like there was no deadline. No rush, no reason to hurry. I like that. The smell of coffee mixed with fresh bread filled the room. Every time the door opened, a little breeze followed, then disappeared. Somebody arrived carrying flowers. Somebody arrived carrying bad news. Somebody arrived carrying nothing, but everybody left with something. A box, a bag, a conversation, a better mood. The bakery was winning today, not because of the food, although the food was excellent. Not because of the coffee, although the coffee helped. It was winning because for an hour or two, nobody seemed interested in being anywhere else. The phone stayed quiet, the chair stayed occupied. The conversations lasted longer than they probably should have. And for once, that felt like a good thing. When I finally stood up, the groceries still weren't bought, the errands still weren't done. The day was already halfway gone, but somehow it felt exactly right. The bakery was winning today, and honestly, I was happy to lose. Yeah, yeah. Window seat summer, the seat was empty, so I took it. Best decision of the whole afternoon. The train rolled slowly through neighborhoods that looked brighter than usual. Laundry moving in the wind. People carrying iced coffee. Kids riding bikes without anywhere important to be. The sunlight kept changing every few minutes, painting new shapes across the floor. The woman across from me was reading a book. The guy beside me missed his stop because he was laughing at something on his phone. Nobody seemed stressed, nobody seemed rushed. Window seat summer feels a little different, like the city remembers how to relax for a while. The stations came and went, the scenery kept changing, but nobody looked eager for the ride to end. And honestly, neither was I. Some days don't need plans, some days don't need goals, some days are already good the moment they begin. Window seat summer, one coffee, one train ride, one bright afternoon. That's all it took. Somebody brought lemonade to the picnic in one of those giant containers that somehow taste better than any drink from a store. The park was full of dogs everywhere, music somewhere, laughter everywhere else. Nobody seemed in a hurry. The grass was warm, the sky was clear, and every bench looked occupied by people doing exactly what they wanted to do. A little kid chased bubbles for nearly 20 minutes, completely committed to the mission. An older couple shared one sandwich, and half the conversation was just laughing at things nobody else heard. Somebody brought lemonade, and somehow that became the theme of the afternoon. Simple things done
done well. Good weather, good company, no schedule, no pressure, no reason to check the clock. The kind of day that reminds you happiness is usually smaller than people imagine, and a lot closer to green lights all the way. At first, I didn't notice. Then 3 intersections passed without stopping, then 4, then 5. And suddenly it felt like the city was rooting for me. The coffee arrived fast, the train arrived early. The line at lunch moved surprisingly quick. Even my headphones untangled themselves on the first try, which might be the rarest event of all. A kid on a skateboard landed a trick and celebrated like he'd won the championship. The woman beside him cheered louder than anyone. Turns out small victories are contagious, because after that, everybody seemed happier. The florist put flowers outside. The cafe opened every window. The air felt lighter. The sidewalks felt wider. Green lights all the way. Not because everything was perfect, not because life changed, just because sometimes ordinary days decide to be generous. And honestly, those days deserve a soundtrack.
The sun found me first, before the coffee, before the phone, before I remembered what day it was. The curtains were open, the room was warm, and for once I didn't hit snooze. 3 different times, the street outside already sounded alive. A delivery truck, a bicycle bell, someone walking a dog that clearly had more energy than the owner. I opened the window and immediately knew this was not a stay inside day. The kind of morning that quietly convinces you to go somewhere, even if you don't know where yet. The cafe near the station had every table full. The bakery smelled dangerous. The barista recognized me, which honestly felt like a bigger accomplishment than it should have. The coffee tasted better, the sky looked brighter, and even the guy who usually looked annoyed waiting for the bus was smiling today. Maybe the weather helped, maybe people were sleeping better, maybe nothing was different except the way I was looking at it. The sun found me first, and somehow the whole day followed that same mood. Easy, warm, uncomplicated. The kind of day you wish you could save for later.
Saturday has no agenda, confirmed. Check twice, nothing written. Good. Stayed in bed a little past the point of sleeping. Just horizontal, thinking about nothing specific. Eventually the light got too convincing. Got up slow, no particular order. Pants before shirt, reversed it, whatever. Coffee before anything that requires decisions. Saturday, nothing do. Whole day shaped like nothing at all. That's not empty, that's the shape I wanted. That's exactly it. Put a record on the long one, didn't skip anything rare. Opened the balcony door, let the outside in a little. Neighbors cooking something with garlic, can't be mad. Thought about calling someone, decided later. Later is a real time on Saturdays. Read a little, stop when I felt like stop, and put the book down open. Forgot what page find. Saturday, nothing do. Whole day shaped like nothing at all. That's not empty, that's the shape I wanted. That's exactly it. Still don't know what the neighbor was cooking. Smelled good though. Afternoon came, I was ready. Moved from the chair to the floor for a bit. Same room, different angle, why not? The record ended, I let the silence
silence run. Saturday, no agenda. That's the one. That's the one.
Got a short list, nothing too serious. Dry cleaning, maybe some groceries. That's it. Put on shoes that are good for walking. That already made it a different kind of day. Sun out, not too hot, that sweet zone where you're glad you didn't drive past 3 dogs, pet one. The owners let me yellow one. Name was apparently Biscuit. Errands in the sun, the good kind of day. Not every day has to mean something. Sometimes it's just list, sun done. Come home a little tired, a little lighter. Yeah. Dry cleaning, lady, remember my name. Don't know when that happened, but it happened. Grocery store, had the bread I like. Back in stock, small victory, took it personally. Waited in line, wasn't annoyed. Strange guy ahead, paid an exact change. Impressive, I clapped inside, not outside. Kept it together, walked out, baguette under my arm. Honestly, thought errands in the sun, the good kind of day. Not every day has to mean something. Sometimes it's just list, sun done. Come home a little tired, a little lighter. Biscuit was still outside the hardware store, still yellow. Made it home, put things away slowly. No particular rush, kettle on again. List crossed off, nothing spectacular, but the sun was good and Biscuit was there. Errands done. Sun was good. Come home lighter. That's enough. Woke up before the alarm just did. Lay there a minute, ceiling looking back. Light came in sideways through the curtain gap. The particular orange, you know the one. Didn't reach for the phone, that was new. Just ceiling light, the sound of outside. Someone starting the car 2 floors down. Bird doing something complicated near the window. First light, no alarm. No reason to rush toward anything. Just the room, just the quiet. Just a Wednesday that came in easy. Made the bed, don't usually do that. Stood back, looked at it, felt unreasonably good. Boiled water, washed it like I had time. Because actually I had time. Opened the window all the way for once. Cold air came in, made the whole place feel new. Stood there in a t-shirt longer than I should've. Still worth it, still worth it. First light, no alarm. No reason to rush toward anything. Just the room, just the quiet. Just a Wednesday that came in easy. The bird was still going. Impressive, honestly. Breakfast took a while, ate it standing. Read 3 pages of something, remembered to. Left the house at a normal time, unhurried. That's the whole thing, just unhurried. First light, no alarm. That's the good version. That's the good version.
Took the long way back.
back, no particular reason. Just didn't feel like cutting through the parking lot again. Down the street with the big trees, the ones that lean over. Somebody water their garden, whole block smell like it. Past the school, no kids out, quiet version. Fence has new paint, didn't notice till today. Funny what you see when you're not trying to get somewhere. I've walked this street 100 times and missed that fence. But walk back the long way. At 10 minutes, that's fine. Nothing's waiting, that can't wait. 10 more minutes in the good part of the day. Found a bench I didn't know was there. Sat down, not tired, just why not? Watched a pigeon make a bad decision, laughed a little. Alone on a bench, laughing at a pigeon, living honestly. Check my phone, put it away, checked it again, okay. One more minute, then I'm present. Sun doing that thing where it comes through branches, makes everything look like an old photograph. The good kind. Walk back the long way. At 10 minutes, that's fine. Nothing's waiting, that can't wait. 10 more minutes in the good part of the day. The pigeon did it again. Same bad decision, different direction. Yeah. Made it home eventually. Shoes at the door, put the kettle on before I took my jacket off. Whole walk took maybe 40 extra minutes. Would've missed the fence, the pigeon, the photograph light. Long way back. Worth it every time. Long way back. 10 more minutes. Shoes on already, that's a good sign. Didn't snooze twice, didn't lose my keys this time. Coffee made itself, well, almost left the window cracked, caught a little of that. Morning air thing, hard to explain, just enough cool to make the whole day feel different. Walk to the corner, nod at the guy with the cart. He nods back, that's enough, that's a solid start. Whoa! Don't need a reason to feel like this. Sun came out, that's pretty much it. Shoes on, keys in, door behind me, that's all, yeah, that's all. Came alright, you know that thing when the first song just said exactly that. Whoa. Walked a little faster without meaning to. Past the bakery, didn't stop, felt strong. Corner light went green before I got there. Might be nothing, felt like something though. Pockets got enough, bags not too heavy, just a Tuesday, but it's sitting right. Don't need a reason to feel like this. Sun came out, that's pretty much it. Shoes on, keys in, door behind me, that's all, yeah, that's all. The bread place smelled like cardamom today. Hadn't noticed that before. Showed up early, found a table easy. Opened up the laptop, cursor ready. Some days just line up without trying. This is one of those, don't overthink it. Shoes on, that's the whole thing. Shoes on, start it right. 1, 2, 3. Walking out the door. Yeah, got my favorite shoes on. Let's stroll. Walking down the sidewalk, nodding to the track. Got the light backpack, no burdens on my back. The neighborhood is buzzing with the friendly vibe. Happy to be part of this morning tribe. Sunlight's bouncing off the windows of the shop, with the rhythm in my step that I can't really stop. Saying hi to the neighbors, smiling at a dog. Man, it's hard to believe last night was full of fog. Everything is vibrant,
everything is clear. Nothing but good news in my atmosphere. Taking sunny steps, walking down the street, matching my heart to this lo-fi beat. The sky is wide open, the future is bright. We're dancing in the daylight, out of the night. Check the stride, check that. Every single step is a brand new start. Clearing out the cobwebs from a heavy heart. I used to think too much, staying in my head, but today I'm counting my blessings instead. Jazz guitar strumming, keeping it sweet as I rhythmically stroll down this sunny street. No destination, just enjoying the pace with the big bright smile all over my face. Taking sunny steps, walking down the street, matching my heart to this lo-fi beat. The sky is wide open, the future is bright. We're dancing in the daylight, out of the night. Left, right, keep it bright. Left, right, out of the night. Every step we take is a step into the light. Yeah, we doing it right. Sunny steps, y'all. Foggy Night production. Stepping into the sun. Keep walking, keep smiling.
Yeah. Planting some seeds in the corner. Watching things grow. It's therapeutic, man. Check it. Yeah. 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 Got some soil on my hands, but I don't really care. There's a fresh green scent in the morning air. In the corner of the yard, making a little space for something beautiful to grow in this quiet place. Green leaves waking up, reaching for the sun. This slow, peaceful work has only just begun. Last night the mist kept the soil nice and damp. Now the sun is shining like a giant garden lamp. I watch the little sprouts break through the dark earth, reminding me of what a slow process is worth. In my green corner, watching life unfold, sweeter than diamonds, richer than gold. Growing step by step, standing in the light, stepping out of the shadow of the foggy night. Yeah. Look at that, you can't rush a seed, you gotta let it take time. Just like the rhythm of this slow-cooked rhyme. People want everything fast, instant, delete, but I prefer the patience of the dirt beneath my feet. Watering the lettuce, checking on the green, the most beautiful sanctuary I've ever seen. It teaches me to breathe, teaches me to stay grounded in the moment of this beautiful day. In my green corner, watching life unfold, sweeter than diamonds, richer than gold. Growing step by step, standing in the light, stepping out of the shadow of the foggy night. From the dark soil up into the sky, everything beautiful takes time. That's why Green corner sessions, foggy night, keeping it natural. Grow your own peace. You know, my favorite time of the day is when the sun starts to dip and everything turns to gold. Relax your shoulders, let's go.
afternoon, the shadows growing long, sitting on the porch humming to this song. The fog from last night is completely gone, replaced by a warmth that is moving on. The golden sunlight hitting on my face makes me forget about the worldly race. I take a deep breath, let the tension slide, nowhere to run, got nothing to hide. The world is moving fast, but I'm staying slow, just watching the amber sky begin to glow. In the golden hour, everything is bright, washing away the chill of the foggy night. Feel the cozy rhythm flowing through your veins. Nothing but peace and sunshine remains. Yeah, listen, I see the children playing in the park. Nobody's worried about the coming dark, because the light we have right now is so pure. It makes all the blurry doubts feel mature. I'm capturing this moment in a lo-fi frame. Every single day doesn't have to be the same. We take the quiet paths, we enjoy the view, finding a beautiful perspective that is new. Foggy night, feel the cozy rhythm flowing through your veins. Nothing but peace and sunshine remains. The day is closing but the heart is light. Everything is gonna be alright tonight. Yeah, golden hour vibes, foggy night, keeping it cozy. Peace out. The last empty table outside was somehow still available. Every other seat had already been claimed by laptops, conversations, coffee cups, and people pretending to answer emails on a Saturday. I grabbed the chair before anybody else could. A tiny victory, but a victory nonetheless. The weather was perfect, not impressive, not dramatic, just comfortable, the kind of weather nobody talks about, because there's nothing to complain about. The waiter brought coffee, the table leaned slightly left, the chair squeaked. Every time I moved it felt oddly familiar, like every good cafe shares the same furniture, the same playlist, the same collection of unfinished conversations. The table beside me was a first date. You could tell immediately, the careful questions, the nervous laughter, the occasional silence followed by relief whenever somebody found a new topic. Across the street, a florist opened late, a delivery driver double parked successfully against all odds. A golden retriever received more attention than any human nearby. The afternoon unfolded without needing a reason. People arrived, people left, the city kept rotating around ordinary moments. The coffee got colder, the sunlight got softer, the conversations got louder, then quieter again. A musician opened a guitar case 2 blocks away, barely audible, but somehow perfect for the afternoon. The last empty table outside stopped being empty long before I sat there. It collected stories before me and after me. People People celebrating things, people avoiding things, people waiting, people remembering, people doing absolutely nothing and loving it. The sky turned gold, the traffic lights switch colors again and again like they always do. The coffee disappeared, the day nearly did too. And before leaving, I looked around once more, trying to memorize it. Not because it was special, because it wasn't, because it was ordinary. And sometimes that's exactly what makes it worth remembering. The last empty table outside, the last cup of coffee, the last hour of sunlight, a small day well spent.
Two iced coffees and no plan. That was the entire schedule for the afternoon. Nothing written down, nothing reserved, no destination, no urgency, just a free day and enough sunshine to make staying inside feel like a mistake. The cafe was crowded, but somehow we found a table anyway. The kind of table that shakes a little when you put your drink down. The kind every cafe seems to have. The first hour disappeared, talking about things that didn't matter. Movies, music, people we used to know, restaurants that closed years ago, random memories that showed up uninvited. Somebody mentioned high school, which immediately turned into 20 different stories nobody remembered correctly, but that made it better. Outside, the city looked busy, everybody seemed headed somewhere. Walking fast, checking phones, waiting for buses, crossing streets. Meanwhile, we spent 10 minutes trying to remember the name of a snack nobody had eaten since 2008. And somehow that felt important. 2 iced coffees became 3, then 4. The ice melted, the afternoon stretched, the sunlight changed direction, the playlist repeated. Nobody noticed, the dog stopped outside, refused to move, its owner negotiated patiently like they were discussing business. A little kid waved at absolutely everyone. Most people waved back, the day kept offering small moments for free. The kind you miss when you're busy, the kind you only notice when you stop trying to optimize everything. Eventually we started walking without deciding where. Every street felt interesting, every corner felt familiar. A bookstore, a bakery, a record shop, a park bench. Nothing extraordinary, but somehow exactly enough. The conversation kept changing like a playlist on shuffle. Future plans, old mistakes, favorite songs, places we wanted to visit, things we thought we'd have figured out by now. The sun got lower, the shadows got longer, the city got louder, but the day stayed easy. 2 iced coffees and no plan turned out to be a pretty good plan after all. Maybe the best one we'd had in weeks. Probably Sunday, doesn't really matter. The light through the curtain says take it slow. I put a record on from a few years back, the kind you buy without listening first, and somehow it's right. Make something for breakfast that took too long, scrambled egg situation that got complicated. Ate it at the counter cause the table had stuff on it. That's just kinda how the mornings go lately. Sunday, probably no agenda. The window open just enough to hear the street. Someone, somewhere, walking a dog.
The good kind of soundtrack. Nobody planned it.
Yeah. I read 8 pages of a book I keep almost finishing. Put it down to get more water, didn't come back. It's on the floor now next to 3 other half-read things. The stack is probably telling me something. Sent a voice note to my friend, mostly just laughing about nothing. About the egg situation, she sent one back. She had her own story, that's the kind of conversation that fixes the week.
Sunday, probably no agenda. The window open just enough to hear the street. Someone, somewhere, walking a dog. The good kind of soundtrack. Nobody planned it. Not every day needs a story. Sometimes the point is just the light and the record and the curtain moving, and the fact that you let yourself be here.
By the time the afternoon got heavy, I'd done about 2 things on my list. Called that enough, made some tea. The dog outside was still at it, circling something good.
Sunday, probably.
That's enough.
Sunday, probably. That's more than enough.
Half past nowhere, somewhere between the wait. I lost the thread again around the second coffee break. The playlist stuttered, landed on an older song. One of those records that knew you before you knew what you wanted. I wrote 3 sentences and deleted 2. The third one didn't say much, but it felt true. The lamp's been buzzing all week, I keep forgetting to fix it. That kind of thing stops bothering you after a while. Half past nowhere, the good kind of lost. Not the spinning kind, just the drifting kind. Where the hours don't push, they just wander. And you find yourself somewhere you didn't plan on. The heater clicks on at the same time every night, like a small reminder that something still works. I got used to the sound, started sleeping better after. Turns out routine can come from the strangest places. Made a list of things I meant to do, left it on the table, walked past it twice. Not avoiding it exactly, just not ready yet, and that's different. Half past nowhere, the good kind of lost. Not the spinning kind, just the drifting kind. Where the hours don't push, they just wander. And you find yourself somewhere you didn't plan on. I'm not trying to get anywhere tonight, just keeping the lamp on, just watching the city stay up past its bedtime, like it forgot to be tired. The playlist looped back to the start. I let it play, turn the lamp down low. Half past nowhere, give or take a little. That's about right for a night like this. Half past nowhere, that's about right. Give or take a little, that's about right. There's something about overcast Sundays that makes the inside of my chest feel wider. Like there's more room in there when the sky's like this. And I don't exactly know what to do with the space. I made breakfast at noon, didn't check my phone until the afternoon. Watched the clouds move through the window glass, didn't rush to name what I was feeling. Weather like this makes me want to stay in. Not sad, just slow, just listening to the sound the city makes when it's raining, to the sound of nothing, mostly, yeah. There's a message I should probably send, been sitting in my draft since last month. I keep telling myself I'll know when it's time, but maybe that's just a comfortable reason to wait. I ate the leftover rice with something warm, the kind of meal with no name, just whatever was still there. That kind of meal always tastes like something I can't explain. The weather like this makes me want to stay in. Not sad, just slow, just listening to the sound the city makes when it's raining, to the sound of nothing, mostly. I think I used to feel this kind of afternoon with noise I didn't need. Now I just let it be whatever it is, and somehow that's enough. By 4, it was dark but not fully, that in-between light, gray and warm at once. I made another cup, turned nothing on, just listen to the rain, negotiate with the window. Weather like this, I don't try to fix it. Weather like this, I just let it rain. Yeah. There's this place on 5th nobody talks about. Corner booth by the window with the cracked out lamp. You order the same thing every Wednesday, and the waiter already knows, doesn't have to ask. The towels are green and the menu's worn through, where the soup section used to list 3 things, now it lists 2, and nobody bothered to reprint it. That's the kind of detail I still think about. Corner booth, late afternoon, the kind of light that makes everything look true. You were reading something, I forgot what. I was mostly just watching you read. Corner booth, slow dissolve. Some things stay exactly where you left them, even after you've gone. Yeah. We argued about something small that day, whether the coffee here was actually good, or if we just convinced ourselves it was, because we kept coming back. You said it didn't matter, I said that was kind of the point. Then neither of us said anything, and the lamp flickered once, like it agreed. Corner booth, late afternoon, the kind of light that makes everything look true. You were reading something, I forgot what. I was mostly just watching you read. Corner booth, slow dissolve. Some things stay exactly where you left them, even after you've gone. I drove past last month, looks like they finally fixed the lamp, or replaced it, I couldn't tell. Everything else was the same, still the same tiles, still the same 2 soups. I sat down, ordered the usual, later still didn't ask. Corner booth, same light, different afternoon, still the same 2 soups. I didn't mind. Da, 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 da. Got a half-empty notebook on the floor. Third cup of coffee, forgot what it was for. The cursor blinks like it's judging me again. 2 a.m. I'm writing in the margins of my head. I keep starting sentences I don't know how to end, like apologizing to people who stop listening. My handwriting gets worse when I'm being honest. That's probably not a coincidence. Every draft I wrote, I never sent. Every word I meant, I kept it in. Just a little crooked, just a little off. That's the version of me that I never crossed out. There's a voicemail from 3 years back. I listened to it once and put the phone face down. Not sad, just strange how a voice can stay while everything around it rearranged. I read back through the lines I used to like. Now they feel like someone else's handwriting. Strange how growth can look like forgetting. Or maybe I'm just noticing more. Every draft I wrote, I never sent. Every word I meant, I kept it in. Just a little crooked, just a little off. That's the version of me that I never crossed out. I'm not trying to be deep about it, just been quieter than usual. And the quiet started sounding like something, so I figured I'd write it down. The notebook's still on the floor. Coffee's cold, I stopped keeping score. Tomorrow I'll probably start a new page, or maybe I'll just leave this one unfinished. Still unfinished. Still unfinished. That's alright, that's alright.
The fall can't stay forever. Look up, it's blue sky. Yeah. Walking out the front door, looking at the view. Everything looks different, everything looks new. The heavy white curtain is pulling away, revealing the stage of a beautiful day. I spent so many hours lost inside the blur, thinking about the past and the way things were. But you can't see the future if you keep looking back. Gotta lace the sneakers, step onto the track. The wind is blowing fresh, pushing out the gloom, giving all my hidden dreams a space to bloom. It's clearing up now, see the blue sky shine. Everything is moving in a perfect line. We walked through the mist, we stood the long fight, and now we're stepping out of the foggy night. Yeah. Listen closely. Yeah. Every single cloud has a silver lining. Look at the sun, man, it's beautifully shining. The fog was just a test of my patience and faith. Now I'm running forward, breaking through the gate. No more second guessing, no more blind spots. Connecting all the pieces, tying up the knots. My channel, my music, my vision is clear. There's no room for doubt and there's no room for fear. We take the great canvas and we paint it with gold. The greatest morning story that was ever told. It's clearing up now, see the blue sky shine. Everything is moving in a perfect line. We walked through the mist, we stood the long fight, and now we're stepping out of the foggy night. The light is breaking through the gray. We survived the night, now we own the day. The light is breaking through the gray. We survived the night. cheering on. Yeah. Foggy night again. Look out the window. You can't see a thing. Just me, this mic, in the mist. Check it. The clock strikes 3. The world is fast asleep, but the secrets in this room, man, they running too deep. Looking out the window, the neon gets blurred in the sea of gray. Shh, not a single word. Street lights glowing through the misty shroud. I always preferred the quiet, never liked the crowd. Just me and the ghost of the things left behind, searching for a piece that is getting hard to find. My breath turns to vapor, disappears in the air. I'm talking to myself, but nobody's really there. Step by step, navigating through the haze, trying to find an exit from this midnight maze. Lost in the foggy night, chasing the faded light. Everything's blurry, but somehow it feels so right. Hold on to the echo, let the rhythm take control. In the middle of the mist, yeah, I might just find my soul. Listen, listen. They tell you to run before you learn how to crawl. They expect you to stand without taking a fall. But tonight all the pressure fades into the gray. There's no destination, I'm just drifting away. Remember the days when the future looked clear. Now it's covered in smoke and surrounded by fear. But there's beauty in the blank spaces left behind. A canvas of gray for a cluttered mind. So I let the lo-fi texture heal the scars on my skin. Let the real midnight conversation finally begin. Lost in the foggy night, chasing the faded light. Everything's blurry, but somehow it feels so right. Hold on to the echo, let the rhythm take control. In the middle of the mist, I might just find my soul. Can you see it? The fog is shifting, time is moving slow, but the weight is lifting. We don't need a map when we got that inner spark. Just let it whisper through the dark. Yeah, foggy night, leaving all the heavy worries far behind. Just drifting through the mist until the morning breaks.
Tiny cafe near the station, same seat near the plants again. Sunlight falling through the curtains, dust floating above my pen. People typing quietly nearby, milk steaming behind the bar. Outside buses cross the intersection like tiny moving scars. Someone played a song from nowhere, soft enough to miss at first, but somehow every single lyric sounded like my thoughts reversed. I didn't know I needed music to explain the way I felt, until a stranger's playlist somehow understood me better than myself. The playlist was weirdly good today. Every song knew how I felt, like somebody understood me without asking for details. Time memories and old emotions floating softly through the room. Funny how music can find you before people do. Barista drawing hearts in coffee, couples laughing by the door. Outside everyone looked busy, inside time moved slow once more. A girl beside me closed her laptop and stared out into the street, like she was waiting for an answer. The world forgot to speak. I kept replaying certain lyrics, trying not to think too much. Some songs feel less like entertainment and more like human touch. Maybe healing sounds less dramatic than movies make it seem. Maybe it's warm cups and background songs and breathing room to think. The playlist was weirdly good today, and honestly I needed that. Some days music understands you better than people can. The room smelled warm like roasted coffee and rain drying off old coats. Some memories return quietly, hidden inside certain notes. The afternoon turned gold slowly, shadow stretching near my chair. For a second life felt gentle, just because that song was there. The playlist was weirdly good today, and somehow so was I. Not perfectly healed or anything, just softer inside. Outside the city kept rushing, but I stayed a little while, listening to strangers sing about life like they understood mine. 1, 2, 3. Last train sliding through the tunnel, blue light underneath my eyes. Everybody looked exhausted, nobody asked each other why. A student sleeping on a backpack, someone swaying half awake. A businessman still checking emails like the night was his to take. I leaned against the freezing window, watching stations blur and bend, thinking about the strange exhaustion that never really ends. Outside the city kept glowing, neon melting in the rain. Everyone carrying invisible things they never fully explain. Almost fell asleep on the subway, missed my stop again tonight. City moving without asking if we're doing alright. People disappearing quietly at every station line. Funny how we're all together and lonely at the same time. Convenience store bags beside me, wet umbrellas on the floor. Someone playing music softly through cheap leaking headphones. An older couple held each other like they still had years to give. And for a second I remembered there's gentleness in how we live. The train shook underneath the silence, street lights flickered passing by. I watched my reflection reflection in the window fade into the tunnel light. Maybe everyone's returning from a version of themselves, too tired to explain completely how they've really felt. Almost fell asleep on the subway while the city stayed awake. Some nights feel strangely beautiful just because they ache. Tiny lives colliding briefly before disappearing home. Funny how crowded places still make people feel alone. The announcer called the stations like a distant memory, and suddenly I miss somebody I hadn't thought about in weeks. Maybe healing isn't linear, maybe neither is the night. Maybe some feelings only surface under fluorescent lights. Almost fell asleep on the subway, and honestly I let it happen. The rhythm of the train felt softer than going home and thinking. Last train running through the darkness, past apartments glowing warm. Some nights the city holds you gently, like it's trying to keep you from the storm.
I don't know why I remember Tuesday. Nothing happened, nothing really changed. You were eating something from a paper bag, and I was pretending to read. I think I said something stupid. You laughed anyway, which was worse somehow. The kind of laugh that makes you want to keep on being wrong. There was a song on in the background. I haven't looked it up, I don't wanna know. Some things are better half remembered, left in the shape they were. Something about Tuesday, I can't explain it right. Something about the way the afternoon just sat there in the light. I walked home the long way, which took about an hour more. Thought about what I'd say if I saw you. Said none of it, obviously. The lamp was on when I got back. My housemate asked me how my day was. I said fine, which was true but also not. Something about Tuesday, I keep coming back to it. Not like a wound, more like a groove in a record I keep playing. I don't know what I wanted, I'm not sure it had a name. Something to do with paper bags and someone laughing in the rain. Maybe nothing was supposed to happen, maybe that's the part I miss. The version of the afternoon that stayed exactly this. Something about Tuesday, I don't know. The radiator's making that sound again. the one that means it's properly cold outside. I've been lying here since 10, watching the ceiling do nothing in particular. There's a crack above the light fitting that looks different in every season. I've been meaning to fill it in. I want made eggs for dinner again. Ate them standing at the counter. The news was on, but I muted it. Some things are better as visuals. My mom called to say not much. We talked for half an hour about nothing, which is the thing I miss most when she's gone, probably. I've been thinking about a trip I never took, somewhere with less concrete. Not sad about it, just noting it. The radiator clicks when it cools down. I've started looking forward to that sound. Little proof the night is settling. Little proof that I'm still here. Outside someone's having a party. I don't wanna go, but I'm glad they're having it. I like knowing people are. The ceiling hasn't changed. The crack is still there. I think I'll leave it. I think I'm alright.
Coffee rings on the wooden table. People talk as summer fall away. You looked outside for almost 20 minutes, like the rain had something to say. The heater hummed behind our silence. Morning traffic moved too slow. I tried thinking of something honest, but watched your coffee getting cold. Maybe some days are quieter than others. Maybe we don't need to explain why everything feels a little heavier when the sky looks this gray. The coffee got cold first before either of us spoke. Steam disappearing slowly like words we never wrote. Outside the window, the whole city blurred. Funny how silence sometimes hurts more than actual words. A bus passed by with fogged up windows. Someone laughed across the room. You kept fixing your oversized sweater like you needed something to do. I remember tiny little details, the song they played above the noise, the smell of rain on winter jackets, and the way you avoided my voice. Maybe we're both too tired lately. Maybe we're scared of what changes mean. Maybe growing up is realizing nothing stays exactly how it seems. The coffee got cold first before either of us moved. Tiny drops against the glass, rhythm softer than the truth. Outside the window, everything turns slow. Funny how people drift apart without meaning to let go. No dramatic ending, no goodbye scene. Just two tired people and unfinished dreams. The rain kept falling, cars kept moving home, and somehow crowded places still make you feel alone. The coffee got cold first, and the morning disappeared, but somehow I still remember how your quiet felt sincere. Outside the window, the city slowly cleared. they just stay for years.
Mostly I'm fine. That's what I keep telling people, and it's mostly true, which is better than it was. I sleep now mostly, which sounds like a low bar, but for a while there the bar was genuinely low. So mostly is good, mostly is progress. I exercise sometimes, not consistently, but with good intentions. I read articles about consistency, very consistently. I have a plant that's alive, which I consider a success. His name is Gerald. He's doing better than expected. I went to a thing last month, a party not my kind, but I went, which is the part I'm proud of. I left at 9, which is also the part I'm proud of. Mostly I'm fine, I say it enough that it's mostly true. Mostly I'm fine, that's where I've got to. I saw a therapist for a while, she was very good at silences. I learned to be good at silences too, so we had a lot of those. She asked me once what I wanted, not from therapy, just in general. I said I didn't know. She wrote something down. I've thought about that question a lot since, usually at about 2 in the morning, when thinking is happening whether I want it to or not, and the answers are too honest to keep. I wanna stop apologizing for things, I wanna mean it when I say I'm fine. I wanna eat dinner sitting down, I wanna stop checking my phone for things that aren't there. I wanna go somewhere I've never been, not abroad necessarily, just somewhere different, a different kind of ordinary, a different set of small things to get used to. I'm working on it, that's what she said to write in the notes app. I'm working on it, I check that app more than I should. Mostly I'm fine, which isn't the same as fine. Mostly I'm fine, but I'm getting there probably. There are days I don't tell people about, not because they're dramatic, but because they're not. And somehow, that's harder to explain. A Tuesday where nothing happened, but I sat on the bathroom floor for a bit, not in a crisis way, just in a sitting on the bathroom floor way. Then I made tea, and it was fine, and the next day was also fine, and that's mostly how it goes now. I think that's what recovery looks like, from the inside, anyway. Not a moment where everything changes, just a Tuesday, and then another Tuesday, and Gerald's doing well, and I slept last night, and I went to the thing, and left at 9, and mostly I'm fine, mostly I'm fine. Yeah, mostly I'm fine, just mostly. But mostly is a lot. I took the long way back again. 3rd time this week. I'm not sure what I'm postponing, but I'm getting good at postponing it. The route goes past the park, where someone always walks a very slow dog, and I always slow down to match it, which helps for about 2 minutes. There's a chip shop on the corner that's been closing down since I moved here. 3 years of closing down signs, a kind of commitment, really. I bought chips there once in January, ate them on the pavement, thinking about something I can't remember now, which is probably for the best. The cold made everything simple, just the chips, just the cold, just the sound of the road at 9 p.m. and the orange light on everything. I keep trying to get back to that feeling, the one where nothing was required of me. I almost had it last Sunday, then my phone made a sound. There's a woman on the top floor of the building near the bridge who has the same lamp on every evening in the same corner of the room. I've never seen her face, just the lamp and sometimes a shadow moving slowly across the window, like she's also not in a hurry. I find that very comforting, which I think says something about me. I'm not sure what exactly, probably something I already know. The long way back takes 40 minutes longer. The long way back feels like something I need. I called my dad last Tuesday. He asked what I was up to. I said not much, just walking. He said what, again? He doesn't understand the walking, but he asks about it now, which means he's trying, which means more than the understanding would. We talked until the battery got low, which gave me a reason to stop. I don't always need reasons to stop things, but it's nice when they arrive on their own. I said I'd call again on Sunday. We both knew I'd call on Wednesday. That's the relationship we have. I think we're both okay with it. Past the lamp and the slow dog, the long way back. I'll be home eventually.
I almost ordered food again tonight, even though there's groceries sitting in the fridge. I opened the delivery app 3 separate times, closed it, opened it again 10 minutes later. Looked through reviews like it was important somehow. Outside it had been raining since afternoon. The windows kept making those tiny tapping sounds. There's only eggs, expired yogurt, and half a bottle of orange juice left. I should probably grocery shop tomorrow. I've been saying that for 4 days now. Someone across the apartment building was eating alone near their window, a TV light flashing blue behind them. I kept wondering what they were watching. I almost ordered food again, mostly because cooking for one person feels strange sometimes. The rice cooker light was blinking in the kitchen. There were dishes drying near the sink that I never fully put away. I re-hated old rice anyway. Stood eating in oversized pajamas without turning the lights on properly. The rain outside made everything feel farther away than usual. My phone kept recommending sad playlists tonight, which honestly felt a little rude. I skipped through 6 songs in a row. Nothing sounded right. Sometimes your mood gets too specific for music. There was a delivery scooter headlights shining into the rain. I almost ordered food again. The app stayed open the whole night anyway. I think adulthood is mostly repetitive, tiny decisions. What to eat, what to ignore, what to clean later, who to answer tomorrow. Nothing dramatic, just constant unfinished things everywhere. Around 1:30, the rain finally got quieter. The apartment building felt almost completely asleep. I washed one plate, then left the rest for morning. The fridge light looked weirdly bright in the dark kitchen. I drank water straight from the bottle while staring out the window. For no reason, I almost ordered food again, but didn't, honestly. That somehow felt like enough effort for today. The delivery app was still open on my phone. I fell asleep before closing it. When I woke up, the battery was dead.
I heard someone laughing outside at 1 a.m. Really loud too. Loud enough to echo between the buildings. I muted my laptop without thinking. There were probably 3 people. Someone almost yelling while laughing. Another person telling them to shut up. Then all of them laughing harder. After that, my room felt extra quiet afterward. The refrigerator humming, computer fans spinning, cars passing somewhere far away. Small sound, suddenly noticeable. I checked the time twice, even though I wasn't waiting for anything. There were crumbs on my hoodie from chips earlier. I heard someone laughing outside at 1 a.m. And for some reason, it made me feel lonelier than usual. I opened the fridge, closed it, opened it again 10 minutes later. There was leftover pasta, expired milk, half a lemon, nobody's gonna use. The kitchen floor felt freezing. I ate crackers standing up, because sitting down felt weirdly too serious. Outside, the street light near the parking lot kept flickering on and off. There's always one light in every neighborhood that looks like it's about to die. A taxi stopped near the crossing, waited there for a while, then drove away empty. The whole city looked tired tonight. I heard someone laughing outside at 1 a.m. They sounded like they didn't want the night to end yet. I wonder if people realize they become part of strangers' memories sometimes, without trying to, just existing loudly somewhere on a random night. The radiator clicked twice near 2:30. My upstairs neighbor dropped something again. I think they rearrange furniture every night or something. I opened the window for a second. Cold air immediately filled the room. Somewhere far away, someone was still talking. I heard someone laughing outside at 1 a.m. Then eventually, nothing at all. The silence afterward felt heavier somehow. I left the window cracked open while sleeping. When I woke up, the street was wide again. Must have rained before morning.
curtains, not on purpose, they came with it. The landlord said they'd been there since the 90s. I believed him. They smelled like it. The light in the morning was extraordinary. That particular yellow light through yellow curtains that made the whole room look like a photograph of somewhere happier than it actually was. I had a chair I dragged to the window every morning without thinking about it. Just sat and watched the street happen before the day required anything of me. The upstairs neighbors had a child who learned to walk that autumn. I could hear it through the ceiling, those small uncertain thuds. I never met them, but I felt like I knew that child, the one learning how to do the first hard thing in increments above my head. I lived there 2 years and 4 months, which is the longest I've stayed anywhere since I left the town I grew up in and didn't go back much after that. I'm not sure why I left, or I know why, but the reasons have softened. They seem smaller now, the way most urgent things do eventually. There was a cafe around the corner with one table outside that nobody wanted because the wheelie bins were right there. I always sat at that table, not because I liked the bins, but because no one came to bother me. And sometimes that's what a person needs. Just the bad table, just the coffee, just the bins. I wrote a lot at that table, nothing that went anywhere, but the writing itself was something, a way of staying present in my own life. I had a routine that winter: curtains, chair, coffee, bad table. The same 4 things in the same order. I didn't know I was happy. That's the thing about it. You don't know while it's happening. You only know after, when you're somewhere else trying to reconstruct the light. I've had nicer flats since then, better light, better furniture, no bins outside the window. But I keep thinking about those curtains. I drove past the building last spring. Someone had changed the curtains, white ones now, very clean, very correct. I didn't stop the car, I just looked at the window, and then I looked at the road and kept going. The child upstairs would be 6 now, maybe 7, walking easily, not thinking about it anymore. That yellow in the morning, I haven't found it since. My room still smells like coffee, even though I made it this morning. The mug's still sitting near my monitor, with a thin brown line at the bottom. I keep meaning to wash it every time I walk past, then forgetting again immediately.
There's receipts on the desk and 2 dead batteries in 1 sock I thought I lost last week. It rained for most of the afternoon today. Not hard, just enough to make the buildings outside look faded. Somebody downstairs dragged furniture around for an hour. The sound kept scraping across the floor slowly. I opened the window once, then closed it again because it got too cold. The room smelled like wet pavement for a minute. My room still smells like coffee, cold coffee and rainy air together. It kinda smells like not leaving the house all day. Reheated leftovers around 7. Stood in the kitchen waiting for the microwave, watching the numbers count down. The apartment light above the sink flickers sometimes now. I should probably tell the landlord there's a message from my mom I still haven't answered. Nothing serious, just
Did you eat?
YouTube autoplay kept picking songs I already knew. Stuff I listened to years ago, during winter mostly. It's weird how music remembers versions of you you forgot about yourself. Outside somebody laughed really loudly near the crosswalk. Then a motorcycle passed and the whole street got quiet again. My room still smells like coffee. I think the smell's stuck in the curtains now. Apartments start feeling like memory storage eventually. Old clothes, old playlist, half-finished thoughts everywhere. Everything's sitting exactly where you left it. For months sometimes. Finally cleaned half the desk, found movie tickets, coins, a charger that stopped working ages ago. The coffee mug was still warm somehow, or maybe my hands were cold. The rain stopped sometime after 1. I only noticed because the room suddenly felt too quiet. My room still smells like coffee. It's almost morning again. The sky outside turning that weird blue-gray color before sunrise. I should probably sleep soon. The mug's still on the desk, I'll wash it tomorrow probably. Maybe. Call you on your birthday. I had it in my calendar and everything. Blue circle, little alarm went off at 9 a.m. I was in the middle of something. I thought I'd do it after. After it became the evening. Evening became a week. I sent a message in the end, 3 days late, 3 exclamation marks. You replied within a minute, which made it worse somehow. I meant to go to that exhibition, the one you told me about in March, with the photographs of empty rooms that sounded like the kind of thing I'd love. I looked it up 3 times, got as far as buying the ticket once, then got distracted by something that I cannot now remember. It closed in June. I saw the last week reminder online. Thought I'd definitely make it. And then it was July. I meant to call, I meant to come, I meant to be the version that actually shows up. I meant to write back to that letter, the actual letter on paper, from my aunt who still does that, who still believes in that. She asked 3 questions, I had answers to all of them. Kept them in my head for months, carried them around like keys to nothing. Her handwriting is getting harder to read. My mom mentioned it last Christmas. I practiced reading it, I never wrote back. I meant to learn the 2nd verse of that song I've been playing for 2 years. I know the 1st verse perfectly, the 2nd starts and I just stop. Same 3 chords, same uncertain pause, same decision to start again. From the beginning. My guitar is out of tune slightly, has been since September. I meant to fix it. I find I've got used to the way it sounds now. I meant to call, I meant to be better at this. I meant to mean the things I said I would. I think about my aunt's letter sometimes, on the bus, in the bath, between things, the 3 questions that I answered and never sent. She asked if I was happy, I said yes, getting there. She asked if I was eating properly, I said mostly, which is true. She asked if there was someone who looked after me. I thought for a long time about how to answer that. I wrote, there are people who try, and I try back, and we do alright. Between the calls we mean to make, I meant to call, I will, I mean it this time. I'm calling now. Calling now.
I took the long way home again tonight. Walked past the river, even though it was colder there. People were sitting outside the convenience store, drinking canned beer in hoodies. Someone dropped their lighter and laughed about it for way too long. The city smelled like wet pavement and cigarette smoke. I passed that cafe you liked, the one with terrible chairs and expensive coffee. The lights were still on inside. There was a couple sitting near the window, sharing one slice of cake. For a second, I almost went in. I took the long way home again, like I was trying to avoid the ending of the day. There's a part near the bridge where the streetlights reflect weirdly on the water. I stood there longer than necessary. Some guy rode past on a bike singing badly to himself. Honestly, he sounded happier than most people I know. My feet hurt halfway home. I checked the subway time twice, even though I already decided to walk. A cat ran underneath the parked car when somebody coughed nearby. The whole neighborhood felt half asleep. I took the long way home again. Didn't really have a reason this time either. Sometimes going home immediately feels too honest, like admitting the day is actually over. By the time I reached my street, most windows were dark, only the convenience store sign still glowing blue. I stood there a little longer before going upstairs.
You said, okay, get home safe. And the call ended just like that. No music after, just traffic sounds suddenly. I kept holding my phone for a bit, even after the screen turned black. The crossing light near the station was blinking red again. Someone in a delivery uniform rode past too fast through a puddle. I stopped at the convenience store, not because I needed anything, just didn't feel like walking home yet. The coffee machine was making that loud grinding noise. Two high school students were arguing about whose turn it was to pay. The cashier looked exhausted. I bought mint gum and water I barely drank later. I walked slower after your call ended, like the night would last longer if I did. The weather wasn't even cold really, but I kept pulling my sleeves over my hands. There was steam coming from somewhere underground near the subway entrance. A guy across the street was smoking while staring into nothing for some reason. It felt exactly like how my brain looked tonight. I checked her chat again while walking, mostly old photos, food pictures, random screenshots, bad jokes from months ago. It's weird how conversations slowly turn into archives without you noticing at first. I walked slower after your call ended. The sidewalks look softer after midnight. I think certain people change how cities feel at night. Same streets, same stores, same buses, but somehow lighter with them around. By the time I reached my building, most apartment lights were already off. I stood outside for another minute anyway, watching my reflection in the glass door, and finally went inside. Made ramen around midnight, not because I was hungry really, just felt like I should eat something. The kitchen light looked too bright for that time of night. Steam fogged my glasses for a second. I left the noodle sitting too long while scrolling through my phone. Someone uploaded beach photos somewhere warm, Meanwhile, it was raining again here. The sink still had dishes from yesterday. Maybe longer actually. There was a delivery receipt stuck to the floor near the fridge. I kept meaning to pick it up. The ramen got soggy while I was scrolling. I still ate it anyway. YouTube autoplay kept going. Some live performance, then a video about old apartments, then something about winter in Tokyo. I wasn't really watching any of it. The room just felt less empty with sound. My friend texted, "You awake?" I saw it immediately. Replied an hour later for no reason. Sometimes I don't know why I do that. The ramen got soggy while I was scrolling. The broth got cold too. I think nighttime makes small things feel bigger. Dirty dishes, unanswered messages, old photos, random memories. Everything gets louder after midnight somehow. Left the bowl in the sink overnight. The rain kept hitting the window softly. I watched one more video before sleeping. The thing about rain is it makes you think you're somewhere else, or that somewhere else is possible, which is almost the same thing. I've been in the same city 6 years now, long enough that I've stopped noticing it, the way you stop noticing a sound that was loud when it started. When it rains like the city goes soft, the edges come off everything, and I can almost feel the versions of me. The one who was going to live by the sea, the one who called more often, the one who kept the guitar under actually played it. I don't miss those versions exactly. It's more like I check in on them sometimes, make sure they're doing okay. The thing about rain, it doesn't ask you anything. The thing about rain, it just stays until it doesn't. I had a year once that was mostly rain, metaphorically and also literally. I was somewhere new and didn't know anyone except one person who knew me too well. We'd walk for hours when the weather was like this, not talking much, just existing in the same direction, which was enough, more than enough. She moved away eventually, somewhere with less rain. I always thought that was funny as a solution. I visited once, it was sunny. She seemed different, or maybe I was different.
probably both, which is how it works. I still have a photo from one of those walks. Her back to the camera, looking at something I can't see. Just the gray sky and her red coat and the wet road. I've moved that photo through 4 phones now. Never as the wallpaper, just in the camera roll near the bottom, but still there. The thing about rain, it finds you wherever you went. The thing about rain, it remembers what you meant. It's raining now, which is why I'm thinking about all this. In a few minutes I'll make something to eat, and the feeling will pass, or not pass exactly. Just settle somewhere lower, where I keep the things that don't need to be dealt with today. The city outside is going quiet, the way it does when the weather gets serious. Everyone inside, everyone deciding to stay. I think I'll stay too. I think I'll watch the window for a while, not looking for anything, just the rain doing what rain does, which is fall and keep falling, and not ask anything of you, and eventually stop.
I used to cry at things more, which sounds bad but wasn't really. I cried at an advert once about a dog and a yellow ball. I cried at a documentary about people who restore old maps. Something about the careful hands, all that patience for something that's already wrong. I thought that was sensitivity. My therapist said maybe. She said a lot of things like maybe, which I eventually understood. I got better at not feeling things, which is a skill but not a good one. Like being really fast at leaving, or knowing exactly what to say. I optimize myself bit by bit, very efficiently, into someone quite easy to be around and quite hard to be close to. Before I was better at this, I would have stayed. Before I got good at leaving, I might have said, there's a version of me from a few years back, standing outside a train station, looking at his phone and not getting on for about 20 minutes. He doesn't know what he's waiting for, he's just not ready yet. I wanna tell him something useful, but honestly, I'm not sure what. Before I was better at this, I was worse in a different way. Before I learned to say I'm fine, I used to just stay. I'm still not sure which was better. I'm still working that out. sat outside until it got cold. Neither of us said to go in. You had your knees pulled up and I had run out of things to say, which was fine because you weren't listening anyway. You were watching the trees do what trees do in October. I remember thinking I should remember this, which is the kind of thought that means you already know it won't last. And it didn't. And that's not the sad part. The sad part is I kept the cup you left on my windowsill. Twice after that, both times I wrapped it in a shirt. Not the shirt I like, the one I didn't mind losing. There's a version of the story where I say something, where you stay an hour longer, where October goes on. I've told it to myself more times than I should admit. It's a good story. It just didn't happen. Not much, just this. Not much, just this. A cup on a sill. October, the trees.
Dishes are done, the windows are clean. I reorganized the shelves for no particular reason. Texted back the people I've been avoiding for a while. They said it's good to hear from you. I said yeah, it's been a while. Went for a run on Thursday, longer than I meant to. Ended up by the canal, watching something float by. A plastic bag, doing its best, going somewhere slow. I related to it, carrying on fine. That's what I keep saying, carrying on fine, which is most of the truth. Bought flowers for the kitchen, first time in maybe a year. They made the room feel different, like someone cared who lived there. Read half a book on Sunday, the good kind where you lose the time. Fell asleep around page 60, woke up and felt almost fine. Almost is okay, almost is still something more than the version of me who just stayed in bed, carrying on fine, which which is more than before. Carrying on fine, that's all that's enough.
Clicking sounds every few minutes, and somebody outside was arguing in the parking lot. For a while I folded laundry around midnight, or half folded it maybe. One sock disappeared again somehow. There's a hoodie hanging on the chair I've been wearing for 3 days straight. I should wash it. The screen light from the TV made everything blue. I left the TV on while falling asleep. The voices blurred together eventually. I checked the time at 1:42, then again at 1:56. Then somehow it was already past 2. I opened my phone, closed it immediately, opened it again 5 minutes later, like something might have changed suddenly. There was leftover takeout in the fridge. I ate it cold, standing up. The floor felt freezing outside. A motorcycle passed really fast. Then everything got quiet again. Those moments always feel bigger at night. I left the TV on while falling asleep, because silence gets weird after midnight. I think being tired changes how rooms feel. Everything becomes softer and heavier at the same time. The blankets, the air, your own thoughts. I woke up around 4, the TV still glowing quietly. Infomercial sounds in the dark. I didn't even bother turning it off.
I wasn't planning to stay long, just needed somewhere with outlets and decent coffee maybe. But the heat inside felt nice compared to outside. Someone near the counter was studying with 3 different highlighters. A couple in the corner kept sharing one muffin. My apartment's been cold lately. The window doesn't close completely anymore. Wind gets through at night. I keep meaning to fix it, but never do. The cafe playlist was mostly old indie song stuff I forgot I liked. The cafe was warmer than my apartment, so I stayed until it got dark outside. Ordered another drink, even though I didn't really want one. felt awkward leaving too early. The barista started wiping empty tables slowly, like they were tired too. Someone opened the door and cold air rushed through the whole place. Everybody looked up at once. I answered 2 emails, pretended to work for an hour. Mostly just watched people. There's something comforting about strangers when nobody expects anything from you. The cafe was warmer than my apartment, and honestly, that was enough reason to stay. Outside the buses kept passing, headlights reflecting on wet streets. Inside somebody laughed too loud, then apologized immediately for some reason that made the whole night feel real again. They flipped the chairs on the tables around closing time. I packed my laptop slowly. Didn't really wanna go home yet. My room looks strange in the dark. Phone charger light, half-empty water bottle, hoodie on the floor. I kept opening apps without actually looking at anything. Instagram, weather, messages, back to Instagram again. I almost texted you at 2 a.m. Not because anything happened, I just suddenly remembered how your voice sounded when you were tired. There's a convenience store near my building that never closes. Sometimes I think about going there just to hear another human being talk. Even if it's only, do you need a bag? I think loneliness gets weirder as you get older. Less dramatic, more random. I found an old photo while scrolling earlier. Nothing special in it. You were just holding iced coffee, looking somewhere off camera, but it ruined my whole night somehow. I almost texted you at 2 a.m. Thumb hovering over your name like an idiot. The thing nobody tells you is missing someone becomes mostly routine eventually. Small moments, small reminders, small stupid things. Around 3:15, rain started outside. I finally put my phone down, but I still checked it once more before sleeping. Open my laptop around 10 maybe. Don't remember exactly. The weather app said cloudy all day, which somehow made sense immediately. Coffee got cold pretty fast. I forgot to drink it again. There's a small stain near near the keyboard now looks permanent this time. The guy upstairs vacuumed for 30 minutes straight, then stopped suddenly. I kept reading the same sentence without understanding any of it. Outside the window, people kept crossing the intersection. Umbrellas, black coats, delivery bikes. Someone dropped a paper cup near the bus stop. It rolled around for a while before disappearing somewhere. I think I spent more time watching outside than actually working. I kept looking outside instead of working, like something interesting might finally happen. But mostly it just kept raining a little. My phone buzzed once around noon. Group chat, probably didn't check. The radiator made those clicking noises again, the weird metal sounds it always makes. I reheated coffee, then forgot about it again. There's a shirt hanging on my chair from 3 days ago, maybe. The apartment smelled slightly like toast from the bakery. Downstairs, around 4, the clouds got darker for no reason. Someone was smoking near the crossing, holding their hood closed with one hand. For some reason, that felt important enough to remember. I kept looking outside instead of working. Honestly, I don't even think I was avoiding work anymore. Some days feel unfinished before they even start, like your brain never fully wakes up, like you're physically somewhere, but the rest of you stayed in bed. It got dark while I was still sitting there. The document on my screen still mostly blank. Rain stuck to the window all evening. I watched it anyway. Rain started halfway through the evening, right after the convenience store. People gathered underneath the signs, waiting for it to slow. I checked every pocket twice, still forgot the umbrella again. Cold drops landing on my sweater as traffic blurred in the rain. Neon trembling on the pavement, red and yellow in the flood. Funny how tiny inconveniences sometimes hit harder than they should. Maybe I was distracted lately, maybe my head's somewhere else. Maybe exhaustion slowly turns you into someone you barely tell. Forgot my umbrella again. Now I'm walking home, soaked through. The city's cold but strangely pretty when nobody's looking at you. Streetlights stretching on the asphalt like memories melting thin. Funny how rainy nights somehow always pull old feelings in. Past the bookstore near the crossing, lights still glowing soft inside. People turning pages quietly, trying to escape the night. For a second I considered finding somewhere warm to stay, but the rain felt weirdly honest, so I kept walking anyway. A couple shared a tiny umbrella, laughing while the buses passed. And suddenly I started missing versions of myself from the past. Some nights loneliness arrives softly
without making any sound. Just reflections and wet windows following you through downtown. Forgot my umbrella again, and now my sleeves are dripping through. Every song inside my headphones somehow sounds a little truer. The crosswalk lights kept blinking slowly. Cars rolled carefully nearby. Funny how cities look the warmest on cold and blurry nights. Shoes splashing through reflections, phone battery almost dead. A song I used to love in winter started playing in my head. And for a moment all the sadness didn't feel dramatic anymore. Just another tired evening trying to make it home before 4. The rain kept falling steadily, like it had all night to spare. And somehow crowded streets still managed to feel emotionally bare. Forgot my umbrella again, but maybe that's alright. Some memories are supposed to arrive uninvited at night. The storm grew softer near my neighborhood, windows glowing gold upstairs. And somehow walking home alone felt gentler than I expected there. Rainwater falling from the rooftops, last bus disappearing slow. Some nights don't really change your life, they just stay with you when you go.
And the city's asleep, and I'm counting the things I can't keep. A half-read book on the bedside stand, tomorrow's plans slipping through my hand. The window's open, the curtain breathes, autumn coming through the leaves. I should sleep, but instead I find these quiet hours clear my mind. Maybe this is enough, just the dark and the dust, the feeling that something's about to become. 3 a.m. and the stars are out, turning all my noise to doubt. 3 a.m. when the world is still reminds me I can choose to feel, not the kind that breaks you down, but the kind that turns around. 3 a.m. I'm not afraid of all the things I haven't made. Old guitar in the corner leans against the wall between the dreams. I played it once but forgot the chord. Now I just like what it stood for. A photograph from years ago, everyone I used to know. Different hair but the same old eyes, still figuring out the same old skies. Maybe this is enough, just the dark and the dust and the feeling that something's about to become. 3 a.m. and the stars are out, turning all my noise to doubt. 3 a.m. when the world is still reminds me I can choose to feel, not the kind that breaks you down, but the kind that turns around. 3 a.m. I'm not afraid of all the things I haven't made. There's a version of me that's okay, not the one from the highlight reel, but the one at the end of the day who just needed something real. The stars don't care what I've done wrong, the night just holds me where I belong.
3 a.m. and the stars are out, turning all my noise to doubt. 3 a.m. when the world is still reminds me I can choose to feel. Not the kind that breaks you down, but the kind that turns around. 3 a.m. I'm not afraid of all the things I haven't made. 3 a.m. It's alright. The stars are out. Yeah. Fog rolls in on the sleeping hills, early light on the windowsills. I forget what the hurry was, standing still in the morning pause. Barefoot grass in a clearing sky, watching clouds learn how to fly. Every breath feels a little cleaner here, every thought feels a little less severe. Fog on the hills, mist on the lake, slow and steady, stay awake. Fog on the hills, soft and gray, stealing all the noise away. Nothing urgent, nothing planned, just the green and the open land. Fog on the hills, stay with me. This is what I need to be. Someone left a chair outside, wet from dew on the morning tide. A book left face down on the step, stories that aren't finished yet. Distant sound of a passing train, going somewhere through the rain. But I'm here where the stillness grows, following where the river flows. Fog on the hills, mist on the lake, slow and steady, stay awake. Fog on the hills, soft and gray, stealing all the noise away. Nothing urgent, nothing planned, just the green and the open land. Fog on the hills, stay with me. This is what I need to be. Sometimes the world goes quiet and you hear yourself again. Not the version full of trying, just the one before the pain. Fog on the hills, stay, stay.
Left seat by the window frame, everyone around looks the same. Eyes down in their little screens, lost inside their midnight dreams. The barista writes a name on a cup she won't remember. Something in the way she moves makes November feel like Tinder. Midnight cafe, amber light, everything feels almost right. Midnight cafe, jazz and rain, strangers sharing quiet pain. No one's really here alone, we're all just a long way from home. Midnight cafe, hold me still, just a little more if you will. Second cup in a borrowed chair, piano music from somewhere, not quite sad and not quite fine, somewhere in the middle line. The old man reads without his glasses, clock ticks slow as the evening passes. Even lonely has a kind of beauty if you take the time. Midnight cafe, amber light, everything feels almost right. Midnight cafe,